I would like to welcome Dr. Arun Joshi, Director of Center for Human Assets at the Institute for Integrated Development Studies, to deliver his welcome remarks. So Dr. Joshi has worked as a lead education specialist in the Education Global Practice at the World Bank. His experience spans policy reform and program development in various countries in the Middle East, Africa, and South Asia. Dr. Joshi has a master's degree in international education policy and a doctorate in human development from Harvard University. After 25 years of his experience with the World Bank, he took an early retirement and is now with us at the Center for Human Assets as our director since 2017. Over to you, Dr. Joshi.
This session. We've been at this for a very long time with Priya. We're very pleased that Dr. Lamsalji is here from the government. Priya, of course, representing UNESCO itself, and many other distinguished guests. So welcome, everyone. There's a global report for those of you who don't know, and then there's a regional report on non-state actors that we've been working on for almost 2 years now. It didn't take that. It just takes that long to do a good job, and it has. The report has been produced. It spans all the countries of the region, and then there are national reports in each of these countries. And we are very thankful that UNESCO, trusted in us and asked us to work on the national report, and also asked some of us, I'm part of it, to be part of the editorial board of the regional. And you will get a chance to listen to some of the key findings from her, and also from the key findings of the national report. I'm not going to get into the details. I just want to maybe say that we hope this is, and I've been mentioning this to Priya as well, I hope also for the government, I hope that some of the findings from this become something that we can take on into the future. Not that something, it's a report is done, tick the box, and that's the end of it. Many times that happens, but really, the findings will be given. Today, the objective would be, can we have a very lively discussion about the issues that the report uncovers, these reports uncover. And then based on that, can we have partnerships? Can we continue to think about it? Can the development partners and the government continue to be interested in this to extend it further? Because what I think is missing is real, clear, transparent, evidence-based discussion and dialogue on some of these subjects. Because especially on non-state actors, there seems to be I would say 3 or 4 lenses that are floating around that gives us a sense of what the situation is, but the real situation might not be known. One lens is that of the media and the public and the parents. They have a certain sense of what the public-private differences are in the service providers. There is the lens: are they good? Is the quality good? Not so good? So there's that lens of the government, and then there's the lens of the non-state actors toward the government, where there is a sense of, well, the government is not supportive of us. They're not as enabling our activities, and so on and so on. So there's all these opinions and perceptions and lenses, and hope that these reports actually trying to, with some evidence, uncover those things. And it's a start. It's not the end. So I really hope that you contribute to the lively discussion, and then that just becomes a process by which we go forward into the future. So that's all I want to say. Thank you so much for coming and taking the time to be with us from your busy schedules. And I'd like to invite now Priya to come and make
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Now, before handing this over to Priya for her presentation, maybe I could give short introduction, even though she does no introduction in this room. Dr. Priyadarshini is currently coordinating the South Asia Regional Report on non-state actors, liaising with several regional partners. She has previously held research positions at the IMF as a research officer, where she coordinated the regional economic outlook and on social policy analysis. She has background in education policy, economics, and public policy. She has a PhD in education policy from the University of Pennsylvania and a master's in public administration from Princeton University. She's now the senior project officer at UNESCO. Over to you, Priya.
Thank you so much. यहाँ सबै नेपाली नै हुन् जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई चाहिँ सुरुमा त नेपाली बोलिहाल्नु भनेर धन्यवाद आइदिनु भएकोमा अनि अर्को कुरा चाहिँ मेरो लागि चाहिँ this is a real full circle moment because it was around 2010 that I was starting to think through my primary data collection, what should be for my PhD. अनि त्यही बेला त्यही सन्दर्भमा I had met Dr. Hari Lamsal, who sort of then guided me to Sanokimi and sort of really helped me get my data from government level and beyond, pretty precisely on this topic of the question of the consequences of non-state activity in Nepal. So thank you so much for coming. This presentation is on the findings of the non-state education report, the South Asia version, South Asia report on it. And I'm really hoping for some lively discussion. And also just, as Dr. Joshi said, it really is about how we can take this forward from this phase onwards, right? Because we don't want to lose momentum on such an important issue after having thought through this for so long. Next slide, please. So just to briefly introduce the GEM report. We've been around as a global brand for 20 years. It used to be called the Global Monitoring Report. It is headquartered in Paris, France. And we've sort of had the responsibility for monitoring progress in education and the global goals since 2000. And since 2015, we monitor the Sustainable Development Goals and the education role in both, from early childhood onwards to adult learning, but also the situation of education's role in other sustainable development outcomes. And I know that you just had a big migration conference. We actually had a report on migration and displacement in 2019. What you see here is this idea that it's not just one global report, it's more than that. We do regional work, we have gender work, we have a youth report where we engage with youth. And the regional report series really came out of this desire to have more of a regional dialogue, regional conversation. And we realized that just doing global research will not be enough. And so it's a recent series. The 2019, the first one was with the Arab states, on the Arab state countries, focused on migration and displacement. The next two were in Central and Eastern Europe and in Latin America, focused on inclusion issues. And this one is on, of course, South Asia. And before I go to this, I think one of the most important parts of this report for me, given the wealth of research and data that might exist on many of South Asian countries, is that we partnered with country partners from BRAC in Bangladesh to Center for Policy Research and Central Square Foundation in India, and IIDS in Nepal, and Institute of Policy Studies in Sri Lanka, and Idara Talibi in Pakistan. And so, as we mentioned, we've been going around talking about this and discussing this issue. Who should provide, or what role should government have? This is a sort of the percentage of adults who agree or disagree on this topic of, that public should provide education. And what you see here is when you look at mostly high-income countries, there's a lot of support for public provision of education. And India was the only country that was part of this survey from South Asia. And we see that less than half of people of adults in India say that the government should. Core reasons we had the report on South Asia on this topic. Broadly speaking, these what we see from the data is that it is the region with the strongest presence of non-state actors in provision. It might be a bit hard to see here, but the black line is the world. The red line is South Asia. And if you look at Nepal, is in blue. For primary education, we see that there is this escalation, especially in recent years, of the percentage in primary enrollment. And similarly in secondary schooling, there's quite a substantial amount of non-state presence. Bangladesh is a fairly different and unique model, so that's why it's considered non-state, even though the state is financing a lot of it. And of course, tertiary has always had a lot of private provision. When we look at, so that's sort of the basic data where you can sort of divide by public and private is the data that countries report to UNESCO Institute of Statistics. When we dug into this topic at the global level, what of course we recognize what we all understand, that non-state providers are actually quite diverse. There's a sort of motivation sort of range, right? You can have schools that open for religious reasons, for some sort of profit making, or sort of employment based, like practical sort of reason, and you can have sort of more of a values type orientation as well. So the different motivations that sort of go behind providers starting these schools. And of course, there's supply side reasons, lack of supply issues. And we see that, depending on the country, there's real, interesting trends. The big trend is that there's a lot of sort of private fee-paying schooling growth, but we do see that in Pakistan, there's quite a substantial presence of religious schools. In Bangladesh, non-formal education peaked in the early 2000s. In Sri Lanka, international schools have really become a big phenomenon. And that is, so that's sort of the motivation type issue. The second is, of course, the engagement with government. And that is sort of the category, the typology by which we've typically thought of these, of categorizing schools, right? How much does the government manage? How much does the government fund? And even that, as I mentioned, Bangladesh is a unique model where there's a lot of state aid in the system. And the bottom is, of course, what is the sort of experience of the provider, of the parent or the individual. And we see schools that are very, very cheap, and you see schools that are very expensive. And in my own research in Nepal, I saw that in Kathmandu district, it's a very wide fee range because it's pretty much a market. In Chitwan, it's much more narrow, the band, because there's more, I would say, accountability at the local level in Chitwan. What we also realize is that non-state actors are very active in ancillary services. So private tutoring, Sri Lanka is a very important case of this, where there's very substantial private tutoring, all from at all for the poor and the rich. In textbooks, we see that there's public versus private providers of textbooks in different countries. So in Nepal, private publishers print and distribute textbooks. And education technology has been a big booming industry. It became a big issue during the COVID years. But right now, I think we're in this wait and see approach. In India, Byju's has really lost a lot of valuation recently. So it's sort of something that's going on right now. Graph is from Asa Pakistan, which just shows that tutoring is something we all know. Tutoring just becomes more of a reality. More people get to tutoring closer and closer to the big high stakes exams, because that's the reality of the region, right? That is competitive labor markets. People are getting tutoring to get into the right higher education and then beyond. So that is the situation of our land. The two, the big issues, of course, when we think about this role of non-state actors is, the question of equity and the question of quality and innovation often. So what we find is that, broadly speaking, there's this, first, who's benefited first sort of point, that private education does first benefit the more advantaged. The richest children are often more likely to go to private school, and they pay far more fees, which means that there's a big social distance between the rich and the poor often. What this does is, like, over time, it sort of creates a situation where it's not just stratification, the rich and the poor go to different schools, but it becomes sort of a stigma, which means that over time, no one in your social network is sending their child to public school. It doesn't even become part of your subconscious that maybe we should consider a public school. So that is this idea that equity is a very serious concern of allowing such a system to continue to grow. And of course, quality and innovation is something we think about a lot. Because we think in terms of systems, one of the things we recognize is that quality and innovation is not just exclusive to one type of actor. Indeed, there's a lot of discussion of non-state actors providing, interesting sort of innovations, but we also see state actors, in some countries actually doing more play-based learning at early childhood, for example, in India. When we think of teachers, right, which is considered one aspect of the quality, we know that teachers are better qualified in public schools. But of course, a lot of us may argue that the qualifications might not exactly link up to what they know and what they teach in the classroom. And infrastructure is typically, is a wide range again. That it can be better in private schools, but in India, where there's a huge, tremendous amount of data on this topic, public schools have better access to, let's say, ramps for students with disability compared to private schools. The outcomes is something that is the most debated, the most researched issue. This question that if you send a child to private school, you will do better in outcomes. One of the big problems with outcomes analysis in Nepal, especially, is that the assessment data is still, is only improving now. And the big finding that we find globally, as well as in India, Pakistan, from USSR, these like large scale data sets, is that once you control for socioeconomic status, a lot of that advantage is reduced, which means that, again, it goes back to that earlier point that equity and quality are quite linked, because, who goes to the school matters quite a bit, rather than what the school provides. So that is sort of a argument that we have. And morally, it's not just about the state and non-state. What we are showing here in these two graphs is the SDG 4 quality indicator on minimal proficiency in reading and mathematics. And the main takeaway from this graph is that the lower lines are Central and South Asia, that there's a big gap between the world and South Asia, but also the progress on reading and mathematics is slower than in other parts of the world, which means that even though the system has become more privatized, it's not that it has added so much in terms of learning gains. So a focus on quality is needed across the board in state and non-state systems alike. And we have done a lot of analysis on regulations, like we have profiles from over 200 countries. You can go to our website on peer profiles. What we find, again, in the region, like we find more broadly, is that all countries do have regulations on registration, approval, licensing, and fees are quite commonly regulated. And there are, caps on fees and different kinds of issues like that. Regulations are typically lacking for what we consider the more up and coming activities that go beyond the formal schooling system, like, especially like tutoring or textbooks, especially like tutoring or technology. And one of the things that we really spoke about that is different from the global report and this report, I would say, is that we spoke to, we recognize that views and regulation really differ based on who's talking, as Dr. Joshi mentioned earlier, that on the one hand, we see research that shows that providers may be resistant, right, to regulations. In Nepal, schools were found to not be complying, refusing to pay a 5% education tax or these like sort of government, government sort of policies to say, the fee should be not be increased for 3 years. On the other hand, there's a wide sort of volume of sort of understanding that the lack of trust in government and is an inability to really enforce things are so many that a regulation that should take 4 months can take over 5 years. Regulations can also be limited because of corrupt practices. And another interesting thing is if there's fragmentation in the system, for instance, if a Ministry of Education is not sort of also overviewing the let's say religious education or international education, then it doesn't come under the purview of the ministry. We are data people, so one of the challenges is even lack of data on the whole system if it's not all under the Ministry of Education's purview. And financing, we know, is not adequate. We know that it's not adequate for government schools, and is also not, like, whatever governments provide for non-state providers is also not adequate and often can be late. Pakistan is the big model of subsidies in the government system for basic education, and subsidies can range from $3 to $9 per month per child. And stakeholders from Pakistan say that it's quite inadequate for doing more than the bare minimum. In Bangladesh, there's a monthly pay order system. It's quite a unique system in South Asia, but that is also sort of trying to, people are trying to reform it at this moment. And we also know that COVID-19 was such a big disruption. We are in a region that goes through all kinds of crises, but of course, COVID was a global crisis. And we saw from USSR data, again, from India and Pakistan, that there was actually a shift from private to public schools. The question of whether that will last is, another issue, because it's also about, it's mostly about household income that led to that shift. So we have 5 recommendations given all of this scenario. The first is not really like a new recommendation, is a recommendation that it's sort of what governments have committed to, that they need to fulfill the commitment to make 1 year of pre-primary and 12 years of primary and secondary education free. Nepal doesn't fare too badly in this picture, but public spending in the region as a whole has never really been enough to provide free access to schooling. The graph on the left is on tax to GDP and how it's changed over time. And you see that the South Asian countries are really bunched in, which means that, of course, education amount of financing is not the full picture, but what it does show you is that a system has not given what is internationally recognized as sort of a minimum that is required for a system to function well. And when you do that for decades, then that really creates a challenge. And secondly, South Asia has a unique distinction of being the region that has the highest share of household spending on education, so 38% of the total. If you see this country by country data, you see that most of the countries households are spending quite a bit on education. In Bangladesh, it's 70% of funding comes from households. So the other point is, the second point is really about all schools should be treated as one big system. So standards should cover, there's a lot of conversation on the input issue when there's private schools say there's too many inputs. And then on the other side, people say that just focus on the learning outcomes, and let it judge us based on the learning outcomes. Don't look at the inputs. Our view is typically that it's sort of a continuum, right? That it's inputs matter because we want students to have good teachers. We want students to have, safety and health standards. We do want all of that, but also the process. But we also need to be monitoring processes, and we need to be monitoring outcomes, results, of course. The very sticky issue is often the teacher issue, right? Like how teachers are treated in a system. And our positioning is very much that teachers should be valued as professionals in a system. And we should have, quality assurance mechanisms that actually work. Private tutoring is actually a huge issue, and then it should not negatively affect the system. Research from Nepal has shown that, teachers may not cover everything in the classroom because, they sort of leave material for tutoring. And it's also a finding from other countries that it actually influences student behavior as well as teacher behavior. The sort of widespread nature of tutoring, which I'm sure only exacerbated during COVID. There are also interesting examples from which to learn successes. India's sort of National Skill Development Corporation was a big PPP effort. It started in 2008. What we, from a very detailed process analysis that one of our experts did for us, who was sort of embedded in that India system, what she found was that over time, in 2015, there was a major reform. And what that reform was able to do was sort of collate like a very chaotic development to then assign responsibilities to government, to the providers that actually made sense, and that helped actually improve the system for both quality but also equity of the system. So I urge you to also look at that paper if that's of interest. And again, there needs to be this question of regulation that keeps coming up. The government has to, of course, it is the government's responsibility to have a clear vision, both on state schools and systems, but also on what it wants to do for the non-state systems. It needs to recognize the equity challenges, which we focus on more than others. All education trust with non-state actors with their participation. And again, to reiterate what I've said before, we've seen many interesting examples. There's in Nepal, in India, in Pakistan, there's a flourishing of examples, right? So that non-state actors really do very interesting things, but we don't want, it to be viewed as state versus non-state. It's not about a monopoly on good ideas. The government role should be to in public education processes. We need to recognize that there might be revolving door practices, and we need to always be thinking through issues of ethical concerns, and just make sure that we have education remains and functions as a public good rather than a way for more commercialization or more profit making. So with that, I think I thank you so much for your attention, and really I also wanted to just end by saying it was a real pleasure to work with IITS on this long gestating project. It's a complex undertaking because, we wanted to work with country experts on this myriad topics. Like we had a very comprehensive conceptualization, so it was not easy at all. But I think we really are happy that we are here, and we are looking forward to hearing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Priya Joshi, for that insightful presentation of findings of the regional report. Now, I think the next session we have is presentation of the national report findings that Mr. Ruzel Shrestha is both academic and policy research on Nepal, India, and Bangladesh. He also has experiences doing policy advocacy with the government of Nepal. Mr. Shrestha has worked in various places over his career, including here at IIDS, the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy in New Delhi, the Nepal Development Research Institute, and the World Bank. Mr. Shrestha has a master's degree in economics from the Center for Economic Studies and Planning in Delhi, and an MPhil degree in development studies. Over to you, Dr. Shrestha.
So good morning, everyone. So I'm going to present the findings of our report titled Non-State Actors in Education in Nepal. So the order of the report would be firstly school education, and then higher education, and then early childhood education, and then TVET. And this is based on the amount of data information that we were able to gather. So the first thing is that it's important to understand the share of expenditure in education out of the total national budget in Nepal. As you can see, the share is declining significantly over the last 10 years or so. In 2010-11, it was around 17%, and it has declined significantly to around 10.93% in the recent budget. Okay, and during that time, the government expenditure as a share of the overall expenditure on education as a share of the overall national budget has gone below the minimum threshold, which is recommended by the social school sector development plan, that is below 15%. So why is it the case that there's a decline in the share of expenditure in the national budget? One of the reasons is that decline has been particularly sharp post the earthquake, right? And there's been a shift in priority from the government towards earthquake reconstruction and that has affected expenditure on education. And the other reason that we were told in our KII was that the Ministry of Education was simply not able to come up with additional programs, educational programs, because of which there has been a decline in the share of education budget. So how has this affected the overall education system in Nepal? So let me start with the school education. As you can see that the share of community schools in Nepal are significantly higher compared to institutional schools. However, it is important to note that the growth rate in the institutional schools are considerably higher compared to community schools. And so why is this happening? Of course, there's a demand side factor and a supply side factor to it. One of the demand side factor is that is, like I've said earlier, that there's a decline in the share of education expenditure on the budget. The second thing is that also that there's it is generally the case that institutional schools outperform community schools in terms of educational outcomes. And one of the ways in which we see this is the SEE result, which as all of you might know, it is a major 10th grade examination and a major attractor in terms of getting attention from parents and students alike. On the supply side, of course, one of the major reasons is that it is simply more profitable to invest in schools. And this is something which was revealed to us in our KII. So let me just read out a quote, which I think is pretty revealing. I'm sorry, I can't see it. Okay, it's parents send their children to a private school, even though they can barely afford to do so. Private schools are able to come up with better academic results, which they feel will prepare them better to attain higher education. Lower income people send their children to private schools in hopes that they attain better economic status. So is it actually true that institutional schools outperform community schools? So let's examine these graphs. So in the first graph, So it's the number of students who have given SEE from institutional schools and community schools, and these are the CGPAs. As you can see, the number of students giving SEEs from the community schools significantly outnumber community schools. However, it's interesting to note that in the top three CGPAs, which is 2.8 to 3.2, 3.2 to 3.6, and 3.6 to 4, the number of students from institutional schools significantly outnumber that of community schools. Very revealing. Similarly, this is the educational outcomes are also significantly higher in case of the third grade, fifth grade, and eighth grade. This is revealed in the NASA reports, and this is true of Nepali, maths, English, and science across all these grades. So, of course, it is not true that institutional schools are always better than community schools. There are variations within community schools as well. As a matter of fact, a recent Nepal Planning Commission report states that there are a number of reasons because of which that might happen, that community schools can actually perform better in terms of educational outcomes compared to institutional schools. And this can happen because of, say, better school management committees, good teacher training, good infrastructures, good governance, and transparency. Of course, there are a lot of community schools which don't perform as well, and the reasons for that include teacher absenteeism, lack of regular classes, low teacher quality, and teacher involvement in political activities, among others. And it's also true that not all institutional schools perform as well. I mean, there are some institutional schools which perform better compared to others. So before going into this analysis, let me just make this categorization between one of the ways in which institutional schools are categorized in Nepal, that is based on fees and infrastructure. So A category schools can charge higher fees, and similarly B category schools charge slightly lower fees, and so on and so forth. And the lowest fees is D category school. Okay. Like I said, there is variation within institutional schools as well. It is generally the case that A and B category schools outperform C and D category schools. It is generally the case that A and B category schools outperform A and D category schools. And one of the ways in which we see this is that A and B category schools also tend to pay the teacher the government mandated salary of mandated salary, whereas C and D category schools tend to pay them merely 50 to 60% of the government mandated, which is, I think, pretty important. And that actually affects the educational outcomes. And it's also important to understand that there seems to be some kind of trade-off here, okay, that that in C and D category schools, while the teachers are paid slightly lesser, the salaries of the principals and the co-founders are slightly higher. So I think that's important to know. So one of the major factors in which affects the quality of education is the amount of resources that schools are able to mobilize. Some schools are able to better mobilize more are able to mobilize more resources than others. Of course, since A and B category schools can charge higher fees, they are, as a result, get better teachers, better infrastructure, and possibly affect the educational outcomes. What about community schools? There are variations in terms of how much community schools can mobilize resources. As I said in the first graph, that there's been a considerable decline in the share of educational expenditure out of the total national budget. So this, in effect, affects the ability of community schools to mobilize resources, right? And in a recent Nepal Planning Commission report, it is stated that there is a shortage of 73,000 teachers in community schools. So how do community schools deal with this resource deficit? There are a number of ways. One way in which resource is mobilized is through INGOs and NGOs. As a matter of fact, a recent study by Schaffner, Bluey, and Sharma says that 62% of the community schools receive some form of financial support from INGOs and international agencies. And this was on a survey based on 203 schools out of 16 districts. And of course, that it is not just the case that the resources are in terms of money, they also get help in the form of textbooks, desks, benches, chalks, etc. However, there is a problem with this. There is a problem with the consistency in which NGOs, INGOs, and international agencies fund these schools. It can be that these INGOs get fund these schools for a couple of years, and once the project is over, they might cease to fund these projects. So there are problems of consistency, and hence I don't think it can't be a more systemic part of the overall education system if you get funding 1 year and don't get the next. And the other way in which these community schools mobilize resources is through raising fees. And this is a phenomenon which is a very recent phenomenon in Nepal, that community schools which are technically not allowed to charge regular fees are increasingly mobilizing resources by charging various types of fees, including donations and also exam fees and non-regular fees. So what are the consequences of these community schools charging fees? Of course, there are pros and cons to this. The pros include that now increasingly, because they have more resources, community schools are in a better position to compete with institutional schools in terms of educational outcomes, since they have slightly better resources. And increasing, and this is also a recent trend, that traditionally it is the case that community schools teaching only Nepali, but now they're also hiring teachers to teach in English. So community schools teach both in Nepali and English. And of course, there are cons to this. It's not always good that community schools are charging fees. And one of the major cons is that it simply isn't affordable to some of the people. So like some people can afford it and others don't. So you see there's some kind of a rift here that within community schools, that between people, children who can afford it and not afford it. And it is also the case that, and this was something which was revealed to us in our KII, that there seems to be some kind of a difference in the infrastructures and quality of teaching amongst the English medium who pay a certain amount, and the students who receive education in the Nepali medium who generally don't pay as much. So there seems to be some kind of like an inequality emerging within community schools, and this is a very worrying trend. Of course, there are issues of inequality amongst institutional schools as well. So, as I've said earlier, that there are different categories of schools based on fees, and that vary amongst districts. Okay, so these are the figures for Kathmandu. So, question which we try to answer is it affordable? Is it affordable? Are these fees affordable to a regular Nepali? So let us see the data. So let's look at these columns. Okay, so what we've done is using the Nepal Living Standard Survey and inflating it with the GDP per capita, we've taken different quintiles of the population and tried to assess how much those fees are as a share of the median income of these different quintiles. And so we've taken C and D, which are the most affordable ones. And despite being the most affordable institutional schools, you can see that most of these schools are still not affordable to a majority of the people. As a matter of fact, you can see, so education fees for the most affordable C and D category schools for the poorest households constitutes around 28 and 29% of their overall income. And considering the fact that a majority of the expenditure is on necessities, this is, I think it's fairly safe to say that it is mostly unaffordable. And mind you, these are just fees, regular fees, tuition fees. When you add transportation, uniforms, and library fees, exam fees, etc., these things will definitely go higher. So I think that's pretty revealing. Of course, there are schools which charge much more than what is regulated. As you can see, in Kathmandu, the 99 percentile schools charge around 16,000, and the 95th percentile charge around 8,500. And in Pokhara, similarly, it's the 95th percentile charge 4,200, and 99 percentile charge around 10,000, which is generally above the regulated amount. And as Dr. Priya Joshi had said earlier, that in Chitwan, it seems to be much more regulated than the other districts. So now we move on to higher education. So before moving on to higher education, let me just briefly explain the different types of campuses around Nepal. The first is the private affiliates, which are mostly funded by school fees, by student fees. The second is community campuses, which are generally more affordable, and on average, around 10% of the overall expenses are met by government fees, by government support. And constituent campuses are technically supposed to be funded by the government, although it increasingly that's also not happening because of higher costs and decline in government expenditure. It's important to note that if you look here, the share of campuses of private affiliates are very high. It's 52%, right? So why is the case? Why is the case that the share of the private campuses are very high? So let us look at some of them. So there are a number of reasons for this. Some of them include that one, that there has been a significant increase in the demand for higher education in Nepal. As you can see, the number of students enrolling in higher education have significantly increased since 1975 till 2018-19. And the other reason is that while the education, the budget on education, I would say, is more or less stagnant since the last 40 years, the share of expenditure on higher education out of the national budget has plummeted significantly. It was 35% of the education budget in 1975, and until recent time, it is around 11%, which I think is important to note. As a result of which, there has been a proliferation of private affiliate campuses in Nepal. And of course, this has consequences in terms of affordability and inequality. As you can, private colleges on average, the annual costs are around 1,50,000. Community colleges are a little bit more affordable. Constituent campuses, while the financing per campus is slightly higher, it is mostly funded by the government, like I said earlier. But it's worrying that a lot of the colleges are simply not affordable to most of the households because the fees are basically very high. And the other consequence of this proliferation of private campuses is that there seems to be now concentration of campuses in certain urban areas. So if you consider the last column to its population per campus, so the lower the figure, the more, I would say, accessible it is in that region. And you can see that the population per campus is very low in two of the provinces, that is Province 3 and the Gandaki province, that is 8,900 and around 15,919. It's relatively higher in the other provinces, Province 1 to 5, Karnali province, and the Sudur province. So there seems to be a concentration of campuses within. And so for instance, it's not since one of the decisions that one has to make is whether campuses would be like people will be able to demand in that region. In some of the remote regions, it might simply, like, people might not have the money to actually pay for campuses, because of which we don't see campus in that. So had it been the government making those decisions, I think it might be the case that there would be much more campuses in those regions. And there are also issues of the course content and the course content being related. Now the whole structure, there seems to be kind of a difference between or distance rather between the central universities and the affiliate campus, right? So for instance, KU has campuses in Pokhara and other parts of the country, and similarly Pokhara University in Kathmandu, there are campuses of the Pokhara University and other parts of the country. So there seems to be a distance between them. So how does it affect course content? So this is a quote from a KII. If TU prepares course content based on problems and sensibilities of Kathmandu, such a course will not have as much relatability to students and teachers who are in affiliate campuses in other remote parts of Nepal. So an example that we were given was chemo farming, for instance. Chemo farming is pretty prevalent in the Midwestern regions of Nepal, but it might not be relatable, or even it might not exist in other parts of Nepal. So it might make sense for campuses around that region to have that course and not in others, just because students might not be interested in that region. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that there's no regional presence of universities and the courses don't have regional significance. If there were universities with regional presence, courses could have been tailored towards the regional needs of the students in that region. It is also important to note that when there's a distance between the campuses and the university, there might be some lacking in terms of the way the courses are tailored to the market, and it won't happen as quickly. For instance, let me just give you a personal example. So when I was in my master's, so I'd done a course and the teacher was asked the feedback, and I said that, so I loved your course. Is it possible to have an advanced political economy course? So it was a political economy course. So, and he did offer that course. So once the students requested for an advanced political economy course, the teacher actually offered it next semester. That kind of quick dynamic changes might not be possible. There's a difference between private affiliates and the central university. Now we move on to early childhood education. So there are differences and similarities between early childhood education and higher education and school education. So let me just start with the similarities. So there are issues of geographical proximity, that the schools are simply very far apart. And especially like it's difficult for small kids, especially in the remote regions, to actually access a lot of ECD centers. There are also issues of these ECD centers being underfunded, particularly the government ECD centers, and this definitely affects the quality of services that they are able to give. And like school education, most of the government centers are ECD centers are funded by a mixture of households, NGOs, and INGOs. And there are also private ECD centers, but these private ECD centers are mostly expensive, and as a result, not very affordable to the lower income households. So, like I said, there are differences between ECD and the higher education and school education. The differences, one of the major differences, is that there seem to be kind of lack of understanding in terms of the holistic reach of ECD education. Most of the school parents and government officials tend to see early childhood education merely as an extension of school education and just look for educational input. Okay, but that's not the read out a quote from a KII. Such a focus is narrow and leaves out numerous aspects of children's development, including health and socio-emotional development. On the side of the government, as I've said, that the ECE should include a lot of different Ministry of Women, Children, and Social Welfare, Ministry of Federal Affairs and Local Development as well. However, there's no, okay, yeah. However, there is no apex body to coordinate ECD programs amongst these different ministries, and that has caused issues of priority. And I think the last point is a very significant flaw in the ECD institutional system, that that government institutions and private institutions. And government institutions take children from the ages of 48 to 60 months, whereas in private institutions they take from as young as 2 to 3 years old. So by the time that the kids have reached one year of age, there's a gap in the number of schoolings for the kids who attend private EC educations compared to the government education. So there seems to be, and that I'm sure is a source of inequality amongst community and institution schools. And that I think is a very significant issue. And there are also issues of legal provisions as well. One of the issues that we were told was that the focal people in the local government seem to have limited awareness of the ECD institutions or even its significance. So I think that's one of the issues that we were told. The other issue was that ECD institutions themselves are treated like any other nonprofit or a profit-making company. So there's no, on the one hand, regulation and also no benefits given to ECD institutions, which is an issue. Some concluding thoughts. So, as was shown in the first slide, that there's been a decline in the priority in the government, in the budget on expenditure. So I think that's something that needs to change. The second is that there are issues in inequality, as we've said earlier, that within community schools and institutional schools as well, that needs to be addressed. And some, like in the public policy realm, one of the narratives is that there seems to be some kind of a, that there's some kind of an antagonistic relationship between the public sector and the private sector. But I think the focus of the narrative should be on improving the quality of community schools. Like, yeah, because like if you have good quality public education, I don't think actually, I mean, you might not actually need institutional schools in that case. And also that the private schools, so the opinion, or at least it seems to the non-state actors and private schools seem to be clubbed as the same entity. That, in other words, in the non-state actors in education, there are a lot of types of schools which are not profit-making, they're non-profit schools as well, and it seems that they are being clubbed together. And I think that is a problem because profit-making schools are definitely different than non-profit-making schools, and in some ways also are similar to community schools. And the last point which I'll make is that in the beginning of the slide, I said that there's been a decline in the educational budget, and that contributes to certain deficits in resources. But however, as we know, Nepal is not a very rich country. The per capita income is around $900 to $1,000, and even if the expenditure on education increases, it might not be sufficient to actually have a very healthy, a very booming public sector education. So I think in that context, there might be needs of some form of hybrid model, but that's up for discussion, and yeah, that's something we can discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you, Rizal, for that incredibly rich list of findings and some really relevant things that you brought up that I'm sure we'll be discussing during the Q&A session. But for now, I think I would like to invite Dr. Hari Prasad Lamsal, Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Education in Nepal, to kindly share his comments. But before that, maybe a quick bio. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Hari Prasad Lamsal is currently working with serving the Planning and Monitoring Division at the Ministry of Education. He is Dr. Lomsal has received education from University of Leeds, where he did his master's, and he did his MPhil from Tribhuvan University. He received his PhD from Kathmandu University in education discipline. Dr. Lomsal has worked for more than 29 years in the education sector under different capacities. He has published 5 books in the area of education governance and management and education financing, along with numerous publications. As I mentioned, he's currently serving the Planning and Monitoring Division. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Hari Lomsal onto the stage.
Thank you, Divyaji. म त कार्यक्रमको अध्यक्षता गराइएन सबै नेपाली जस्तो लाग्छ म नेपालीमै कुरा गर्छु यस कार्यक्रमका अध्यक्षज्यू अहिले एकदम सिनियर डाक्टर अरुण अनि रमेश सरलाई देखिरहेको छु अनि शान्ता म्याम हाम्रो मीनाक्षी म्याम हुनुहुन्छ रूपा प्रियदर्शिनीजी I know her since long back and अरु सबै सिनियर रिसर्चर सबै साथीहरु सर्वप्रथम त मैले धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु हाम्रो रेसुजी पनि अस्ति मात्रै कुराकानी गरेका छौं आज यहाँ जोडिया छौं यो मलाई सानोमा बुबा आमाले भन्नुहुन्थ्यो यो गाउँमा चाहिँ सत्यनारायणको पूजा लगायो भने बोलाउनु पर्दैन गए हुन्छ भन्नुहुन्थ्यो यो म चाहिँ यो लेखपढ गर्ने ठाउँमा जान मन पराउने मान्छे जानी मान्छे र यहाँ चाहिँ 2 young lady I know दिव्याजी एन्ड श्रुतिजी उहाँहरुले मलाई यहाँ ल्याउन धेरै धामा भयो धेरै कठिनाइ भोग्नु भयो सायद I don't know whether you are familiar or not the reason behind was that यो हामीसँग कस्तो हुन्छ भने bilateral multilateral एजेन्सीहरुले if they work in Nepal with the government data they should have some sort of discussion with the government at least you are sharing something should be there to bilateral को agreement हो भने त नो नै भन्छौं हामीले I not UNESCO ले गरिरहेको रिसर्च IIGF त भयो UNESCO ले गरिरहेको रिसर्चमा गभर्नमेन्ट एउटा सुन्न आउनु पर्ने भनेपछि त्यो मेरो एक्सपेक्टेसन थिएन तैपनि बीचमा अब प्रियाजी भेट हुनु भयो फेरि सिन्स लङ ब्याकबाट नै उहाँ जोडिनु भएको पीएचडी गर्दा नि जोडिनु भएको अनि मैले भने मैले उहाँहरुलाई त मैले त इमानदार गर्नुपर्छ अलि बढी भयो कि जस्तो लाग्छ उहाँहरुलाई मैले एकपल्ट लोकेन्द्र बहादुर चन्द पूर्व प्रधानमन्त्रीको 12औं खेलाडी भन्ने किताब पढ्नुस् तपाईहरुले भनेको फुटबलमा त 11 जना खेलाडी हुन्छ उहाँ 12औं भनेर लेखेको सम्भवतः चाहिँ he was the extra player त एउटा एक्स्ट्रा प्लेयर राखेर त्यो गभर्नमेन्टलाई गर्ने त होइन होला भने तर मेरो क्वेशन चाहिँ युनेस्कोलाई थियो के युनेस्कोलाई हामी कहाँ सिंहदरबार भित्र भलै गभर्नेन्समा कमजोरी छ सिंहदरबार भित्र भनाइ के हुन्छ भने आफ्नो मैले लगाएको घडी बताइदिए गभर्नमेन्ट पब्लिश डेटा है I checked the references. Not at all, even single government source are not mentioned in the main document. I'm not talking about the regional summary method, China reference list. यसको 2022 को जुन 5-6 मा ब्याङ्ककमा चाहिँ एसिया पेसिफिक रिजनल रिपोर्ट चाहिँ लन्च भएको थियो मानोस हाम्रो भाषामा त बुबाजीको हाकिम हुन्छु म उहाँहरुलाई के भन्नुहुन्छ मानोस भन्ने ग्लोबल मोनिटरिङ रिपोर्ट कोअर्डिनेटर हो I know him very well because of her and I was one of the panelists in that forum when the regional report was sharing there well त्यहाँ पनि भनेको थिए उहाँले चाहिँ भले अगाडि गइसक्यो at some point when I met him in the Paris where Rubaji was also there त्यहाँ मैले भनेको थिएँ यो प्राइभेट सेक्टरको मैले त खासमा हाउसहोल्ड फाइनान्सिङको कुरा थियो हैन अब फेरि मैले त एउटा सुझाव दिने हो अरु हिसाबले आयो होला त्यो भएको हुनाले सरी इट वाज अ क्वाइट डिफिकल्ट मोमेन्ट फर देम मैले चाहिँ भन्ने चाहिँ गर्छु किनभने प्रश्न भन्न पर्छ भनेर उहाँहरुलाई चाहिँ अब असिलो भयो होला मेरो इन्टेन्सन त्यो थिएन तर लास्ट आवरमा फेरि यसले सरकारलाई सहयोग गर्ने हो हाम्रै पोलिसीलाई सहयोग गर्ने हो भन्ने पनि थियो के। जब गभर्मेन्ट पोलिसीमा डाइरेक्टली गरियो भने TUR सेयर गर्ने, एटलिस्ट प्रोसेस सेयरिङ गर्ने र त्यसलाई अनबोर्ड गर्ने के। अब रिसर्चरले ल्याउने कुरो त अब त्यो गभर्मेन्टले भनेर हुने होइन, रिसर्चरले ल्याउने कुरा हो। तर त्यसको पछि गएर सबभन्दा मेजर कन्ज्युमर चाहिँ गभर्मेन्ट हो भने त एटलिस्ट TUR देखि इन्क्लुड गरिदियो, सेयरिङ गरिदियो भने त मान्छेलाई अवेर त हुन्छ। आखिरमा त्यो पोलिसी त्यहाँ चेन्ज नभइकन यो नन स्टेट एक्टर बढेको रहेछ अथवा यस्तो रहेछ भन्ने त यो सुधार्ने भनेको त फेरि गभर्मेन्टमै बसेको मान्छेले हो, त्यो थाहा हुन्थ्यो। अनि मैले जोशीजीलाई त भनेको थिएँ, यदि त्यो सल्लाह गरेको भएदेखि यही छलफल, यही लन्चिङ चाहिँ म शिक्षा मन्त्रालयमै आयोजना गर्थेँ, जर्नलिस्ट बोलाउँथेँ, अरू पनि बोलाउन सकिन्थ्यो होइन। त्यसले के गर्छ भने अलिकति अहिले त हाम्रो लोकल गभर्मेन्टको कुरा, प्रोभिन्सियल, नेसनल गभर्मेन्ट सबैले एजुकेसन पोलिसीको त सबैले काम गर्छ, डिसिजन त सबैले गर्छ होइन। अहिले अब काठमाडौँमा हेरे यो युरोकिड्स मोडलको यति एक्सपेन्सन भइरहेछ कि त्यो सिम्पली लोकल गभर्मेन्टसँग अथोरिटी छ त्यो अब चाहिँ होइन, सेन्ट्रल गभर्मेन्टले भनेर मात्रै पनि पुग्दैन। अनि हाम्रो प्रियदर्शनीजीले चाहिँ होइन अब गरौँ न भन्नुभएको थियो होइन, अब चाहिँ अलिक ढिलो भयो कि तर पनि गर्न सकिन्छ, गर्न नसक्ने होइन। एनिवे त्यो मेरो कुरा गरेँ मैले, यहाँहरूलाई चित्त नबुझ्न नि सक्छ। त्यो किन पनि जरुरी छ भने हामी हाम्रो संस्थाहरू क्वालिटीको बनोस् भन्ने चाहन्छौँ। मैले त देवेन्द्र राज पाण्डेको 1 जान 2 जुनी भन्ने किताब पढेपछि IIDSको बारेमा थाहा पाएको त्यसपछि है। अनि उहाँले लेखेको मलाई याद छ 1994-95 मा ह्युमन डेभलपमेन्ट रिपोर्ट साउथ एसिया नेपालको त्यो लेख्नु भएको रहेछ होइन। त्यही किताब पढ्दा के थाहा पाइन्छ, IIDSको साउथ एसिया रिजनमा हस्तक्षेपकारी भूमिका रहेछ क्या यो रिसर्चहरू, पब्लिक डिबेटहरू गराउने कुरामा। हामीलाई गर्व लाग्छ कि किनभने इन्टरनेसनल फोरमहरूमा जाँदा नेपालको संस्थाले त्यो अर्कोले लिने रिसर्च अर्को काम त नेपालको संस्थाले लियो हुन्छ नि। जस्तै हेर्नु न यो राम्रो छ रिपोर्ट है, यसमा मेरो खासै व्यक्तिगत रूपमा कमेन्ट छैन, तर केही फ्याक्चुअल कुराहरू हुन्छ जहाँ चाहिँ त्यो TURमा बिचमा सेयर गरेको भए करेक्सन हुन्छ। यो रिसर्च चाहिँ 2019बाट सुरु भयो होइन। हामीले 2018 मा फ्री एन्ड कम्पल्सरी एजुकेसन एक्ट भन्ने संसद, नेपालको संसदले पारित गरिसकेको छ। त्यसमा 2028 सालको ऐनलाई परिभाषा बदलेर पब्लिक र प्राइभेट स्कुल भन्ने कोनोटेसन प्रयोग गरेको छ, त्यहाँ नाम नै त्यो प्रयोग गरेको छ होइन। अब हामीले के भनिरहेको छौँ अहिले 2019 पछिको रिपोर्टमा चाहिँ के भयो स्कुल भनेर यसले त यो संस्थाको क्रेडिबिलिटीमा प्रश्न उठ्छ नि। भलै त्यो पनि छ, शिक्षा ऐनमा थियो, तर त्योभन्दा पछिल्लो ऐनले चाहिँ त त्यसलाई परिवर्तन गरिसक्यो होइन। त्यस्तो कुराहरू पनि कहिले कहिले सहयोग पुग्छ जुन चाहिँ वाइडली सर्कुलेट नहुने भएको हुनाले त्यस्तोमा गभर्मेन्टको पोलिसीमा मिल्ने ठाउँहरूमा चाहिँ त्यो गरौँ भन्ने मात्रै हो। मेरो अरू चाहिँ खासै त्यसमा थिएन। त्यस्तो लाग्यो भने मैले सरी भन्छु। र यो रिपोर्टको सबैभन्दा ठुलो कन्ज्युमर कोही हो भन्यो भने अहिले त पोलिटिसियन हो कि। पोलिटिसियन इन द सेन्स चाहिँ लोकल गभर्मेन्टमा हेर्ने हो भने स्कुल एजुकेसनको सोल रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी अथोरिटी चाहिँ लोकल गभर्मेन्ट छ। हाम्रो रेफ्युजी यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ जस्तो काठमाडौँ महानगरपालिकाले निर्णय गर्न सक्छ। यसलाई त अथवा कम्तीमा त्यो डिसिमेट गर्ने गरौँ, अझ भलै आएपछि हामी पनि गरौँला। यहाँ सानो असन्तुष्टि राखे पनि आखिरमा शिक्षामा सुधार गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने नै हो होइन। त्यसो भएर मैले त्यति बेला गरेँ। यसले चाहिँ इभिडेन्स बेस्ड डिस्कसनलाई सहयोग गर्छ, एकदम म एग्री गर्छु त्यसमा। ग्लोबल लेभलको रिपोर्ट भयो, एसिया पेसिफिकले पनि नेपाल कहाँ रहेछ भन्ने एउटा स्टार्टअप दिन्छ, साउथ एसियाको भयो नेसनल रिपोर्ट, त्यो चिजहरूले दिन्छ। तर यसमा एउटा नेपालको कन्टेक्स्टमा रिपोर्टकै कुरा गर्दाखेरि कन्टेन्टमा जाँदा प्राइभेट मतलब नन स्टेट एक्टर शब्द त राम्रै मिठै हो त्यो शब्द होइन। अब हाम्रो प्राइभेट स्कुलले आफूलाई नन स्टेट एक्टरमा राख्ने कि नराख्ने, अब अहिले रमेश सर हुनुहुन्छ, हाम्रो शान्ता म्याम यहाँ बोल्नेमै हुनुहुन्छ। नेपालको कन्टेक्स्टमा ग्लोबल डिफिनेसन होला, मैले मानसलाई पनि भनेको थिएँ ब्याङ्ककमा ग्लोबल डिफिनेसन होला, तर हाम्रो स्टेटमा हाम्रो सन्दर्भमा नन स्टेट एक्टर भनेर पर्सिभ गर्ने व्याख्या गर्ने अलिक फरक छ है। त्यसो भएर त्यो कहिले कहिले त्यसलाई रिसर्चलाई त्यो टर्मिनोलोजीलाई कन्टेक्स्चुअलाइज पनि गर्नुपर्छ। प्राइभेट सपोर्टेड स्कुलहरू पनि छन् होइन। अब त्यो पनि केमा गइरहेछ यहाँ भने नन स्टेट एक्टरमा गइरहेछ। अब एकछिनलाई त मानौला होइन, तर मानिदिनु र रियालिटी चाहिँ फरक कुरा हुन्थ्यो। त्यसले के देखाउँछ भने अलिकति त्यो कोही कोही कुरा त सरकार पख्दा असहयोग हुन्न कि, धेरै कुरा असहयोग होला, कोही कोही कुरा सहयोगै हुन्छ कि। क्युआरमा छलफल गर्ने, एक्स्ट्रा कन्सेप्चुअल क्ल्यारिटीहरूमा छलफल गर्ने गऱ्यो भने सहयोगै गर्छ है। त्यसो भएर यो प्राइभेट प्रोभाइडर्सहरू हामी कहाँ धेरै छ होइन। अब नन स्टेट हो कि होइन, अब ठिक छ रिपोर्टमा आयो, तर हाम्रो सन्दर्भमा अलिक फरक, हामीले नन स्टेटलाई अलिक फरक गरिन्छ। हाम्रोमा त कति समावेशी छौँ भने हामीले एनजिओलाई पनि सिभिल सोसाइटी अर्गनाइजेसन भनेर दे देमसेल्भ्स आर क्लेमिङ एन्ड वी आर अल्सो एक्सेप्टिङ द्याट वान होइन। भलै सिभिल सोसाइटी अर्गनाइजेसनको डिफिनेसन र त्यसको एसेन्स फरक हो, तर हामीले चाहिँ वाइडली एक्सेप्ट गरेको अवस्था पनि त्यो छ। र नेपालमा प्राइभेट प्रोभाइडर्सको बारेमा त बहस हुन्छ, प्राइभेटाइजेसन इन एजुकेसन भन्ने बारेमा बहस हुँदैन, थाहा छैन है। प्राइभेटाइजेसन इन एजुकेसन यो रिपोर्ट चाहिँ यदि पहिला सोधेको भएर ठाउँ भएको भए मैले के भन्थेँ भने सुरुमा प्राइभेटाइजेसन इन एजुकेसनको बारेमा छलफल गरौँ है। प्राइभेटाइजेसन भनेको इट कुड बी इन एनी फर्म होइन। अब यो प्राइभेट प्रोभाइडरसिप मात्र दिन्छ भन्ने संसारको एक्जाम्पल हेर्ने हो भने सरकारले पैसा दिएर प्राइभेट प्रोभाइडर्सले रन गरे पनि भेटिन्छ, प्राइभेटली म्यानेज पनि भेटिन्छ, ब्लेन्डेड मोडको पनि भेटिन्छ। मैले यदि अनुकूल छ भने, अब त सम्भव छैन होला, तर आई ओपनिङ गर्छ त्यसले। यो मार्टिन चौतारीले चाहिँ हाम्रो उमा प्रधानजी र एकजना समथिङ विदेशी म्याम हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँले एउटा चाहिँ यो सार्वजनिक स्कुलको चिरफार गर्नुभएको छ, यो शुल्क सम्बन्धी लिएर उहाँले राम्रो बहस निकाल्नु भएको छ उहाँहरूले। यो प्राइभेट एक्टर होइन कि प्राइभेटाइजेसन कसरी हुँदो रहेछ, प्राइभेटाइजेसन देखिएर हुन्छ भन्ने होइन, नदेखिएर पनि भइरहेको हुन्छ। जस्तो प्राइभेटाइजेसनको एलिमेन्ट के हो कि पब्लिक स्कुलले चाहिँ स्क्रिनिङ गर्न पाउँछ बच्चा, जस्तो फिनल्यान्डको मोडल हो भने त्यो एउटा एरिया हुन्छ, त्यो एरियाको त्यसैमा जाने बनाउँछ। अमेरिका स्विडेनको मोडलको कुरा गर्ने हो भने दे प्रोभाइड भाउचर एन्ड दे क्यान गो एनीवेयर दे लाइक। पब्लिक स्कुलमा पनि त्यो छ होइन, त्यो ओपन गर्थ्यो। हाम्रो कन्टेक्स्टमा नेसनल रिपोर्टमा ल्याउनु भएको भए हुन्थ्यो। यो नेसनल रिपोर्टमा पनि अब किन रिजनलमा त धेरै पर्न सक्ने कुरा थिएन, त्यो नेसनल रिपोर्ट अलिक फरक गर्न सकिन्थ्यो हामीले चाहिँ। अब मेरो दोस्रो कुरा चाहिँ सोर्सको कुरा छ कि थाहा छ नि, यो युनेस्कोले जब रिजनल रिपोर्टमा आइसकेपछि त नेसनल सोर्सहरू प्रयोग गरिदिएको भए हुन्थ्यो कि। अब युआइएसमा चाहिँ अब ग्लोबल रिपोर्टमा युआइएस कन्सिस्टेन्सीको, जब नेपालमा नेसनल रिपोर्ट बनाइसकिया छ भने, यो मैले किन भनिरहेको छु भने 2019 को डेटा राखेर यो 2021 रिपोर्ट लन्च हुन्छ कि, किन युआइएसले डेटा कलेक्सन गर्दा पनि 1-1.5 वर्ष लाग्छ। हामीसँग त्यो बिचमा अरू पब्लिकेसन आइसकेका हुन्छ कि। जब नेसनल रिपोर्ट हो भने त त्यो पब्लिकेसनहरू रिफर गरिदिँदाखेरि त त्यो हामीलाई पनि अलिकति ओनरसिप बढ्छ। अब हामी के गर्नु पर्यो भने अब हामीले नै हो युआइएसलाई पठाउने डेटा जुन 2 वर्ष पुरानो हुन्छ। यहाँ 2 वर्ष पछाडिको रिपोर्ट हुन्छ। यो त कोभिडले भयो होला, अरू केसमा पनि त्यस्तो भेटिन्छ। अनि 2 वर्ष अगाडिको रिपोर्ट उसले डेटा, हाम्रो डेटा उसले पब्लिस गरेपछि अनि त्यसलाई चाहिँ रिफर गर्नु परिरहेको हुन्छ। फेरि यस्तो रिसर्च इन्स्टिच्युटहरूले पब्लिस गरिसकेपछि, युनेस्कोले पब्लिस गरिसकेपछि हामीलाई के हुन्छ भन्दा डाटा निकायहरू, अरू संस्थाहरू त्यसलाई रिफर गर्छ पऱ्यो होइन। अब त्यो किन ग्लोबल्ली कम्पेरेबल डेटा हुने भएको हुनाले, मेथोडोलोजी भएको हुनाले त्यो एउटा सम्भावना थियो। तर हामीले नेसनल रिपोर्टमा गर्न सक्थ्यौँ। यसलाई चाहिँ म बुझ्छु, किनभने यो चाहिँ कोभिडले ढिलो चाहिँ भयो। अब ग्लोबलमा त मेरो भन्नु केही छैन। हाम्रो प्रियदर्शनी आफै चाहिँ स्कलर हो, उहाँको टिम चाहिँ एकदम कम्पिटेन्ट छ, राम्रो सुझाव छ, त्यही हो कतिपय रिपोर्ट सुनिरहँदा आफ्नै हातको घडी हेरेर अर्को समय बताइदिए जस्तो लागिरहेको छ कि फेरि अब त्यो यही छ होइन प्राइभेट एक्टर बढिरहेछ सेयर बढिरहेछ अब त्यो त्यहाँ आउँदाखेरि भन्नुपर्ने जस्तो पनि हुन्छ अब सायद त्यो रिपोर्टको ग्लोबल रिपोर्टको त्यो गर्न सक्ने सम्भावना त्यहाँभन्दा बढी हुन पनि होला अब नेसनल रिपोर्टमा चाहिँ आई डु हेभ अ लट अफ कन्सर्न होइन नेसनल रिपोर्टमा अब हामीले यदि एकाडेमिक रिसर्च स्याम्पलिङ गरेर हो भने त त्यसमा सरकार पर्न परेन तर पर्पसिभ स्याम्पल हो भने वाइ डोन्ट यु किप द गभर्मेन्ट रेस्पोन्सेस अन द्याट थिङ्स अब उत्तमजी हुनुहुन्न यहाँ यसो हेर्दाखेरि कतिपय चाहिँ पर्पसिभ स्याम्पल देखिन्छ होइन त्यसमा चाहिँ के हो त जस्तो त्यहाँ तपाईँले के भन्नुभयो एकजना रेस्पोन्डेन्टको दिनुभयो भन्नुभयो उहाँलाई थाहा हुँदैन नि शिक्षा मन्त्रालयले नयाँ प्रोग्राम नै बनाउँदैन त्यसो भएर बजेट बढेन भनेर भन्नुभयो भनेर आयो एउटा त्यो त रियालिटी त्यसले रिप्रेजेन्ट नगर्न सक्छ नि शिक्षा मन्त्रालयले पाउने सिलिङ भन्दा तेब्बर बढी बजेट बनाइरहेको हुन्छ कि त्यो त शिक्षाभित्रको कोही एउटा पर्पसिभ स्याम्पल परेको भए प्रोग्राम त हुन्थ्यो तर नेसनल प्रायोरिटीमा परेन भनेर क्लियर पिक्चर बाहिर आउँथ्यो नि अब यसले के देखियो भने अब त्यो यो पढ्नेले त के भन्छ भने शिक्षा मन्त्रालयले माग्नै सक्दो रहेछ भन्ने भयो तर यो एकाडेमिक रिसर्च भएर एकदम जस्टिफिकेसन स्याम्पलिङ भएको भए मेरो भन्नु केही थिएन पर्पसिभ स्याम्पलमा गइन्छ र यस्तो रिपोर्ट हुन्थ्यो भन्ने हो भने गभर्मेन्टको पनि भोइस राखिदिएको भएदेखि तर मलाई त लाग्छ कुनै मै आफै जस्तो लाग्छ यो रिसर्च यही आइआइडिएसबाट को साथीहरूले चाहिँ गरेर कोभिडको बेलामा 2-2.5 घन्टा समय दिए जस्तो लाग्छ त्यो K1 K2 K3 भित्र सायद म परिनै होला होइन त्यसो भएर कतिपय फ्याक्चुअल कुराहरू पनि थिए होइन इसिडीमा कोअर्डिनेसन गर्ने मेकानिजम भएन भन्नुभयो त्यसले के देखाउँछ भने हामीसँग राष्ट्रिय योजना आयोगको सदस्यले हाम्रो डाक्टर मीनाक्षी यही हुनुहुन्छ सम्भवतः सी इज वान अफ द पायोनियर इन नेपाल अबाउट इसिडी इन अदर एरिया अल्सो बट इसिडीमा चाहिँ उहाँ आफैले एडभोकेट गरिराख्नु भएको छ योजना आयोगमा हाम्रो एउटा कोअर्डिनेटिङ बडी छ हु कोअर्डिनेट्स इन एडिसन टु द मिनिस्ट्री अफ एजुकेसन है एनपिसीको कोअर्डिनेसनसिपमा सबै मन्त्रालय ल्याएर छ त्यसले काम गरेन भनेको भए मिल्यो त्यो इफेक्टिभ भएन भनेको भए मिल्यो मुलुकमा कोअर्डिनेटिङ बडी नै भएन इसिडीको भन्दा त यसले क्याप्चर गरेन के त्यसो भएर मैले अब हाम्रो श्रेष्ठजीले त प्रेजेन्ट गर्नुभयो यसको लिड त सम्भवतः उत्तमजीले गर्नुभएको थियो होला भलै यो अहिलेलाई त होइन अर्को पल्टलाई काम लाग्न सक्छ होला यति भन्दै गर्दा पनि यो रिपोर्ट चाहिँ आई ओपनिङ छ इन द सेन्स के हो भन्यो भने नि यदि एजुकेसनमा लेट्स फर्गेट अबाउट द प्राइभेट एन्ड पब्लिक जब हाउस होल्डको लगानी बढ्न थाल्छ नि त्यहाँबाट इक्विटीको यात्रा सुरु हुन्छ कि इनइक्विटीको यात्रा सुरु हुन्छ कि एजुकेसनमा चाहिँ के हुन्छ भने हाउस होल्डलाई तिर्न लगाउने बित्तिकै त्यो चाहिँ हुनेले तिर्न सक्छ नहुनेले तिर्न सक्दैन यसको हार्वर्डले एउटा स्टडी गरेको छ सम्भवतः यो सन्दर्भ मिलेन होला हाम्रो प्रियदर्शनजीले भन्नुहुन्थ्यो होला त्यो स्टुडेन्ट लोनमा ट्याक्सको मात्रा घटाउँदा र बढाउँदा कस्तो असर गर्दो रहेछ भने प्यारेन्ट्सले कम्प्रोमाइज गर्दो रहेछ के किनभने अब लोन त तिर्न पर्यो पछि छिटो तिर्न पर्दाखेरि त असर कहाँ पर्दो रहेछ बच्चाको न्युट्रिसनमा पर्दो रहेछ होइन बच्चाको एजुकेसनमा पर्दो रहेछ कुन एजुकेसन स्कुल रोज्ने अलिकति वेल अफ रोज्ने कि अमेरिकाको कुरा गर्ने हो भने कमजोर रोज्ने अझ इन्ट्रेस्टिङ त के छ भने त्यो न्युज पेपर टेलिभिजनको प्रोग्रामको पनि असर पर्दो रहेछ जब प्यारेन्ट्सलाई छिटो लोन रिपे गर्न पर्ने भएर त्यो सेभिङ बढाउनु पर्ने भयो भने उनीहरूले के खोज्दो रहेछ भने न्युज पेपर चाहिँ त्यो रेलवे स्टेसनमा पाइने त्यो विज्ञापनवाला चाहिँ बेसिकल्ली सी क्याटेगोरीको भन्ने गरिन्छ जुन चाहिँ छ नि विज्ञापन मात्रै हुने चाहिँ त्यो अलिकति फिल्म मुभीका मान्छेहरूको फोटो भएको चाहिँ त्यो लैजाँदो रहेछ किन दे वान्ट टु सेभ द मनी अनि त्यसको असर के हुँदो रहेछ बच्चामा दिनदिनै त्यही फ्री पाइयो त्यो बच्चा लग्यो एकछिन आफूलाई एकछिन हेरौँ भनेर लग्यो त बच्चाले नि हेर्छ त्यो टेलिभिजनमा प्रोग्राम अब किन्न सकेन सस्तो लोकल मात्र हेर्न गर्यो भने त्यसको पर्दो रहेछ त्यसो भएर नेपालमा यसले गरेको आई ओपनिङ के हो भन्यो भने हाउस होल्ड फाइनेन्सिङ मतलब प्राइभेट एक्टर्स बढ्ने भनेको प्राइभेट एक्टर्स अफकोर्स अब फी पेइङमा हो अब फी पेइङ भनेपछि त्यहाँ पनि कम्पिटिसन हुन्छ किनभने अलिकति ब्रान्डिङ गर्न चाहिँ नयाँ नयाँ फिचरहरू कम्पोनेन्टहरू एड गर्नुपर्छ। त्यसले के माग्छ? पैसा माग्छ, शुल्क माग्छ। अनि त्यसको त्यो भिसियस सर्कलमा पर्दाखेरि यसले अन्ततगत्वा इनिक्विटी नै बढाउँछ सोसाइटीमा। एजुकेसन यति बेला के बनिदिन्छ त भन्दा त्यो डिभाइडर बन्न पुग्छ। सरकारले पैसा दिनुपर्ने कारण यतिसम्म दिने अनि योभन्दा तिमीहरू पाउँदैनौ भन्न थालेपछि उसले त्योभन्दा बढी एडिसनल फिचरहरू पनि थप्न सक्दैन। अब मलाई थाहा लाग्छ शान्ता म्याम यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ, रमेश सर हुनुहुन्छ, अब तपाईँहरूले स्विमिङ पुल जोड्नु भएन भने तपाईँहरूलाई पनि थ्रेट आउन सक्छ। अब जोडिसक्नु भयो होला, अब त्यो त चलाउनु पर्यो त्यो, होइन? त्यो भोलि अर्को कम्पोनेन्ट मागिदिन्छ। त्यसो के हुन्छ भने त्यो हाउस होल्ड फाइनेन्सिङमा बढ्दै जान्छ हेर्नु। अन्त हाउस होल्ड फाइनेन्सिङमा हुने बित्तिकै त्यहाँ त्यो इक्विटी र इक्विटीको हुन्छ। लङ टर्मको कुरा हो। यो त यति संवेदनशील हुनुपर्ने कुरा हो भने मलाई लाग्छ नेपालमा कानुन बमोजिम कहिले कहिले बहस उठ्छ, प्राइभेट एक्टर्सहरू कानुन बमोजिम स्थापित भयो। रेगुलेट गर्ने हो भने सरकारले कानुनले मात्रै होइन, मेरो पर्सनल विचारमा त के हो भने सरकारले चाहिँ अब प्राइभेट स्कुललाई सब्सिडी दिएर फी रेगुलेट गर्नुपर्छ। किनभने सरकारले त्यहाँ सब्सिडी दिने बित्तिकै कहाँ जान्छ भने त्यो चाहिँ त्यो फीमा पर्छ, फी घट्न सक्छ। अनि त्यो फी कसले भर्ना गर्ने त, को बच्चा आउने त भन्नेमा बहस गर्न सकिन्छ है। त्यसो भएर यसले चाहिँ अब युनेस्कोले धेरै भन्दैन, इम्प्लिकेसनमा धेरै कुरा गर्दैन। उहाँले अघि भनिहाल्नु हो भने जेनरल किन मेम्बर स्टेटहरूले क्वेसन गर्ने भएको हुनाले जेनरल रिकमेन्डेसनमा छोड्ने छ। तर यसको मैले देखेको त यो साउथ एसियामा हेर्नु न कसरी नेसनल न्यारेटिभ बन्दै रहेछ। विकसित मुलुकको मान्छेले के भनिरहेछ, मोर देन 80%ले पब्लिक प्रोभिजन चाहिन्छ है एजुकेसनमा भनेको छ। इन्डियाको 47, फिलिपिन्सको, लाओसको मैले मेन रिपोर्ट हेर्दाखेरि अझ बढी छ। नेपालको कुरा गर्यो भने अझ बढी हुन सक्छ। न्यारेटिभ नै के बन्न थालिसक्यो भने पब्लिक प्रोभिजन होइन, प्राइभेट भए पनि हुन्छ भन्। त्यो कसरी भन्दा यस्तैले बनाउनु त रहेछ नि न्यारेटिभ्स। त्यसो भएर यो चाहिँ अत्यन्तै ह्युज इम्प्लिकेसन छ। मैले आइआइटिएसलाई अन्तिममा एउटा रिक्वेस्ट के गर्छु भने आई थिङ्क वी क्यान फर्दर वर्क इन अर्डर टु कन्ज्युम द फाइन्डिङ्स अफ दिस रिपोर्ट। भनेपछि अब लोकल गभर्मेन्टमा थाहा छैन यो यति एकल गरेपछि सकिने हो कि के हो, नभए जोइन्टली हामीले चाहिँ डिसेमिनेट गरेर यो अलार्म लगाउने काम गर्छ कि यसले ठुलो काम त गर्न सक्दैन। रिसर्च रिपोर्ट हो आफैमा, होइन? यसले चाहिँ अलार्म लगाइदिन सक्छ। बिहान अलार्म लगाएको त मान्छे मन नपरे नि उठ्छ नि, होइन? यसले त्यो काम गर्न सक्छ। पब्लिक पोलिसीमा अलिकति चाहिँ त्यो सेन्सिटाइज गर्न सक्छ भन्ने लाग्छ। यति भन्दै गर्दा थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच फर इन्भाइटिङ मी एन्ड मिनिस्ट्री इन दिस फोरम। म यही विषय अलिअलि अध्ययन गर्ने भएको हुनाले नि यसको संवेदनशीलता म आउँथेँ नै। उहाँहरूलाई मैले त्यति हाम्रो गाउँघरतिर दाल नै भन्छ नि, त्यो दाल नै गरे पनि म आउँथेँ नै। तर उहाँहरू कतिसम्म गर्नुहुँदो रहेछ भन्ने थियो। किन यो मोनिटरिङ रिपोर्ट त तिमीहरूले मेम्बर स्टेटलाई काम गरिदिन्छौ भन्छ उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ, होइन? पक्का स्कलरवालाले यो चाहिँ मेम्बर स्टेटलाई खुसी बनाउन बोलिदिन्छौ तिमीहरू भन्ने गर्छ। साँच्चै भन्यो भने यो गभर्मेन्टकै लागि यो रिपोर्ट है। हाम्रो चाहिँ आइआइटिएस, मैले त आइआइटिएस अझ बलियो बनोस् भनेर मैले फ्रेङ्कली भने हो यो। किनभने आई वुड लाइक टु वर्क टुगेदर विथ यु इन द डेज टु कम अल्सो। हामीसँग निकै पब्लिक डिबेटहरू गर्न सकिन्छ। जुन कुरो मैले भन्न नसक्ने कुरा, मैले भन्न नमिल्ने कुरा, म जस्ताले भन्न नमिल्ने कुरा रिसर्चर आउँछ, हजुरहरूले भन्दिनुहुन्छ, मिडियाले त्यसलाई उठाउँछ, अनि न्यारेटिभ्स बन्दै जान्छ नि। त्यसो भएर यो अपर्च्युनिटी लागि, यो मौकाको लागि र मैले भनेकोमा त्यस्तो तलमाथि परेको भए मैले सरी भन्छु अन्त्यमा। र मैले अर्को सरी भन्नुपर्ने, मैले शान्ता म्याम, रमेश सर, मैले हजुरहरू यो हिँड्यो नभनिदिनु होला, किनभने मैले उहाँहरूसँग भन्दा त 45 मिनट बस्छु भनेर आएको थिएँ म। तर मैले अर्को आज हामीसँग यो सेक्टर नन एक्टर हाम्रो फरक छ। जस्तो हामीले आज एनजिओले जहाँ जिल्ला काम गर्नुभएको छ उहाँहरूलाई बोलाएर लर्निङ लस रिकभरीमा के गर्नु भएको छ भनेको छौँ हामीले। त्यसमा चाहिँ हाम्रो स्कुलहरू हाल्दैन, प्राइभेट स्कुलहरू। त्यसबाट त्यो डिफिनेसन नै इन्टायरली फरक छ। भलै अब त्यो ग्लोबल डिफिनेसनले ल्यायो होला, हाम्रो डिफिनेसन चाहिँ प्राइभेट स्कुल भने पनि फी लिने बेला, झगडा गर्ने बेला प्राइभेट, नभए हाम्रो सरकारी नै हुन्छ, होइन? फी घटाउनु पर्यो भने अलिअलि झगडा हुन्छ, नभए अरूमा हामीले खासै चाहिँ गरेर हुँदैन। त्यति भन्दै मलाई भन्छु, मैले हजुरहरू दुईवटा सुन्दिनँ, सुन्नु नभ्याउने भए सुन्दिनँ, होइन? नभ्याउने भए। डाक्टर अरुण, प्लिज allow me to leave the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lamsa. Thank you for such invaluable feedback. and also for being so open and transparent with us today. We most sincerely like to apologize for any inconvenience caused during this process. We've taken note of your suggestions and we'll make sure to work in the future for greater impact. We look forward to looking closely with you to disseminate this report, but also generally in terms of strengthening education sector in Nepal. Thank you so much, Dr. Lamsal, again. Now we'd like to open the floor for Q&A. I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts, comments, questions. So for this, I'd like to invite Dr. Arun Joshi on stage to moderate the Q&A session, please.
Thank you so much. Lamsaljiलाई चाहिँ एउटा just simple यो data सम्बन्धी मात्र very concrete मात्र हजुरले भनेको well taken. We can always improve. We will always need to work with the government, and we will. And even in this one, we would like to share the actual report because this comes in bits and pieces. National report पनि ठुलो छ हजुरको तर त्यो सबै हामीले उ गरेर छैन अब त्यो गरेर अनि we will share your bits and pieces मात्र यहाँ भयो. So but we've tried to use data that is available, that is the most credible data र use गर्न मिल्ने data हामीले use गरेका छ हजुरको. So त्यो pick and choose गरेर हाम्रो पोजिसनलाई चाहिँ नि strength यसरी भन्नुपर्छ है भन्ने एउटा कुनै ideological position लिएर हामीले गरेको छैन यो. This is त्यो चाहिँ नि I want to be very clear about that. We don't do that at IIDS. We don't do that as researchers. We want to be very specific about that. And we have used government data. यहाँ धेरै छ हजुरको नासाको डेटाहरू यिनीहरू सबै गभर्नमेन्टकै डेटा हो त्यो कसै अरूले दिएको डेटा होइन हजुरको है. अनि सर्वेजहरू कुनै अरू रिसर्चर्सहरूले गरेको सर्वेजहरू युज गरेको छ and they have been done very credibly. अनि त्यसको आधारमा अब हाम्रो Uttamji was part of our team. He's one of the most rigorous researchers in the education sector in the country, if not in the region. So we are using very rigorous methodology to do this. अब KIIs को सम्बन्धी चाहिँ कुरा छ अब त्यो चाहिँ नि के पनि अब मान्छेलाई सोध्नु पर्यो यसो बुझौँ केही कुरा गरौँ भनेर भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ नि कहिलेकाहीँ यहाँ general trends के छ त भनेर भन्दा त्यसलाई illustrate गर्ने कुरा एउटा भन्ने हो. The general issue is that I think our education sector in this country is not doing that well. I think we need to accept that. There are many aspects to this. त्यो पछि कुरा गरौँला हजुरको तर I think हजुरलाई नै थाहा छ हामीलाई पनि थाहा छ we need to work on this. कति aspects बाट different players-हरु सबैजना मिलेर गर्दाखेरि I think we might go somewhere. And this report is a nudge in that direction. So thank you so much. A question and answer saying about I think we just open the floor. We have how long do we have? We have like 40 minutes. We have 40 minutes for just open discussion of as a Bianco presentations like Liera. We'd love to hear from you all and any kind of feedback. I mean, we are taking notes. So that we actually use this as an opportunity to actually take that information and actually build it up to notes. I mean, so the report will be further enhanced. So त्यसको आधारमा हामी let's get started.
Namaste. I'm sorry I was really late and I wasn't, but I've looked at the report and I had a question. I think it might be a factual error because I checked with principals on many parts of the country and they didn't agree to this. Nepal employs a mixed approach in which government textbooks for grade 6 and above are printed and distributed by the government's Janak Education Material Center, while grade 1 to 5 textbooks are printed and distributed by the private sector. I think all of the government textbooks are printed by the government Janak education sector. And if it's not true, then Harisa will let us know that. Thank you. Okay, I stand for that. because this has huge implications. I have always been talking about this. मैले के भन्थे भने private sector लाई छाप्न दिए पनि हुन्छ तर जनक शिक्षा doesn't want to let go, so this will never happen भन्ने जस्तो मलाई लागेको थियो. But if this has come about, I think this is good and thank you.
So private sector ले पनि छापिरहेछ अनि distribute पनि गरिरहेछ. खाली त्यो गभर्नमेन्टले सेट गरे स्ट्यान्डर्ड्स मिट गर्नु पर्यो. Okay.
Good noon to everyone, respected one and loved ones. I'm Santosh Giri Gurung from Tribhuvan University, and I'd like to ask, and I'd like to inform you. Yes, sir. Just a moment. Yeah. Actually, I have seen the other researchers as reports as well as the ECD status here, and I have seen no condition of ECD centers like that, right? And I'm from Central Department of Home Science, Tribhuvan University, which produces ECD expert every year, but our schools are lacking it. So I'd like to inform you, sir, in front of you, 38 सालदेखि पदुकने क्याम्पसले होम साइन्स डिपार्टमेन्ट अन्तर्गत ECD एक्सपर्टहरूलाई चाहिँ उत्पादन गरिरहेछ भने उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ किन चाहिँ एउटा चाहिँ कम्पलसरी भनेर प्री स्कुलमा राखिदैन सर? यो चाहिँ मैले आज देखेको कुरा प्राइभेट जस्तो सेतो कुरा सँगसँगै अरूले गरिरहेछन् भने अस्ति भर्खर मेरो एउटा विद्यार्थीले भने कि she has not completed even her master's. She told me I was accepted in Subatara school as a preschool child expert. It is out for us. अनि हाम्रो ग्रेजुएटलाई चाहिँ सरकारले चाहिँ नेपाल सरकारले चाहिँ अलिकति वास्ता नगरे हो कि या चाहिँ जस्तो एकजना हाम्रो म्याम हुनुहुन्छ सल्लाहकार उमा म्याम, उहाँ ECD एक्सपर्ट हो र हाम्रै होम साइन्सको ग्रेजुएट हो हैन, उहाँ चाहिँ त्यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ शिक्षा मन्त्रालय. अब स्कुलले ECD सेन्टरलाई चाहिँ हाम्रो विद्यार्थीहरूलाई किन युज नगर्ने सर? मैले चाहिँ सरसँग एउटा कुरा राखेँ यो, किनभने हामी चाहिँ मोन्टेसरी भनेर मारिया मोन्टेसरी बाहिर ल्याउँछौँ, हामी चाहिँ लोकल लेभलमा हामीले गरिरहेको कुरा हाम्रो आफ्नै ह्युमन रिसोर्सलाई किन युज नगर्ने सर? त्यो चाहिँ मेरो रिक्वेस्ट. त्यो चाहिँ मतलब हाम्रो ग्रेजुएटसँग चाहिँ भइरहेको छैन क्या म्याम. त्यही भएर पदुकनेमा भित्र सेन्ट्रल डिपार्टमेन्ट होम साइन्स हाम्रो म त्यही काम गर्छु, तर हाम्रो यस्तो कुनै पनि नेगोसिएसन अहिलेसम्म हामीसँग आएको छैन कि विद्यार्थीहरू आफै गइरहेछन् ओन हैन इन्डिभिजुअली, तर एउटा इन्स्टिट्युट थ्रुबाट चाहिँ किन गएन सर? त्यसको लागि चाहिँ मेरो रिक्वेस्ट. हाम्रो आफै नेपालीपन जसरी सेतो गुराँसले गरिरहेछन् सर त्यस्तै गरेर चाहिँ हामी जानुपर्छ इन्टरनेसनल मार्केटमा. अफकोर्स वी हेभ टु कम्पिट, तर हामीसँग रिसोर्स छन् सर. थ्याङ्क यू सर.
एउटा हजुरले भनेको कुरा सत्य, म त्यसलाई पहिला स्वीकार्छु कुरा. अर्को कुरा ECD फेसिलिटेटरको त्यो रिम्युनरेसन भन्छौँ हामी, स्यालेरी पनि भन्दैन, अलिक लो भएको हुनाले ग्रेजुएट स्टुडेन्टहरूले एउटा चाहिँ त्यो हुन सक्छ होइन. अब दोस्रो चाहिँ के कज हुन सक्ला अहिले भनेको MOU गरेर सोचे रिक्रुट गर्न शिक्षा मन्त्रालयले पनि अधिकार छैन अहिले, किनभने स्कुल म्यानेजमेन्ट कमिटी probably they should have talked with how much difficult they are metropolitan city facing. किनभने स्कुल म्यानेजमेन्ट कमिटी भन्छ र कमिटीले चाहिँ म्यानेजमेन्ट अनुसार छनौट गर्नुपर्ने व्यवस्था छ त्यहाँ. त्यसो भएर शिक्षा मन्त्रालयले MOU गरेर पनि अहिलेको कानुनले एलाउ चाहिँ गर्दैन. तर प्रमोट गर्ने अरू कुरामा छलफल गर्ने हजुर भने जस्तै उहाँलाई मात्रै जानकारी नभएर त्यो पनि हुन्छ भन्ने मात्र त्यो पनि पछाउनु हुन्छ. मैले यो मानव अभियान गरिरहेको थिएँ
अपडेट गर्छु सर. यसै हाम्रो दरबन्दी पुगिरहेको छैन हरिचारमा मानवभित्रै भएको विद्यालयहरूमा पनि नपुगिरहेको अवस्था भनेर हरिचारमा अभियानले दरबन्दी बढाउने कसरी भन्ने पनि एउटा विषय
डिस्कोर्स सुरु गरेको छ. संहिताहरू कतिपल्ट भयो, मानवसँग सुरु भएको छ.
ह्युम्यानिटिज डिपार्टमेन्ट कर्म कल्याणभित्रबाट होम साइन्सको 45 जना विद्यार्थीहरूलाई चाहिँ इन्टर्नसिप हो. तर आइडिया चाहिँ के हो भने एब्जर्भ गरेको भने त हामीले एउटा वर्कफोर्सलाई त अलरेडी विद्यार्थी भएको बेला नै उहाँले सिक्ने ठाउँ अभ्यास गर्ने
इन्टर्नसिपको लागि चाहिँ म्यामले कल गर्नु भएको छ तर यसरी एक्सपर्टै छन् कि हाम्रो सर अनि भनिन्छ नि अरू के काम नपाएपछि टिचर बन्ने जुन प्रोभिजन त्यो थियो नि हाम्रो त्यही मेन्टालिटी प्लस किनसिप र त्यस्तो अब भएको टिचरलाई के ट्रेन गराउन प्रपरली हैन हामीसँग त रिसोर्स पर्सन छ नि सरकारले त्यत्रो प्रोडक्सन गरिरहेको छ नि किन नगर्ने वाइ नट थ्याङ्क यू
मानवमा चाहिँ उसमा लोकल गभर्मेन्टबाट आउँछ
from your work है अघि प्रियाले दिएको प्रेजेन्टेसनमा चाहिँ सरी आई कल यु प्रिया हैन स्कुलको जुनियर हो बहिनी भन्ने बानी थियो सो one of the things he told us was that इन्डियामा लास्ट 1 इयरमा 2.1 billion invested on edtech हैन so which was 2020 मा edtech मा चाहिँ नि I think that was the investment made is 2.1 billion the last 10 years मा चाहिँ just 1.7 billion भनेर पनि do you have a similar data नेपालमा चाहिँ edtech recently कति हो भन्ने investing in edtech, Nepal edtech market cost us or government go. I think there's a government budget allocated as well. I'm just seeking for data. Anybody has any idea?
What?
Education technology,
Hello.
additional smartphones छिराउने भन्ने लेभलको प्री-करेन्ट युजिङ कन्टेन्ट डेभलपमेन्टमा मानवहरूले अहिलेसम्म पनि लगानी गरिरहेको अवस्था छैन तर कतितिर प्राइभेट आर्टिस्टहरूले चाहिँ नि गरिबीमा एकाडेमी अनि मेरो त फेरि टिचर भोइस भएर त्यतै लाग्दा आउँछ एनिवे सो त्यतापट्टि चाहिँ प्राइभेट आर्टिस्टहरूले पनि कन्टेन्ट डेभलप गरिरहेको अवस्था र यसबारे चाहिँ हामीले अब एउटा नर्थ क्रिएट खालको अरेन्जमेन्टमा यो डिजिटल भन्ने डिजाइनर चाहिँ अहिले सपोर्ट गर्ने गरिरहेको छ तर प्राइभेट आर्टिस्टहरूले पनि धेरै इन्भेस्ट गरिरहनु भएको छ हाम्रो साइड नुमा
टेक्नोलोजीमा इन्भेस्टमेन्ट भइरहेछ भन्ने कसन हो अब मावि स्कुलहरूमा सबैलाई गभर्मेन्टहरू भइरहेछ अब ठिक छ भन्न सकियो होइन अहिले सबै स्कुलमा सबै भनेर डेभलपमेन्टै गइरहेछ एउटा बजेट अब चाहिँ हामीले हेर्नु भने थुप्रै लोकल पालिकाहरूले स्कुलमा कम्प्युटरहरू दिइरहेछ होइन त्यस पछाडि आइसिटी पनि सबै मावि स्कुलहरूमा गइरहेछ त्यो अमाउन्ट अब डिपार्टमेन्ट हाम्रो पहिलाको डिपार्टमेन्ट अहिले शिक्षाचार्य भन्छौँ नामको हिसाबले त्यहाँबाटै बजेट प्रोग्राम सेक्सनबाटै हेर्नुपर्छ आइसिटीमा कति भनेर डिसेमिनेटेड भएको छैन मैले बुझेअनुसार होइन तर हामीले त ह्युज अमाउन्ट अफ बजेट गोइङ टु बी इन द टेक्नोलोजी होइन अब 60 देखि नै प्रयासहरू भइरहेछ र अहिले स्कुलहरूले मजाले त्यो लास्ट इयर हामीले हेऱ्यौँ भने अब 37% स्कुलहरूमा इन्टरनेट एक्सेस भइसकेको छ मावि स्कुलहरूमा र ती सबै स्कुलहरूमा कम्प्युटरको एक्सेस चाहिँ पुगिसकेको छ र अहिले चाहिँ एडिसनल अहिले म्यामले भन्नुभयो जस्तो यो नेसनल अकाउन्टमा यताबाट भनेको मिनिस्ट्रीको नेसनल अकाउन्टमा नदेखिने बजेट भनेको लोकल पालिकाले एकदमै ह्युज इन्भेस्टमेन्ट चाहिँ टेक्नोलोजीमा गरिरहेछ त्यसको चाहिँ ठ्याक्कै गभर्मेन्ट यतापट्टि चाहिँ हाम्रो यताबाट फेडरलबाट गएको जुन ग्रान्ट हो त्यसबाट यहीँबाट भन्दा बजेट यहाँ देखिन्छ अब सबै पालिकाले जस्तै अहिले म्यामले भन्नुभयो काठमाडौँमा भएका प्रयासहरू कहिलेकाहीँ नेसनल एकाउन्टमा ठ्याक्कै टेक्नोलोजीमा यति गयो भनेर पर्सेन्टेज आउँदैन पर्सेन्टेजमा भन्दा पनि हामी इन जेनरली अमाउन्ट चाहिँ छ है म त्यति भन्न सकेँ अहिले चाहिँ र डेटा चाहिँ अलिकति खोज्नुपर्छ अस्ति भर्खरै अहिले सरले भन्नु माध्यमिक चौतारीले अहिले यो काम गर्दैछ मैले बुझेँ
कहिलेकाहीँ कस्तो छ भने यो ग्रान्ट्स गोइङ टु द फ्रम द फेडरल टु द लोकल लेभल सिजी के ग्रान्ट रे त्यसलाई इट्स नट ब्लक ग्रान्ट कन्डिसनल ग्रान्ट्सको एउटा प्रब्लम चाहिँ नि हामीले हेरेकोमा के छ भने त्यो सर्टन अमाउन्ट तोकेर पठाछ जस्तो आइटी अथवा चाहिँ नि एजुकेसन टेक्नोलोजी भनेर प्रब्लम के हुन्छ भने तर इट इज एब्सोल्युटली इनएडिक्वेट and they have to supplement it with local funds and all. Local funds ले गर्दाखेरि के हुन्छ भने कुनै communities ले चाहिँ नि सक्ने schools ले सक्ने अथवा districts मा सकिने अनि कतिले चाहिँ नि सक्दैन सक्ने, and that is almost like a waste of money, because if you, it's like sending just inadequate something. Okay? So then it's a waste, because you could have put all of that together and put it onto something more useful. Right? So there is a problem with the grant ko त्यो line items that are noted. So त्यो चाहिँ नि हामीले अलिकति हेर्दैछौँ, त्यो अध्ययन गर्दैछौँ त्यसमा. हजुर.
इन्टरनेट पाइसक्नु भएको छ, स्मार्ट बोर्ड किन्ने गरेको छ, त्यो चाहिँ एडिसनल हो. तर अहिले जब कि देख्न चाहिँ पब्लिक के देखिन्छ भने इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर छ, तपाईँको कम्प्युटर्सहरू छन् गभर्मेन्ट स्कुल्सहरूमा, राम्रो एउटा कम्प्युटर ल्याब छ, तपाईँको प्रोजेक्टरहरू छन्, स्मार्ट बोर्डहरू छन्, युजमा छैन. बिकज त्यो अपरेट गर्न सक्ने म्यान पावर छैन, त्यो अपरेट गर्ने टिचर्सहरू ट्रेन छैनन्, अथवा त्यसमा चाहिँ अब समथिङ इज ल्याकिङ कि त्यतातिर चाहिँ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर हुनु र युज नहुनु त इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहुनु बराबर हो. त्यतातिर चाहिँ ध्यान दिनुपर्ने हो कि अब इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर भइकन पनि युज हुन सकेन भने त वाट्स द पोइन्ट कि वी हेभ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स एन्ड वी टेक प्राउड अफ इट. त्यो हुँदा
तपाईँले भन्नुभएको एकदमै सिग्निफिकेन्ट यो इस्यु हो. गभर्मेन्ट फेडरलबाटै आउँदाखेरि सोच युटिलाइजेसनमा र विद्यालय चाहिँ कन्ज्युमर जस्तो बनेर गएको थियो होइन. सो विद्यार्थीहरू र टिचरहरू पनि अनलाइन कन्टेन्टको डाइरेक्ट कन्ज्युमर्सहरू, इनफ्याक्ट कन्टेन्ट डेभलप गर्ने क्षमतामा चाहिँ पुग्दै नपुगेको, युट्युब भिडियो खोज्ने अथवा कहिलेकै त एकदमै राम्रो रिसोर्सेसहरू जस्तो खान एकाडेमी यताउताको पनि प्रयोग भइरहेको हामीले देख्यौँ. तर तपाईँले भन्नुभयो एकदम सही हो, त्यो स्रोत त्यहाँ पुर्याए बापत चाहिँ जनशक्तिको तयारी चाहिँ नभएको हामीले पनि देख्यौँ क्या. अनि यसपालि चाहिँ एक्चुली एउटा यो गुगल के भन्छ एजुकेटर्सहरूको हुन्छ नि, गुगल वर्क स्पेस फर एजुकेसन भनेर अहिले त संसारभरै इनफ्याक्ट नर्मलाइज भएर गयो नि पेन्डेमिकले गर्दा. इनफ्याक्ट कति विकसित मुलुकहरूले पनि अहिले कोरियालाई पनि शुद्ध पनि यो अहिले महानगरलाई सर्भिस दिइरहेको कलेक्टिभ अफ एन्टिटी जुन चाहिँ तपाईँहरूले पनि चिन्नुभयो होला, सुशील उप्रेती भन्ने र सगुन ढुङ्गानाहरू भन्ने डिजिटल एन्ड बियोन्ड भन्ने यो एन्टिटीले नेपालभित्रै मात्रै पनि पेन्डेमिकभरि 10,000 जना टिचरहरूलाई चाहिँ त्यो वर्क स्पेसमा ल्याउनलाई निःशुल्क उहाँहरूले अनलाइन फोरम मार्फत काम गर्नुभएको रहेछ. उहाँहरूले चाहिँ अब एउटा पहल भनौँ न, त्यो दक्षता भएको जनशक्ति यदि प्राइभेट सेक्टरमा छ भने चाहिँ पालिकाहरूलाई एनेबल गर्नको लागि भनेर उहाँहरूले अहिले 2 वर्षको निःशुल्क सेवा र परामर्श भनेर एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिभ एक्सपेन्सेस चाहिँ महानगरले उठाउनै पर्ने, जहाँ उहाँहरूले रिसोर्सको डर देख्नुहुन्छ. तर विद्यार्थी र शिक्षकहरूलाई चाहिँ त्यसको उपयोग गर्न अब कसरी सिकाउने त भनेर 2 वर्षसम्म यो सस्टेन्ड खालको एङ्गेजमेन्ट विथ देयर वर्कफोर्स. अनि आइडियली चाहिँ गुगलले कसरी जस्टिफाई गर्दो रहेछ भने उनीहरूको चाहिँ यो अब CSRको कम्पोनेन्ट हो .edu.np भएपछि प्राइभेट होस् कि तपाईँको पब्लिक होस् निःशुल्क उपलब्ध गराइदिने. तर उहाँ अब युजर बनाउँदै गयो भने चाहिँ लङ टर्ममा गुगलको लागि उहाँहरू त्यो प्लेटफर्ममा आएको युजर भावेर लङ टर्म बेनिफिट एकदमै धेरै हुने भावेर त्यो प्रोभाइडर्सहरूलाई चाहिँ फेरि गुगलले भ्यालिडेट गरिदिँदो रहेछ कि चाहिँ कन्टिन्युसली आइसिटी ल्याबमा भएको त्यो 45-60 वटा अतिसम्म कम्प्युटर प्लस एडिसनल स्मार्ट बोर्ड जुन फेडरल गभर्मेन्टले दिन थालेको थियो अब लोकलले थप्दै गइरहेछ. त्यसको उपयोग चाहिँ अब कसरी गर्ने त इभन अन साइट स्कुल एजुकेसन into a digital platform भनेर अस्ति तपाईहरुले याद गर्नुभयो कि भएन. एटलिस्ट काठमाडौँ महानगर भित्रबाट चाहिँ हामी एउटा म्यासिभ स्केलको युनिभर्सल एक्सेसको पोइन्ट अफ भ्यूबाट चाहिँ नत्र पिसमिलमा पाइलट्सहरू धेरै हुने, तर यो चाहिँ अलिकति एम्बिसियस 2 वर्ष लगाएर एक्जिस्टिङ जनशक्तिको त्यसमा उपभोगको दक्षता चाहिँ बढाउनु पर्यो भनेर हामी त्यसमा चाहिँ काम गरिरहेछौँ. Big gap, I think, across the nation. But अब disaggregated भएर महानगरहरुमा भएर अथवा पालिकाहरुमा भएर सिटी र पालिकाहरुकै स्ट्र्याटेजी हुनुपर्ने चाहिँ देखिसक्यो कि
नेपाल सरकारको सिकाइ
यो सरकारी विद्यालयमा गर्ने टिचर्सहरूले त्यसकै चौतारीलाई प्रपरली युज गर्न सक्दिनु हो भने लर्निङ विल बी डिफरेन्ट क्या त्यो जुन लेभलमा फन हुन्छ लर्निङ त्यो लेभलमा नभइराखेको हो नि त अब हुन्छ सरकारी निकायको सर गइसक्नुभयो अरू मलाई थाहा छैन कोही हुनुहुन्छ हुनुहुन्न यसलाई आन्सर गर्न सक्ने त्यसलाई प्रमोट गर्न पनि सरकारले पनि बनाइदिएको छ रिसर्चहरू बनाएको छ नेपाल सरकारको रिसर्चहरू मैले बुझेसम्म द भेरी गुड रिसोर्सेस तर त्यसको चाहिँ प्रमोसन गर्ने अथवा सरकारले बनाएको कुरो त तिमीहरूले यो युज गर्नुपर्छ भनेर अब जहाँ इन्टरनेटको सुविधा त्यहाँ गर्नुपर्ने हो नि अब त्यो पनि जुन लेभलमा हुनुपर्ने हो त्यो लेभलमा भइराखेको देखिँदैन कि एउटा गुनासो
हजुर thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. Khali, I just want to can we also come back to the non-state actors issues also, right? किनभने अब यो हाम्रो purpose त यो हो अलिकति if we can, it's all related, of course it's all related, तर के भने अलिकति non-state actors मा पनि focus हुन पायो भने हाम्रो purpose चाहिँ fulfill हुन्छ. So हजुर
म अलिकति ECD को कुरा नै गरौँ भनेर प्रियदर्शनजीलाई मेरो क्वेसन चाहिँ रिकमेन्डेसन मैले धेरै राम्रोसँग नपढेको पनि होला रिपोर्टमा त्यहाँ प्रेजेन्टेसनमा अलिकति आयो अनि यो इक्विटी र क्वालिटीको कुराले पनि हुन्छ होला सायद हाम्रो प्री स्कुलको 1 year भनेर गभर्नमेन्टले तोकेको छ अनि यता प्राइभेट नन स्टेट भनौँ न प्राइभेटले 3 years चलाउँछ हैन अब 3 years को यो एउटा अर्को डिस्कोर्स हामी गभर्नमेन्टसँग पनि कुरा गरिरहेका छौँ 3 years को चलाइरहने बेलामा a kind of franchise ले सपोर्ट गर्नेमा त maybe they have set curriculum and all those things हैन त्यो फ्रेन्चाइज को हिसाबले तर जसले चलाइरहेको छ इभन गभर्नमेन्ट स्कुलमा पनि अहिले चाहिँ त्यो कम्पिट गर्नको लागि हैन सानो अन्डर एज बच्चाहरू राखेर 2.5 देखि राखेर गरिरहेको छ सो त्यो लर्निङको डेभलपमेन्टको जुन लस छ र अनि स्कुल प्रिपेयरनेसको रेडिनेसको हिसाबले हेर्यो भने सायद 3 years भएर आउने मोर रेडी फर स्कुल मेबी डेभलपमेन्ट र लर्निङ कम्पिटिसन नभए पनि अरू कुरामा उनीहरूको फेरि ल्याङ्ग्वेज सोसियलाइजेसनमा अलिकति बढी हुन्छ होला सो त्यसले हामीले कसरी रिकमेन्ड गरिरहेका छौँ हाउ क्यान वी म्यानेज द्याट किनभने 3 years अलरेडी स्कुलमा गएर फर्मल 1 ग्रेड 1 मा आउने र 1 year को उसमा आएर ग्रेड 1 मा जानेको बिचमा त हामीले त्यो देखि पनि सकेको छौँ हैन अनि अरू रिसर्चहरू अरू स्टडीबाट पनि देखिरहेको छ सो कसरी हामीले यसलाई रिकमेन्ड गरेको छौँ अहिलेको रिपोर्टमा सो द्याट प्राइभेटले त्यसलाई कसरी रिभाइज गर्ने हो अथवा गभर्नमेन्टले त्यसलाई कसरी एड्रेस गर्ने हो भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ किनभने हाम्रो फेरि अर्को मैले थपिहालेँ यो क्वेसन सँगसँगै म्यामको कुरा पनि जोड्छु मैले किनभने हाम्रो पोलिसीले गभर्नमेन्टको पोलिसीले किनभने म त्यसमा पनि काम गरिरहेको सँगसँगै भएको हुनाले टिचरको कम्पिटेन्सिज क्वालिफिकेसनको कुरा गरेको छ हैन टिचर क्वालिफिकेसनकोमा अहिले भर्खरै अब लन्च हुने आफ्टर एसएसडीपी एससीएसपी जुन छ त्यसमा पनि बाइ द एन्ड अफ 30 भनौँ 2030 मा चाहिँ एटलिस्ट ग्रेजुएट राखौँ न हाम्रो प्री स्कुलको टिचरहरू भनेर एकदमै धेरै फाइट गर्यौँ कि अहिले हाई स्कुल पास गरौँ हाई स्कुल भनेको त हाम्रो 12 ग्रेड हो नि तर पनि घटाएको छैन म स्टिल फाइट त्यसमा अनि 30 सम्ममा त ग्रेजुएट गरौँ नि भने अब यहाँको मास्टर्स गरेको स्टुडेन्टहरू चाहिँ प्री स्कुल टिचर हुन इफ दे आर रेडी अन द्याट किनभने पोलिसीले त्यो भन्दैन कि पोलिसीले त भनौँ न हायर एजुकेसनको पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट टिचरहरूलाई चाहिँ टिचर गर्ने भन्दैन तर त्यसैले म्यामको कुराहरूमा त्यो उनीहरू टिचर एडुकेटर हुन सक्ने होला हैन एक्सपर्ट हुन सक्ने होला अलिकति अरू काम गर्नुपर्छ होला कि उहाँहरूको एक्सपर्टिजको क्वालिफिकेसनको लागि किन हाम्रो डाइभर्स उसमा चाहिँ त्यो प्रडक्टहरू साँच्चै नै त्यो एजुकेसन सेट त होला स्किल सेट यति नै छ कि छैन अल ब्यालेन्स छ कि छैन र त्यसमा फेरि हैन छलफल हामी फेरि छुट्टै गर्नुपर्ने होला पनि भने पोलिसी रिकमेन्डेसनमा छ हैन यहाँ पनि आइसक्यो चाहिँ गभर्नमेन्ट ट्रेन होइन एकदम सेट ट्रेनिङ करिकुलम फलो गरिरहेछ कसरी रिकमेन्डेसनमा गएको छ भन्ने चाहिँ मेरो कन्सर्न
थ्याङ्क यू फर यर क्वेसन यो रेकर्डिङ भइरहेछ भने चाहिँ सबैलाई माइक युज गर्नुहोस् हामी पनि पछि सुनाउन राम्ररी सोच पुऱ्याउन उहाँले जसरी हरिजीले भन्नुभयो हाम्रो पनि धेरै बाध्यताहरू छन् अनि उहाँको अब बाध्यता छ युएन सिस्टम बाध्यता it's about the SDG and also broadly speaking actor भएर specific कुराहरू गर्न मिल्छ हैन what I want to know about this report I've been part of this report for 9 years or so I've been there for the whole SDG business हैन त्यो EFA को end मा म सुरु गरेको थिएँ I thought I would only be there for 1 year just see and globally के हुँदो रहेछ भनेर and then I stayed because it was sort of aligned with how I think तर एउटा कुरा के छ भने what we do is a descriptive take on things हैन अनि त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ तपाईले जे भन्नुभयो नि यो नन स्टेट एक्टरको लेन्सबाट हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब यो प्राइभेटको 3 वर्ष र अब यो गभर्नमेन्टमा 1 वर्षको कुरा उठाइयो अनि किनभने उहाँ चाहिँ नेशनल रिपोर्टमा लेख्नु भएको थियो अनि we took that finding and we find that very interesting and important किनभने it goes with our story that the inequity starts from the beginning हैन त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ I mean, we also do analytical takes, right? So it's about the research review that exists out there. Research में के भनिरहेछ भन्ने हिसाबले नै अब ECC को ECT को त्यति importance more to बढायो नि over time, and it's been decades. I think the GMR's ECD report, early childhood report, was published maybe in 2006, and it's still used by people because it's not about the timeliness of data. It's about concepts and importance. And ECD importance भनेर अब त फैलियो नि अब त फैलियो त 1 वर्षको कुरामा चाहिँ फैलियो नि त and globally 1 वर्ष एटलिस्ट गर्नुपर्छ भनेर अनि त्यसले चाहिँ धेरै समस्या क्रिएट गर्दो रहेछ तर because it's about transitioning a system that it's small but it was very mostly non-state. I mean I know people have difficulty with the term but let's say private mostly private भनौँ न and then some of course non-profit as well but of course it creates tensions and it creates that whole question of shifting the system Bhutanma gare to shifting complete shifting and others are also probably trying to do a little bit of this a complete shifting to government but I think what we need is more critical analysis of that issue and the broadly speaking there was a couple of comments going on about quality about the quality of I think there's a huge debate right and I think one of the big issues is classroom the learning crisis को definitions are classroom even if you spend 6 years in a classroom you're not learn you can't even read a line त्यस्तो कुराहरुमा एकदमै फोकस भएको छ नि त्यो असरले गर्दाखेरि पनि अनि and that's just the narrative of South Asia मैले देख्दाखेरि अहिले अनि फाउन्डेसन लिटरेसी लिटरेसीमा पढाएको छन् अनि त्यो कुरामा चाहिँ एउटा टिचरको कुरा आउँछ हैन टिचरको कुरामा चाहिँ हामी धेरै टाइम्स कुरा गर्ने क्वालिफिकेसन भन्दै तर खास चाहिँ they don't know अब हामी क्लास टिचर भ्यालु एडेड खालको कन्सेप्ट युज गरेर भन्छौँ हैन But of course, one of the problems of all of this is that education is not just about education. Like when you think about teachers at master's level, graduate experts, and schooling is a huge system. 6,000 but I think it's about recognizing the synchronization of school level education and teacher education systems are what pre-primary it's very non-state actor influence driven so the policy actually comes from non-state actors the push that it needs to happen but we also have to critically think COVID भयो सब कुरा बन्द भयो अब त्यो home environment जसरी हुर्किन्थ्यो नि बच्चाहरु अब त्यसको लस भयो हैन त्यसले अब we focus so much on the school readiness aspect but about the culture त्यो के भन्छ socialization and I don't know natural growth aspect धेरै problems are I mean this is all I can say at the broad brush level our recommendations are very broad. It's about these big topics. The 5 recommendations that presented are the 5 recommendations. I think we have to recognize that ECD we've reached a positioning now that it is viewed as important everywhere and that every government is trying to finance it. But a big part of it will be the teachers, the teachers and their status. Stats and they were paying their early childhood workforce quite high. And that is, I mean, of course, Singapore, but it's that idea that it's a very complex thing to do, right? It's a very complex thing to do to be taking care of that age group. So that is, I think, the need for the recognition and responsibility. ECD एकदम important छ भनेर बुझ्नु पर्यो अब गभर्नमेन्ट लेभलमा सबैतिर किनभने salary is a very important कुरा हैन it's a touchy subject but it's very important अब के भन्ने अब ल थ्याङ्क यू
एउटा question.
Okay.
So IDES is also working with UN Women अहिले एउटा projectमा जसमा चाहिँ we're trying to find the gap in public investment in Nepal in education and health sector. So I see like from what you've shared today, it directly relates to, I think, your findings and data. And I'll definitely reach out to you to get the data. So किनभने त्यसमा पनि what we're looking at is what is the current coverage and what's the gap in terms of both numbers and quality. And so त्यसमा ECD primary र secondary education सम्म हामी गइरहेछौँ हैन अनि त्यसमा अब एउटा त अब डेटा हुन पनि ECD जस्तो त्यो actual number of, maybe it's not so much of a question but I wanted to use this to share. So actual number of children census data about latest release भएको छैन, so we don't have that data पनि. So if you've used a proxy अथवा त्यो number छ भने and coming back to ECD target पनि I saw that SDG मा चाहिँ at least एक वर्ष चाहिँ one class पढ्नु भन्दा अगाडि ECD मा जानु पर्ने रहेछ. तर अब यो whole project को objective चाहिँ how can more kids go so that women को workforce borders भन्ने पनि objective हो हैन अनि त्यो एक वर्ष is it a right target? त्यो national target त हैन, SDG ले suggest गरेको हो हैन, nationally त्यो target छ कि छैन, or can we come up with a better target हैन यो किनभने investment gap गर्दा because we want to aim higher than what it is right now, although maybe we haven't even achieved त्यो पनि होला किनभने primary secondary मा त 100% I think that's the target but the overall my point is that I think you जुन data छ यो report launch को पछाडि that will be very useful for our project and I will reach out and let's see त्यो कहाँबाट त्यो data हो किनभने अलि पुरानो भयो हाम्रो data चाहिँ census नयाँ भएर कहाँ खोज्ने wages हरु पनि कसरी हैन त्यो कुरामा चाहिँ challenge.
Okay, great.
Namaste, everyone. I think this is a very, very important, and we really have to get into it honestly. Privatization of education, it's a very, very high level political interest debate, especially the student unions and all that. एकतिर त्यो छ भने अर्कोतिर the government and the people, like for example right now I had a big argument in the Ministry of Education when they were bringing out that report, high level report निकाल्ने बेलामा I said यो त तपाईहरु त खत्तम हुनुहुन्छ यसले because हरेक गाउँबाट एक जना or whatever मान्छेहरु खाडी मुलुकमा गएछन् किन गएको भन्दाखेरि एउटा त खानलाई हो अर्को त बच्चालाई एजुकेट गर्नलाई हो. So when they come back and they see no private education, then they're going to be devastated because, of course, हामीलाई डोनरहरुले धेरै हेल्प गराछ. डोनरकै आँखाले नै हाम्रो गभर्नमेन्टले त आफ्नो भिजन खास बनाएको देखिदैन. उनीहरुले जे भन्छ त्यही कुरा गर्छ. So they say, Nordic countries will say, why are you free and compulsory हुनै पर्छ, सबैलाई उस्तै हुनु पर्छ. So अब अनि फेरि गभर्नमेन्टमा काम गर्ने मान्छेहरु चाहिँ सबै आफ्नो बच्चाहरु private school mein raksan. So it's always us and them. You know, so the teachers are like us and those children are dirty, singane ke they don't know anything. You know? So you whole South Asia ko kina yo bhanyo we don't respect people. We don't respect children and we always have this us and them. Thulo jatko thulo ani unaru chai ni हैन. So tara हामी एउटा globalized economy भयो. Like, for example, I was going to put it in my presentation. I can just say it now. Why and what for Rata Bangla? Ma फर्केर आएपछि त मैले public health पढायो. I wasn't in fact, I worked in IDS. Before IDS was IIDS. I did a huge research for UNICEF about community financing of drugs. That time, Prem Jung was in the committee. अनि एजुकेसन किन चाहियो भने त हामी अमेरिकामा 10 वर्ष बसेर आएपछि अनि हाम्रो बच्चालाई के अहिलेको गभर्नमेन्ट स्कुलमा पढाउने सेन्ट मेरीजमा राखे but it wasn't the St. Mary's that I had gone to and I know how the world has changed. So we said ल एउटा स्कुल खोल्नु. कस्तो स्कुल खोल्नु अब थाहा छैन. हामी त गभर्नमेन्ट स्कुल खोल्ने हो कि भन्ने हाम्रो we had no idea. त्यो बेलामा त फेरि प्राइभेट भनेर पैसा लिने भन्ने पनि थिएन हैन सो वी स्टार्टेड द स्कुल एन्ड वी वान्टेड टु मेक इट प्राइभेट सो द्याट वी कुड होल्ड अन टु द रेन्ज द्याट वी डोन्ट ह्याभ 5 years later give it up to somebody हैन अनि त्यो स्कुल सुरु भयो just because neither the private schools nor the public schools were doing the kind of education that children needed अब त्यो बेलामा यति फरक भएको थियो रातो बंगला हाम्रै कम्युनिटीमा त्यो शान्ता र कनकले बच्चालाई खेलाएर बसिरहेछ रे कहाँ पठाउने हामी त्यो बच्चालाई maybe they'll go back to America in 2 years and what will happen to our children भन्ने धेरै naysayers थियो हैन तर play is the way to play भनेर त अहिले त देखायो नि हामीले त्यो 30 वर्ष अगाडिदेखि गर्यौं हैन so we have set standards we standardize the education in the school but then we've said यो हुनी खानेले अलिकतिले मात्रै यहाँ बच्चालाई पढाएपछि how does the country improve so we started Rato Bangla Foundation 10 years into the school and by the way as non-state actor त्यो टिसले Rato Bangla Foundation लाई research गराछ as non-state actor हैन and Teach for Nepal अरु ग्रुप्सहरुमा पनि छ अनि so यो पैसा नलिएर गर्ने भन्दाखेरि अनि गभर्नमेन्टको बजेट चाहिँ नि अब झन्झन घट्दो छ के so मलाई चाहिँ नि फेरि यो विदेशीहरुसँग पनि रिस उठ्छ because they match our budget if we are the poorest one of the poorest country in the world हाम्रो त्यो दिनी पैसा त छैन नि त अनि त्यसलाई नै उनीहरुले म्याच गर्ने त सधैँभरि यही बस भने भयो के उनीहरुले it has to be not according to उ हैन कि इक्वल हैन कि इक्विटी गर्नु पर्यो उनीहरुले कसलाई के चाहिन्छ त्यो गर्नु पर्यो नेपाललाई इम्प्रुभ गर्ने भए पनि ल तिमीहरुले कति बजेट राख्छ तिमीहरुले त राख्नै पर्छ हामी त्यसलाई 100% म्याच गर्दिन्छौं हामी त्यसलाई 200% म्याच गर्नु गर न 2-3 वर्ष 5 वर्ष त्यसरी अनि त्यसपछि के हुन्छ हेरौँ न everything true what Lamsal sir said about household ko income अझ कम हुन्छ nutrition कम हुन्छ त्यो सबै कम हुन्छ तर मान्छेको इच्छा र आकांक्षा अब अहिले भर्खर आज भर्खर मेरो स्कुलमा पढ्ने एउटा स्टाफ and he is not doing too well he is not really a role model father पैसा नै छैन उनीहरुसँग ड्राइभर हो उसको छोरी बेलायत जाने रे है भर्खर एउटा बच्चालाई we heard अस्ट्रेलिया गएको भरको बाउले लोन लिएर अस्ट्रेलिया गएर he went into the wrong university है अनि उसको कति लाख 25-30 लाख त्यहाँ खर्च भयो अनि अब यो केटीले अब I had to run here and partly that's why I was late because I was trying to figure out her problem because I just wanted to be here in the beginning तर उसँग कुरा गरेर बेलायत जानी रे हैन first of all she will not be able to go into a good school because she doesn't have the background अनि उले कति पैसा उसको आमाले मामाको जग्गा आमाको नाममा राख्यो अब त्यो धितो राख्नी अनि त्यसबाट पैसाले उ जाने this is how desperate the people are and this is what they are learning from the world community from everybody so how can we stop them अनि हामीले अब मैले यो रिपोर्ट पढ्दा साच्चै के मैले खासकै पनि लर्न गरिन के सबै थाहा भएकै कुराहरु थियो यो हैन यो सबै कुरा थाहा भए पनि हामी कसरी चिरेर त्यहाँ तल जाने अब पोलिटिशियन्सले त अफ कोर्स अनि एउटा पोलिटिशियन आयो इनफ्याक्ट के रे उसको कान्तिपुरको सिनियर लाइक राइटर नै हो अनि फ्री एन्ड कम्पल्सरी भनेपछि त हाम्रो बच्चाले जहाँ पनि पढ्न पाउने होइन प्राइभेट स्कुलहरुमा पढ्न पाउने होइन his reading of that somebody who is very well educated हैन so free and compulsory means that the government provides free and compulsory education to all the children हैन गभर्नमेन्ट लाई के राम्रो भएको छ भने अहिले अनि अर्को कुरा चाहिँ अर्को एक्सट्रिममा चाहिँ फेरि रातो बंगला जस्तो स्कुल नभए त सबै बच्चा बाहिर जान्थ्यो है कति हामीले नेशनल एक्सचेकरलाई कति हामीले सेभ गरेको छ त्यतातिर त हिसाब छैन हैन सो फ्री एन्ड कम्पल्सरी बनाउनलाई the more children that go into the private sector the less the burden for the government give them better improve education but do not ever decrease your education budget because the number of children are decreasing increase your education budget अनि तिनीहरुलाई मैले चाहिँ पनि भन्ने अब यो Paulo Freire and whatever the poorest should get the best education so how can we all work towards giving the poorest the best अनि एक जेनेरेसन मा त हाम्रो अगाडि गइहाल्यो त्यस्तो कुरा हामीले विचार गर्नु पर्यो यो पोलिटिक्स यो भनेर डराउने पनि हैन एउटा राम्रो भिजन लिएर कसरी हामीले बेस्ट गर्नुपर्छ अब त्यसको लागि काम त गर्नु परिहाल्यो हैन काम नगरे पनि हुँदैन अब भनौं न पोलिटिकल सिस्टमले पनि अब इट्स सो मेनी इयर्स अफ माउस इन्सर्जेन्सी वेयर दे अल सेड तिमीले काम गर्नुपर्छ स्टेटलाई जब दिन्छ कामै गर्नुपर्दैन भन्ने उनीहरुको मेसेज आयो सबैले रिड गरेछ अहिले गाउँमा मान्छे नै छैन ओल्ड पिपल आर लिभिङ इन द हाउस अनि खाडीमा जाने बित्तिकै उसले पैसा पठाउदिन्छ स्वास्नीलाई. She takes that money and goes into a कोठा. So कोठा is a huge vocabulary अहिले. कोठामा बस्छ, कति बोर होला उसलाई. न हस्बेन्ड छ, न सासु छ, न गाउँको काम गर्न पाउँछ. अनि बच्चालाई किन भनेर अब it's not just one example. There's so many other things. It also reverses. केटीले पठाउँछ, केटाले drink गरेर सिद्धा हुन्छ. So the economy is really devastated. The farmland from which we can become rich is not being used. If we have good education and good health in the villages, then that is the thing. So त्यो चाहिँ नि हामीले free and compulsory कसरी गर्ने र private public नभनेर सबैले हात मिलाऊ भनेर जाने र नेपालको लागि एउटा vision गर्ने जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई. अब त्यो debate यसले गयो कि गएन त्यतातिर.
Excellent point, sir. Because so the question is, just before we end, maybe for you or anyone else, so why is this happening? This division, why is there not a single vision, Bhanye कुरा नि? I mean, who visions exactly? Hey, and so what are some of your ideas on that? I mean, it's, at least in my own experience of just from a distance looking at different countries, those countries that have done really well in the education sector are those countries that have education as not a side agenda, but education as the central agenda of the government. I mean, this was true whether you look at Singapore, whether you look at Finland, whether you look at any countries. It's not a minister's responsibility, it's the prime minister. So त्यो भयो भने चाहिँ नि properly to the whole thing, engage गरौँ भन्ने concept, and then all of that begins to operate. अब यहाँ चाहिँ नि seem to be always having these.
No, but
Okay, go ahead.
Interestingly, just a quick comment, Pani. I think I don't think we live in a world where there's like one leader with one vision who's saying this is where the education needs to go, this is how the delivery of education is going to happen, and this is how equality is going to come. And I think it's a collective process as a state and non-state will have to start looking each other as not as competitors but really complementing each other's work.
Exactly.
And I think it is through these processes that we have a better chance of getting closer at if we are aligned in our values, if we are all aligned that yes, education needs to the way we've structured education governance and system need to serve the poorest of the poor. Once we start aligning to the values, I think we live in a world of collective leadership. That's everybody sort of like playing their part. And I think there needs to be a little more openness about really understanding where is the gap. And I think one of the work that Teach for Nepal does is recognizing that there is lack of leadership in the ecosystem. Okay? So we talk a lot about the financing aspect of it. We talk about teacher training aspect of it. And we talk about so many aspects, but we've really forgotten what about the leadership of it, right? Like, and it's not an answer to your question as to like, yes, we need people who will then lead the agenda and make public education stronger. But I think we do need leadership working across the ecosystem to strengthen every aspect of this sort of like movement and mission. So I think one of the ideas I champion is we get more young people and educated people and problem solvers and thinkers into the education. We're not just we're just not in a situation that say young people are shying away from the teaching profession. We have young people who are shying away from anything to do with teaching and anything to do with public education. So I think if as a community who's strengthening public education, look really closely and go much deeper to dig the issue and the problem and go to beyond the surface of what directs problems and really start seeing other aspects, which is the leadership aspect of it, in multiple aspects that we've not uncovered yet. I think there needs to be a
I think that's it. But that's just my top of my head sort of personal response to it. But I also wanted to ask a little bit on the saying to say, when I heard there was parallel, I think the Tata Institute that was also doing very similar study at the time, and it was also talking about non-state actors' role. Okay, and I think when I sort of got the title, immediately my brain starting to think non-state actor, the study would somehow also include what's happening to the state, right? Like what is the gap, the current gap in the work that state is doing. So I've not read through the all the summary of the research, but I'm very curious, if there's also study of what is the gap. The way I've just been picking up some of these bigger sort of datas along the line. Basically, two questions. Eurat saying, is this done in comparison to what is the state level intervention gap? And if this was standardized across different countries, because I see non-state actors, how are they, what's happening in Sri Lanka, what's happening in India, what's happening in Nepal, when overall study, was it or standardized in a sense that what % of school teachers are funded by public or private money, what kind of technology gap is then funded by private. So I was really interested to know if there was some standardized questions that was reviewed for all those, and also what I felt, and I think this is where I got a little bit anxious, where if we're not comparing to what the state is actually doing and what the gap is and what proportion of that gap the private sector is actually filling, we land up making the non-state actors, which I am part of, but I'm very, very nervous of making our contribution sound really big and taking. Are we really studying the state actor's role and comparing it with non-state actor? If we don't have a parallel line, we will feel too long. And I think that's part of my anxiety of is this a fair representation of the proportion of the problem or the significance of what non-state actor is contributing? So
yeah, I think so. I think Priya might have something to say, but let me also say that I think all your points are very well taken. Yeah, the report, certainly the national report. I mean, the whole thing is based on, okay, how much is the public versus the private, right? I mean, so, and South Asia, as Priya said earlier, is one of the largest proportions of private providers, non-state actors among regions of the world. We tend to be the highest in proportion of private providers actually weighing in. And one of the main reasons is because the public sector has not delivered. And so this is a way for the private, at least the private sector, to come in and fill that vacuum. And so that's the general, the general story and narrative, as you will see when the report is fully done, is that it does have that balance. But just wanted to mention about this notion of everybody having to come together to make the changes. And that's such a critical point you mentioned, because I think it's like the notion of adaptive leadership. You don't have to be in a position of power to necessarily be a leader. You can be a leader at any level. And literally, I think we see some of you right here, including you and Meenakshi and Dr. Dixit and everybody who are playing in that space. And hopefully, but the government is a big player, and they have to somehow have the opening to listen and then to visualize and really drive this too. And we haven't seen much of that, I think. That's the missing.
Right now, the education is decentralized about what municipalities there is. So yesterday, I was at the Manohara and the education department काम गर्न हाम्रो वार्डमा त 20 जना मात्रै थियो पहिला जिल्ला भए 35-36 जना हुने अब त 20 जना मात्रै सो अनि 20 जना मात्रै त कतिवटा वार्ड छ 9 वटा वार्ड छ 18 जना त भयो नि एटलिस्ट but then they're so dispersed, okay, so they don't have any work. So we also need to understand what decentralization is doing and how can they be empowered to work better.
That's great.
I mean, if I may, because I guess we're gonna have lunch very soon.
And I think we should close.
Yeah.
We'll come back again.
Yeah. I mean, I think I just wanted to say that broadly speaking, right, this is a report that it's not something that is new. It's not something that's new because, but also it is new in some ways. So, I mean, these are long-lasting issues. One of the hallmarks of the GEM report, especially these thematic studies, is that they take a lens on something very important. So we've talked about sustainable development, broadly speaking. We've talked about accountability in education. We've talked about migration and displacement. We've talked about inclusion. Now we talked about non-state actors. The next year's report is on technology and education, which again will, wrestle with it from that lens. So all I wanted to say to your point was that non-state actors is the lens of this year. It's a UNESCO. It's a UNESCO published report. We are editorially independent. We get to say what we want to say. But we base it on descriptive and analytical work, which means that it has to be published. And publications take time, right? So whether it be reports are slightly more timely, but sometimes we even cite credible media sources. But it's a question of an evidence-based analysis that we feel comfortable with that's cited. So there will always be these comments like what Dr. Hari Lamsal said, that the data is old or this or that. These are timed things. I just want to say we do not, of course, I wouldn't say. It was quite interesting when I joined the GEM report. I said that, I've worked on this topic myself. And it was actually quite interesting to be at the global space and sort of see no mention of non-state actors. I mean, non-state actors is like a newer terminology, but let's say private schooling. And the only way it was really mentioned, and I think the first mention was probably in 2011, was of the schools and slums in sub-Saharan Africa, because there was a lack of public school supply. So the narrative was framed very much around this idea that there was a lack of supply. The government did not sort of respond to urbanization adequately. And of course, it's a marginalization and urbanization story. So that was very much the reality. Non-state actors became the topic of the 2 years because our advisory board recognized its importance. We recognize its importance. It's almost at some level, at the global level, it's an acknowledgement of the reality. We've gotten a lot of pushback at the global level for even having this as a theme of the year. So I think we have to recognize, I think it's just an acknowledgement of the reality. And then this is why the framing is very much in this way, that it's the government's responsibility to sort of think through what they're doing with all of this. Because, Pakistan has a very, very different sort of framing than Nepal does or India does. Pakistan is very much in that facilitating mode of public-private partnerships, but they have very, very low government funding, right? So we all are sort of very aware that we've had to have disruption and innovation from the ground up because of all of the sort of fragility of our systems. So we know, there's a lot of enterprising work going on. I just wanted to say that the questions of, we publish a full annually, a lot of information on, exactly what's going on at every level of education. And so, it's not that we are privileging non-state actors. It's just that it was the theme of the year. And the year technology is on education leadership, which I think will be also very, very sort of valued by lots of people in this room as well as, globally. But I think it really is just the starting point of conversation. That's how we try to look at these reports. And I think I might be seeing some of you tomorrow at the TIS event. So the TIS, and a comment on the methodology, as a researcher, as leading the conceptualization of both the global and the regional, what I had decided was that it's actually quite tricky to have large scale primary data collection. We only did one really large scale study, which was with a bunch of private schools in India, where they sort of got perspectives from 1,000 budget private schools. We left it up to the country authors to sort of take our conceptualization and make it their own. So some of them have more of a focus on the quantitative analysis, and some of them have more of a broad brush picture. But we definitely, the reason I mentioned that it was kind of difficult and evolving is that the whole point of this was, can it not be viewed as this international report only, right? Because of course it is the international report, but can it be viewed as a true partnership between, us sort of working at the global level? Of course, it's a different perspective for me because I led these reports, but also I'm from Nepal. I have researched Nepal, but, and for all of our partners. And I think the whole point is impact, right? At the end of the day, I mean, lots of people write reports of of varying quality on these many topics. And I think Dr. Joshi is one of these proponents that how do we change the dialogue in country, right? So if that can happen through our small intervention, we're very happy to even begin that process. And I will try to sort of see if we can have more follow through, right? Because one of the things is you start a conversation and then you move on to the next thing, technology, leadership. But the hope is that all of these things, they're vitally important and they all sort of go together. And we just need to keep incrementally building. We are a knowledge product, so this is our role. And I feel like all of us have to play our roles and think about the collective in that way. Thank you. I don't know.
मेरो क्वेसन म्यामलाई भएको भएर हजुर थोरै मैले थोरै एक दुईटा अलिकति थोरै इस्यु थुप्रै होलान् डाइमेन्सन पनि थुप्रै होलान् मैले प्राइभेट सेक्टरको इन्भल्भमेन्ट अहिले बढ्दै जाँदा के भइरहेछ त भन्दा अलिकति हेर्न खोजेको मैले खाली हजुरको रिसर्चमा यो नेसनल रिपोर्टको कुरा भएको छ नेसनल रिपोर्ट त यहाँ देखिएन आउँदै होला सायद मैले बुझे अनुसार हैन के हो हामीले विगत केही समयदेखि हेर्दाखेरि प्राइभेट सेक्टरको इन्भल्भमेन्ट बढ्दै जाँदा प्राइभेट सेक्टरका पनि विभिन्न अभ्यासहरू छन् धेरै अभ्यास चाहिँ के देखियो भने 3 वर्ष इसिडी देखियो हैन अब म्यामै हुनुहुन्छ 3 वर्ष इसिडी राम्रो होइन है 3 वर्षमा स्कुल नल्याऊ है भनिरहँदाखेरि प्राइभेट सेक्टरले त्यो गर्दाखेरि गभर्नमेन्ट स्कुलहरूले के सिकिरहेछ पब्लिकले प्यारेन्ट्सलाई धेरै वर्षको इसिडी चाहियो हामी पनि 3 वर्षबाटै सुरु गरौँ ल्याइहालौँ पढाइहालौँ सुरु भयो यता गयो एउटा अर्को कक्षा 1 मा इन्ट्रान्स लिइरहेको छ अहिले हामीले अनि प्राइभेटले कक्षा 1 मा इन्ट्रान्स लिने गर्यो अनि पब्लिकले पनि ठ्याक्कै के सिक्यो इन्ट्रान्स लिनुपर्ने रहेछ नि त मार्केट मोडल चल्दैछ क्या अहिले खासमा हैन इन्ट्रान्स लिनुपर्ने रहेछ नि त अब पब्लिकमा इन्ट्रान्स दिइरहेछ मैले यो थुप्रै इस्यु हेरिरहेको छु हैन एज अ लेम्यान एज अ रिसर्चर अल्सो त्यस पछाडि दोस्रोमा के गयो गरुङको झोला बोकाउने प्राइभेटको देखिएको अहिले मैले पनि फिल गरिरहेको छु डाडुमा पाइन्छ दार मर भन्ने पनि हुन्छ हैन मलाई किनभने मलाई थाहा छ धेरै टेक्स्ट बुक बोकाउनु धेरै समय स्कुलमा बिताउनु राम्रो होइन भनिरहेको छु तर पनि म आफै बाध्य छु त्यहाँ हैन अनि निकाल्नुस् भन्दैछ कुरा सकियो नि फेरि उहाँहरूलाई पनि हैन म टेक्स्ट बुक थियो उता अनि पब्लिकले नि के सिक्यो धेरै किताब बोकाइदिउँ है प्यारेन्ट्स आइहाल्छन् अहिले यहाँ हामीले हेरिरहेका छौँ थुप्रै हेरिरहेका छौँ अनि हजुरले भन्नु नि इमर्जेन्सी अफ लो फन्डिङ प्राइभेट स्कुल भनेको यहीँबाट गएको छ कि गभर्नमेन्टको फन्डिङले पुग्दैन अब इङ्ग्लिस मिडियम हामीले के भनिरहेको छौँ सानो कक्षामा मातृभाषामा राम्रो हुन्छ भनिरहेको छौँ यता पब्लिक स्कुलले के सुरु गरिरहेछ इङ्ग्लिस सुरु गरिरहेछ किन प्यारेन्ट्स इङ्ग्लिस भनेपछि आउँदैछ उसले पनि फेरि त्यही सिक्दैछ अर्को मोर इक्जाम र मोर स्कोर हैन अहिले जिपिए 4 का फेसबुकमा फोटो देख्यो भने केजी पढ्ने बच्चाले जिपिए 4 ल्यायो वाह भनेर हामीले फेसबुकमा मज्जाले हेर्यौं त कसले सिकायो भनेको अभ्यास राम्रो हो कि होइन मैले त्यो भन्न सक्दिन यहाँहरुले जान्नुहुन्छ विद्वत वर्गले जे कुरा गलत हो धेरै किताब गलत हो अंग्रेजी गलत हो मातृभाषामा सिकाउन सुरु गरौं हैन पछि चाहिन्छ फेरि अंग्रेजी चाहिन्न भने होइन सानो कक्षामा नेपाली बोल्न नदिऊ दिऊ स्कुलमा इंग्लिश रेस्ट्रिक्टेड जोन नबनाऊ धेरै किताब नबोकाऊ ईसीडीमा खेल्न दिऊ भनेको मा छ के 90% मा छ हैन त्यो 90% को सिको अहिले कसले गर्दैछ पब्लिकले गर्दैछ हामी हेर्न जाऊ अहिले पनि मैले हजुरलाई मात्रै के भने यो सही र गलत भन्ने त आफ्नो आफ्नो पर्सपेक्टिभ होला तर रिसर्चहरुले भनेका र ह्युमन डेभलपमेन्टको समग्र पर्सपेक्टिभले भनेका जुन चीजहरु प्राइभेटले प्यारेन्टको एट्र्याक्सनका लागि जति अभ्यास गरे कोही पनि छैन हैन अब उनीको अस्ति भर्खर एउटा क्रिएटिभ स्कुल किताब पढेर मैले काठमाडौँमा पाइयो ठ्याक्कै पढेर पनि सकाएँ फेसबुकतिर नै हालेको थिएँ ओ पढे नि मैले भन्दै हैन भन्न खोजेको जे अभ्यासहरु त्यता गरेर प्यारेन्ट्सलाई एट्र्याक्ट गरेर मार्केट मोडेल हामीले चलाएका थियौं आजको दिनमा पब्लिक स्कुलले हजुरले भनेको इमर्जेन्सी अफ लो फन्डिङ सबै कपी हुँदैछ हजुरहरु हेर्नुभयो हुन्छ यहाँ काठमाडौँको मैले पर्सनली चिन्न महानगरको म्याम हुनुहुँदो रहेछ हैन काठमाडौँको महानगरमा हेरौं अस्ति मलाई एकजना झन्डै कुट्न नै खोज्नु भएको थियो हाम्रो इन्टरनेसनल नलिने भन्छस् इन्टरनेसनल लिएपछि त यहाँ को आउँछ हैन हामीलाई इंग्लिश नपढा भन्छस् इंग्लिश नपढाउने यहाँ को आउँछ भनेको यो चीजलाई हजुरले कसरी हेर्दै हुनुहुन्छ मात्र इभन क्वेशन चाहिँ अलि ब्याकग्राउन्ड लामो भयो सरी फर इट पब्लिकेसन आर्टिकल छ मेरो मैले यही इस्यु उठाइरहेको छु कि फी लिए अब यहाँ फेरि यदि सबै गर्न पैसा नलिई भएकै छैन हेर्नु है लो फन्डिङ त्यही हो कि भनेको पैसा नलिइकन त्यो स्कुल चल्ने वाला छैन भनेपछि अर्को कुरा के हुन्छ हाम्रा ठुल्ठुला मान्छेहरुका नि आउन थाले नि अहिले भन्नुहुन्छ कि सामुदायिक हजुरको किताब पनि धेरै नै बोकाउने भयो 3 वर्ष इसिडी पनि दिने भएपछि त त्यो त आउने स्वाभाविक हो यसलाई हजुरहरुले कतै क्याप्चर गर्नुभयो कि भएन अथवा कसरी हेर्दै हुनुहुन्छ प्रश्न लामो भयो उत्तर लामो चाहिँदैन
I mean, म चाहिँ अब I could speak from the perspective of researcher होइन अब मार्केटमा गइरहेको त्यो काठमाडौँ पोखराहरू होइन त्यो ठुल्ठुलो हुन्छ मैले चाहिँ रिसर्चै गरेको छु यसमा तपाईँलाई थाहा अब यो कुरामा चाहिँ तर त्यो त्यो एउटा पेपरमा चाहिँ अब त्यही कुरा भएको थियो होइन कि पब्लिकले मिरर गर्न थाल्छ सकेसम्म होइन त्यो भने अब इङ्ग्लिस मिडियम भयो टाइप थियो मेरो पालामा त्यति बेला 10 वर्ष अगाडि कुरा भइसक्यो हो मैले रिसर्च गरेँ अब त्यो इङ्ग्लिस मिडियमको त धेरै कुरा भइरहेछ तर हुन्छ नि इन्डियामा अब सुरु भएको यो कुरा अब भनौँ न अब धेरै धेरै लामो कथाहरू यिनीहरू इट्स नट अबाउट लाइक वान इन्टरभेन्सन पोइन्ट इन टाइम होइन अनि मेरो आफ्नो रिसर्च चाहिँ अब त्यो सिस्टेमिक भएको हुनाले म चाहिँ के भन्छु भने मैले जे देखेँ काठमाडौँ चितवन अनि यहाँ डडेलधुरा अनि काभ्रेहरूमा फरक के देखेँ भने अब काठमाडौँ चितवन स्पेसली हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ काठमाडौँ चाहिँ मार्केट हो चितवन चाहिँ मार्केट रहन्छ कि अब त्यो चाहिँ कसरी भयो भन्ने कुरा त्यो त धेरै धेरै अब त्यो होइन मैले चाहिँ अब अब्जर्भरको तर्फबाट हेरेँ होइन तर कुरा के हुन्थ्यो भने त्यहाँ होइन स्कुलमा जाँदाखेरि अथवा त्यहाँ जिल्लामा जाँदाखेरि पनि एकदम टाइट कन्ट्रोल छ अरे कि कम्युनिटी छ भनेर when it's because the community is doing what the World Bank has sort of recommended many times कम्युनिटीले के गरेछ त कम्युनिटीले कसरी त्यसलाई लिएको छ हातमा के फी रेगुलेसन त लेखिदियो होइन रुलमा तर फी रेगुलेसन त छैन अब काठमाडौँमा कसरी गर्न सक्छ फी रेगुलेसन त्यो मार्केट मोडलमा जान र नहुनमा त मलाई चाहिँ के लाग्छ भने एउटा अलिकति डिफिकल्टी के छ भने लङ टर्म डिकेको कुरा हो कि यो चाहिँ काठमाडौँमा अथवा हुन्छ नि जुन पनि ल्याउन दिल्ली ल्याउँ अथवा दिल्लीमा अलि धेरै इनोभेसनहरू भइरहेछ तर ल्याउन एउटा ठुलो सहर जहाँ सुरुमा प्राइभेट स्कुल त्यहाँ आएको थियो होइन अनि ओभर टाइम त्यो क्वालिटी र यो सोर्टिङ स्ट्राटिफिकेसनको मिश्रण भएर जब उम्रियो नि त्यसलाई चाहिँ अब त्यो ठ्याक्कै भन्नु गाह्रो छ क्या यो तर तपाईँले एउटा कुरा चाहिँ मेरो चाहिँ त्यो हो नि इस्यु एउटा ब्रडर इस्यु सिस्टमकोमा काम गर्ने मान्छेहरूले चाहिँ पब्लिकलाई सब पब्लिक गुड भनेर फोकस गर्नै पर्छ अनि त्यो भने चाहिँ अब गभर्मेन्टले चाहिँ रिस्पोन्सिबिलिटी लिनै पर्छ त्यही हो कि कुरा अब त्यो उनीहरूले के गरेछन् किन गरेनन् उनीहरूले ब्लेम मात्र गर्ने कि अब आफ्नो पनि सुधार्ने अब यो रिसर्च यो ग्लोबल रिपोर्टमा चाहिँ वी हेड टेकन दिस लाइक myth sort of conceptualization and it says that there's a myth that private schools exist because for profit or so what we do say public schools are actually a problem, the big part of the problem. अनि मैले चाहिँ ग्लोबल लेभलमा अनि साउथ एसिया लेभलमा पनि कुरा गर्दाखेरि त्यही गर्ने गरेको छु प्रो पब्लिक अडियन्समा जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ म कोट्याउँछु उनीहरूलाई होइन त्यो तपाईँको क्वालिटीको बारेमा त के भन्नुहुन्छ त अनि प्रो प्राइभेटमा पनि त्यही भन्छु होइन व्हाट अबाउट दि कन्सर्न्स दैट द अदर साइड रेजेस फर यु त्यसरी मात्र अगाडि बढ्छ यो कुरा होइन किनभने फेरि त्यही अब अस्पष्टतामा फसिन्छ तपाईँले भन्नुभएको कुरा चाहिँ त्यो यो के भन्छ सिकिरहेछन् भन्ने कुरा नि अब राम्रो कुरा नराम्रो कुरा त्यो गभर्मेन्टले इभ्यालुएट गर्नु पर्यो नि त अलिकति भए पनि अलिकति गर्नु पर्यो नि होइन कतिसम्म गर्यो अनि अरू कुरा हामी त रिसर्चर हो डेटा हो होइन अलिअलि त रिसर्च त्यो एनालाइज गर्नु पर्यो हामीले एनेक्डोटली त्यही बुझिरहेछौँ कि भइरहेछ धेरै कुरा भइरहेछ भनेर तर एउटा कुरा रेकमेन्डेसन फोर हो क्या अरे त्यो इनोभेसनको छ नि त इट्स नट द प्रिजर्भ अफ एनी टाइप अफ एक्टर भइरहेछ भने राम्ररी हेर्नु पर्यो अनि गभर्मेन्ट निड्स टु सी हाउ इट्स अडप्टेड होइन लिनु पर्यो इन्डियामा म भर्खरै एउटा स्कुलमा गएर आएको थिएँ पिपल इनिसिएटिभसँग जोडेको अनि उनीहरूको होल मोडल चाहिँ अब एक्सप्यान्ड गर्ने मोडल थिएन उनीहरूको चाहिँ होइन दे वुड डु इनोभेसन्स एन्ड दे वुड एक्चुली ट्राई टु कन्भिन्स द गभर्मेन्ट द्याट दे शुड देन स्केल अप द इनोभेसन्स उनीहरू चाहिँ तिनटै स्कुलमा बसिराख्ने अरे अनि हुन्छ नि त्यो गभर्मेन्ट स्कुलले लिएर उनीहरूले राम्रो पारे अनि त्यसपछि हुन्छ नि गभर्मेन्ट विल कम एन्ड सोर्ट अफ टेक पोलिसी मध्य प्रदेशमा ठुलै भयो अरे उनीहरूको थ्रु होइन तर सो इट्स अबाउट आई थिङ्क द क्याटलाइजिङ इफेक्ट होइन स्केल अफ प्रोभिजनको मात्रै कुरा होइन नि त नन स्टेट एक्टर्सको इन्भल्भमेन्ट के गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ गभर्मेन्टको त्यो हुन्छ नि त्यो क्यापासिटी बढ्सम्म धेरै फोकस हुनुपर्छ किनभने हामीले चाहिँ अब कति देखाएको छु मैले होइन त्यो नोम्यारिक एजुकेसन होस् या रेफ्युजी एजुकेसन होस् या युज अल अफ द टपिक्स द्याट वी स्टडीड सस्टेनेबिलिटी इज द बिग इस्यु क्या किनभने डोनर्स विल मुभ अन टु द नेक्स्ट बिग टपिक अफ द डे होइन इट ह्यापन्स अल द टाइम आइम स्योर नेपालमा काम गर्नेहरूले त धेरै बुझाएको छन् यो कुरा इज सस्टेनेबिलिटी can only happen if the government is sort of moving along with you. You cannot exist in some vacuum. But I feel like we could go on forever.
I think just to build on that, तपाईले भनेको एकदमै एउटा इम्पोर्टेन्ट कुरा भन्नुभयो कि प्राइभेट सेक्टरबाट आएको भनौँ न इनोभेसन्सहरू चाहिँ नि पब्लिकमा गएको छ भने त्यो डाइमेन्सन आई डोन्ट थिङ्क हामीले रिपोर्टमा अहिलेसम्म टच गरेको छैन तर गर्न सकिन्छ अझ पनि हाम्रो एन्ड भएको छैन रिपोर्ट सिद्ध्या छैन तर त्यसमा चाहिँ नि इम्पोर्टेन्ट कुरा के छ भने यही फेलियर अफ द पब्लिक सिस्टम टु सेट द स्ट्यान्डर्ड्स के अनि त्यसले गर्दाखेरि प्राइभेट एन्ड द प्रब्लम इज यसले चाहिँ नि अलिकति पब्लिक सेक्टर चाहिँ नि प्राइभेट सेक्टरसँग फर प्रफिट मेकिङ प्राइभेट सेक्टरसँग तर्सिन्छ नि त्यसको एउटा चाहिँ नि एक्जाम्पल हो जस्तो फर एक्जाम्पल गुड इनोभेसन्स त जहाँबाट जहाँ पनि सिक्न केही प्रब्लम भएन तर फर एक्जाम्पल इफ इसिडीमा नहुने खालको प्रोग्राम्सहरू प्राइभेट सेक्टरले ल्याइरहेछ भने त्यसले के जनाउँछ भने त्यो त्यो त्यस्तो खालको खोल्ने मान्छेहरू they are interested in that more from the point of view of business and less from the point of view of education. अनि सो त्यसले गर्दाखेरि त्यो एउटा प्राइभेट सेक्टरले पनि त्यो डिभिजन क्लियर गर्नु पर्यो कि is the person qualified to run a school? Is the person passionate about running schools? अनि त्यसले immediately difference देखाइहाल्छ नि हैन कि राम्रो क्वालिटी छ किनभने त्यस्तो खालको बुझिया मान्छेले त संसारमा के छ मोडल्सहरू इन्टरनेशनल स्ट्यान्डर्ड्सहरू के छ भने आफैले बुझ्या हुन्छ उनले के रिसर्च गरेर अनि त्यसको आधारमा खोल्ने हो नि ए पैसा बनाउनु पर्यो अब स्कुल खोल्नु पर्यो भनेर त मान्छे लागेपछि त then it's a very dangerous situation that we will be in. So त्यो पनि एउटा एस्पेक्ट चाहिँ नि हामीले very importantly discuss गर्नुपर्ने कुरा हो त्यो. Is it business or is it education? हजुर यो लास्ट अनि त्यसपछि
मेरो आफै म वक्ता भएको हुनाले बोल्न चाहेको थिइनँ तर बोल्नै पर्ने भएर मैले बोल्न खोजेँ है एउटा कुरा चाहिँ उहाँले पनि उठाउनु भयो त्यहाँ पनि प्राइभेट सेक्टर भनेको बिजनेस हुने हु सेड मलाई बताइदिनुहोस् त्यसपछि म त्यसलाई व्याख्या गर्छु मैले पनि रिसर्च गरेको छु जम्मा 25% प्राइभेट स्कुलहरू कलेजहरू मात्रै सस्टेन गरेको छ विल पे फर 75%. तपाईले हेर्नुस् बिलो 5000 रुपीस 5% छ त्यो डाटा पनि हेर्नुस् इज इट रियलिस्टिक डाटा अर म पनि इन्ट्रेस्टेड भए त्यो अब म तपाईलाई भनिदिन्छु म हिसानको प्रेसिडेन्ट 6 वर्ष मैले निर्विरोध प्रेसिडेन्ट भए यसपालि पनि फेरि साथीहरूले बस्दिन भन्दा पनि निर्विरोध प्रेसिडेन्ट भए मेरो मातहतमा 2500 +2 देखि युनिभर्सिटी PhD सम्म छ 2000 मेरो मेम्बर छ 500 ले मेम्बर लिनु भएको छैन तपाईलाई भनौं मेरो अहिले बाँकी 3टा कलेजहरू छ मैले यहाँ प्रचार गर्न आएको हैन 2टा इन्जिनियरिङ कलेज छ एउटा यो छ मेरो शिक्षामा 8 अरब लगानी छ 8 अरबको 10% चुकलाएर बैंकमा 13% पाउँछु मैले 13 8 मैले 3 करोड रुपैयाँ प्रफिट गरे भने सब ह्युज एन्ड क्राई हुन्छ प्लिज कम सर म तपाईलाई मेरो सबै डाटा देखाइदिन्छु मैले लिएको देखाइदिन्छु हैन तपाईले एउटा मलाई प्रश्नको उत्तर दिनुस् इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गरेपछि मिनिमम उसको रिटर्न कति हुनुपर्छ ब्रेक इभन त होला ब्रेक इभन नभए संसारमा इन्भेस्टमेन्ट कसैले गर्छ यहाँ पनि के छ भन्दाखेरि एनजिओ आइएनजिओ मा तपाईहरुको फन्डिङ र रिसोर्स कहाँबाट हुन्छ युएन सिस्टम भित्र पनि अथवा अर्को सिस्टम पनि त रिसोर्स त काहीँ न काहीँबाट तपाईहरुले जेनेरेट गर्नुहुन्छ होला नि एउटा चीज हामी जाउँ न हामी यसरी यो वन साइडेड भएर व्याख्या विश्लेषण नगर्नु हामी के जाउँ भने उले इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गर्यो भने बैंक लोन अहिले जानु हो भने अहिले तपाई ऋण लिन जानुस् कुनै भेकलको निम्ति अहिले लोन दिदैन भेकलको निम्ति अहिले अरुको छोड दिनुस् लोन दियो भने पनि अहिले 15% भन्दा यता दिदैन त तिर्नु पर्ने होला अनि उसको इन्ट्रेस्ट रेट राख्नुस् कति % सम्म प्रफिट खानु हुने हो भनेर राख्दिनुस् त्यो चीज राखौं र तपाईलाई म चाहिँ इन्भाइट गर्छु मेरो सबै ट्रान्सपरेन्ट कर तिरेको छु अनि के रहेछ हालत यदि यो चीज साँच्चीकै प्रफिट मेकिङ हो भने शिक्षा किन आउने तर शिक्षामा एउटा किसिमले प्रफिट मेकिङ भएको छ त्यो पनि म तपाईहरुलाई बताइछु मैले प्रफिट गरेको छु फेरि त्यसमा लाज मान्दिन म प्रफिट केले गरेको छु भने मेरो एसेटको भ्यालु बढेर प्रफिट भएको छ मैले हिजो किनेको जग्गा मैले 25 लाखमा किनेको थिएँ अहिले 1 करोड दिन आयो आनाको हैन अब देख्दाखेरि त भोलि त्यो बेचे भने बाप यसले त यत्रो पैसा गर्यो भन्ने छ आउँछ नि त तर सबै चीजको हेर्ने हो भने हामीले पनि वर्कआउट गरेका छौं त्यो छैन त्यसैले मेरो आग्रह के हो भने एकचोटि हेरौँ त बसौँ प्राइभेट सेक्टरमा कति छ। अर्को सरहरूलाई म भनिदिन्छु, हामी आफै मेरो इन्जिनियरिङ कलेज छ, म तपाईँलाई एउटा फर योर काइन्ड इन्फर्मेसन, हामीले चाहिँ यहाँ छलफल गऱ्यौँ, अहिले टाइटल राख्यौँ, एउटा टाइटल इन एजुकेसन भन्ने छ। म चाहिँ यो इसिडीको र प्राइमेरी स्कुलको हो कि भन्ने, एजुकेसनले त तीनटा होला नि त हाम्रो अहिलेको सिस्टमले, एउटा चाहिँ यो बेसिक एजुकेसन होला, एउटा सेकेन्डरी एजुकेसन होला, एउटा हायर एजुकेसन। हायर एजुकेसनको कुरा आएको छैन होइन, सेकेन्डरी भन्दा पनि बेसिक एजुकेसनको र अझ हामी फोकस चाहिँ इसिडीमा भइरहेछौँ। फेरि कस्तो भने टाइटल एउटा छ, यद्यपि त्यो टाइटल म सम्मान गर्छु, मेरो चाहिँ त्यो टाइटलप्रति समर्थन छैन, मैले नबुझेको होला। त्यो जुन टाइटल चाहिँ नन स्टेट सेक्टर्स भनेको हाम्रो रुल्स रेगुलेसन कानुन जहाँ हामी चलेको छौँ, नन स्टेट त्यो 75% नोक्सान भएकोलाई फन्डिङ कसले गर्छ? नाफा भएको पनि तिरौँ कति पर्सेन्ट कर, हामीले हरेक वर्ष कर तिरेको छ, तपाईँले हेर्नुहोस्। नोक्सान भएकोलाई नि तिरौँ न, हामी विपा सम्झौता गऱ्यौँ, अन्तबाट पैसा लगानी गर, घाटा लाग्यो भने चाहिँ तिम्रो यहाँ हामी त्यो पैसा तिरेर विदेशतिर पठाइदिन्छौँ भने देशको लगानीकर्तालाई चाहिँ हामीले भन्यौँ त, यत्रो स्कुल बन्द किन भयो त, हामीले सोच्यौँ त। हिजो आनन्दटी राम्रो आनन्दटी सर आउनुभयो, स्कुल सञ्चालन गरिदिनु भयो, फोहोर आउनुभयो, यसपालि आउनुभयो। रमेश सर मैले त भयङ्कर गरेँ भने के गर्नुभयो? 12 जना स्टुडेन्ट थियो, मैले चाहिँ 52 जना स्टुडेन्ट पुरेँ। हिजोको फर्मिङ स्कुलको हालत के छ? हिजोको ल्याब स्कुलको हालत के छ? नेपाल आदर्श 10 जना मध्ये 6 वटा बोर्डिङले नै अहिले बन्द गरेको स्थिति छ। त्यस्तो स्थिति पनि त छ, राम्रो गरेको पनि छ होला। मैले भन्दा फेरि शान्ताजी रिसाउनु होला, उहाँको प्रफिट अलि धेरै होला। रमेश सरले चाहिँ मलाई किन गरे युलेन्सको रिसाउनु होला, अर्कोको रिसाउनु होला। तर हामी यसरी सब्जेक्टिभ एनालाइसिस गरौँ। प्राइभेट स्कुल फर प्रफिट मेकिङ सक्यो त गर्छ, किन बिजनेसमा इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गरेपछि प्रफिट मेकिङ गर्छ नि, गर्दैन? तपाईँहरूलाई नि भोलि एउटा आरोप आयो भने दे आर फर डलर मेकिङ भन्यो भने एन्सर त दिनुपर्ने होला नि त। एन्सर चाहिँ तपाईँहरूले पनि जो निकाय जो बस्नु छ त्यसले पनि एन्सर दिनुपर्ने होला होइन। तर एउटा मेरो अनुरोध चाहिँ हामी एउटा रियलिस्टिक एप्रोचमा छौँ। प्राइभेट सेक्टरको चाहिँ बजारले निर्धारण गर्छ, उसले दिने फेसिलिटीले निर्धारण गर्छ। यदि उसले दिएको फेसिलिटी, उसले दिएको क्वालिटीलाई बजारले एक्सेप्ट गर्छ भने उसले तिर्छ, त्यसले गर्दैन भने एक्सेप्ट गर्दैन। अहिलेको समस्या एउटा छ, यो हिजो 16,000 देखि 18,000 सिम्याट एक्जाम थियो ब्याच दरमा, यसपालि सिम्याट एक्जाममा घट्यो। सिटियुको अराउन्ड 13,000 छ, पास 8200 छ, 8,200 छ। 100%ले पढ्यो भने पनि 35% सिट खाली जाने स्थिति। इन्जिनियरिङमा त्यही छ, हिजो 12 देखि 16,000 इन्जिनियरिङमा, आज जम्मा 9,000 चाहिँ फर्म भर्ने छ। अब आज रिजल्ट हुँदैछ, त्यसमा पास चाहिँ 6 देखि 7,000 भन्दा हुने छैन। नम्बर अफ स्टुडेन्ट बढ्दैछ, इन्भेस्टमेन्ट बढ्दैछ, इन्भेस्टमेन्ट बढे अनुसारको रिटर्न छैन। यो उसो भए किन तपाईँले स्थापना गरेको, त्यो क्वेसन पनि म एन्सर दिन्छु। सरले हामीले अहिले नै भन्यो, हाम्रो श्रम बजार अहिलेको नयाँ र हिजोको पुरानो बजार 4 देखि 5 लाख थियो। नेपाल सरकारको डाटा हेर्नुहुन्छ भने 2% मात्रै सरकार र सरकारी निकाय अन्तर्गत गएको छ। ल 5 लाख राखिदिनुहोस्, 10,000 सरकारीमा गयो, 8% प्राइभेट सेक्टरतिर गएको छ भन्दाखेरि जम्मा टोटल 10% गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ 50,000 गयो। बाँकी 4,50,000ले के गर्यो? अलिकति पढे लेखेको हैसियत भएको अमेरिका, युरोप, अस्ट्रेलिया लगायतका मुलुक भयो, त्यो पछाडिको क्यानाडाको होइन, देशभित्र उसले चाहिँ जेनेरेट गर्नको निम्ति कि कुनै गर्यो कि शिक्षा क्षेत्रमा आफूले जानेको त्यसमा अलिकति लगानी गरौँ भनेर गर्यो। यहाँ रोजगारीको निम्ति पनि उसले गर्यो, आफ्नो आत्मसम्मानको निम्ति, देश बस्नको निम्ति नि प्राइभेट सेक्टरतिर गर्यो। तर एउटा कुरो चाहिँ यसमा पर स्टुडेन्ट कस्ट हिसाब गरौँ। मैले राज्य पक्षलाई पनि बारम्बार भने, मैले यो किन कुरा उठाएँ भने अलिकति म्याडमको पनि करेक्सन गर्नुपर्छ। म हिजो यहाँ नेपालमा पोलिटिकल पनि छ, काङ्ग्रेसको बेलामा पनि म राष्ट्रिय शिक्षा आयोगको सदस्य भएँ, कम्युनिस्टको बेलामा पनि राष्ट्रिय शिक्षा आयोगको भएँ। त्यो बेलामा म एक्लो प्राइभेट सेक्टरको प्रतिनिधि हुँ, त्यहाँ चाहिँ डिस्कसन छ, त्यस्तो छैन शिक्षा आयोगको रिपोर्टमा। 10 वर्षभित्र बन्द गर्ने भन्ने छैन। मैले सिग्नेचर गरेकोमा चाहिँ छैन, किनभने मैले सिग्नेचर गरेको। कुरो के छ भने हिजो विचारमा आएको हो, पछि छलफल गर्दाखेरि लास्टमा एउटा कन्क्लुजन के छ भने 10 वर्षभित्र प्राइभेटको चाहिँ क्वालिटी सर चाहिँ सरकारलाई पुर्याइने छ भन्ने छ। त्यो क्वालिटी त हरेक वर्ष नेपाल सरकारको नीति कार्यक्रमभित्र छ। बन्द गर्ने भन्ने छैन, ठ्याक्कै बन्द गर्न भन्ने छैन, त्यहाँ उत्साहित नगर्ने निरुत्साहित गर्ने भन्ने मात्रै छ। यसैले हामीले यो चेन्ज गर्ने हो भने प्राइभेट सेक्टरको रोल प्रति डिस्कस गरौँ। प्राइभेट सेक्टर आवश्यकता हो कि होइन, कुन कुन सेक्टरमा प्राइभेट सेक्टर हो, के कन्ट्रिब्युसन गर्नुपर्ने हो, ब्लेम लाउनु नलगाउँ कसैलाई। प्राइभेट इज फर प्रफिट मेकिङ। संसारमा प्राइभेट भनेको प्रफिट मेकिङ नभएको कुनै पनि संस्था हुँदैन। प्राइभेट भन्ने बित्तिकै उसको कम्तीमा ब्रेक इभन त गर्छ उसले। ब्रेक इभन नगर्ने हो भने त कहीँ फन्डिङ गर्नु पर्यो नि त। ल एउटा काम गरौँ त, राज्यको पर स्टुडेन्ट कस्ट जति छ, मैले त बार बार भने त्यति राज्यको पर स्टुडेन्ट कस्ट हामीलाई दिउँ, हामी त्यो बराबर विद्यार्थीहरूलाई पढाइदिन्छौँ। आर दे रेडी? मैले यसपालि पनि मन्त्रीजीकै मुखिन्जेल भने, शिक्षा सचिव अहिले उहाँ भागेर जानुभयो, अलिकति गफ भयो। मेरो पर स्टुडेन्ट कस्ट चाहिँ तपाईँलाई भाडा, घर भाडा पर इयर 52,000 रुपियाँ, 300 रुपियाँ छ। ल मलाई घर बनाइदियो राज्यले अरू सरकारी जस्तो, म 52,300 लिँदैन नि बाबा, घर सरकारले लियोस्, मसँग छ। आई विल गिभ लेटर अन मेरो डिस्कसन। तर खालि हामी हाइपोथेटिकल कुरा गरेर अब अल्टरनेट सोध्ने बेला भयो। के हो त अल्टरनेट? हामीले त्यो गर्नुपर्छ। मैले नि हेरेको छु सर, दिल्लीबाट पास गर्नुभएको छ तपाईँको कलेज, म 3 चोटि पुगेको छु, उहाँको पनि प्रोफेसर डाकेको छु, हेरेको छु नि। मैले साधारण स्कुलमा पढेर आएको हुँ, गभर्मेन्ट कलेजमै पढेँ। अब 35 वर्ष बिताएँ शिक्षा क्षेत्रमा, त्रिभुवन युनिभर्सिटीमा पेन्सन पकाएँ, 29.5 वर्ष कन्ट्रिब्युसन गरेँ, प्राइभेट सेक्टरको नै स्थापना गरेँ। त्यसैले हामी फोकस भएर यदि हामी चाहिँ यो नन सेक्टरल सेक्टरको एक्टर हो भने एक्टरबाट त यो चाहनु भनिदिनु पर्यो नि त डाइरेक्टरले। हामीले यो चिज चाहन्छौँ है तपाईँहरूबाट हामीले चाहेको यो तपाईँहरूले गर्ने कन्ट्रिब्युसन यो भनिदिने भए यसलाई अझै न्यारो डाउन गर्न सकिन्थ्यो र टु द पोइन्ट हामी कन्क्लुजनमा पुग्न सक्थ्यौँ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। त्यसैले एउटा चाहिँ मेरो विनम्रतापूर्वकको आग्रह छ, होला केहीमा डिस्कसन गर्नु। भर्खर एकजना मेरो नजिकको हुनुहुन्छ, मैले इन्स्टिट्युट र नाम लिन्न, मोबाइल स्विच अफ रहेछ। मैले अर्को उसको साथीलाई फोन गरेँ, किन भनेको सर बाँच्न नसकेर चुनाव आएको छ, चुनाव खर्चदेखि लिएर गएर अर्को स्विच अफ गरिदियो भने त अलिक सस्तो पर्छ भनेर। धेरै सिन अनसिन धेरै पार्ट छ, सिन अनसिनलाई पनि हामीले एड्रेस गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ हाम्रो जस्तो देश। त्यसैले मेरो आग्रह के छ भने स्पेसिफिकमा छलफल गरौँ, एक आपसमा ब्लेम नलाउँ। प्राइभेट सेक्टरको कन्ट्रिब्युसन छ चुके होइन भने हामी बोल्दैनौँ। थ्याङ्क यू
हजुर, थ्याङ्क यू हजुर।
Welcome back, everyone. Angie, can you hear me? Is this working? Yeah?
MG,
Volume. So, thank you so much, everyone, for being back here. We hope you enjoyed a lunch from Himalayan Superfood. Everything, including our simiko dal and changrako masu, and everything came from Mustang, and also Mustang ko alu and the rice grain. So, if you liked it. And by the way, it was prepared by our very own IJ staff here. So we hope you also like the taste of the way it was prepared as well. So thank you. There's been a slight change in our schedule because Mr. Ramesh Kumar Sewal would have to leave because of some emergency he has family related. So we're going to invite him to give his remarks before we go on to the Q&A session with Dr. Packer. So Mr. Ramesh Kumar Sewal serves as the president of Higher Institutions and Secondary Schools Association Nepal, known as HISAN. He is also the president of Golden Gate International College and the member secretary of Nepal Sports Council of Nepal. As an academician, Mr. Sewal is continuously contributing to enhance the higher level education in Nepal by upgrading the education system. He has a master's degree in chemistry from TU and has taught for almost 2 decades at the university. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Mr. Ramesh Kumar Sewal to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. अब डाक्टर जोशी गयो भनेपछि मलाई जान्न पुग्छ जस्तो लाग्छ डाक्टर शान्ता दीक्षित हाम्रो दुपलिया म्याम भूषणजी मैले नाम लिन भने पनि आएको मलाई सम्पूर्ण मानिसहरूले सत्कार गर्नुपर्छ भावहरू म थोरै टाइममा जान्छु अहिले धेरै कुरा आयो पहिलो कुरा हाम्रो संविधानले के भन्नु संविधानले के भन्नु कक्षा 8 कक्षासम्म अनिवार्य रूपमा कक्षा 12सम्म निःशुल्क र हायर एजुकेसनमा पैसा तिर्नुपर्छ जसमा राज्यको कर्तव्य र जिम्मेवारी छुट्याएको छ उसले एउटा प्रश्न उठ्यो गर्नुभएको छ कक्षा 8 कक्षासम्म अनिवार्य निःशुल्क हो भने पैसा गर्न पाइन्छ कि पाइँदैन अहिलेसम्म दिमागको विषय यही कक्षा 8सम्म अनिवार्य र निःशुल्क भनेर भनेपछि हिँड्न पाइन्छ कि पाइँदैन भन्ने चाहिँ एउटा यसमा एउटा भर्सन छ राज्यद्वारा सञ्चालित स्कुलहरूमा पैसा लिन पाइँदैन किन त्यो राज्यको जिम्मेवारी र कर्तव्य हो तर म छनौट गर्छु भने त्यो चाहिँ लिन पाइन्छ राज्यद्वारा लिन पाइँदैन त्यसैले हाम्रो सन्दर्भमा के हो भने यदि त्यसो होइन भने भोलि गएर हाम्रो संविधानमा एउटा व्यवस्था छ हाम्रो चाहिँ खाद्य अधिकार छ पाउनुपर्छ पाउँछ लाउन पाइन भने लाउन पाइन्छ मेरो कपडा भएन भने उसलाई कपडा चाहिँ छ यदि अधिकारको ग्यारेन्टी छ एउटा प्रश्न उठ्यो नि त मलाई सेल्टी होटलमा मैले खाना पाउनु पर्छ भने राज्यले ग्यारेन्टी गर्न सक्दैन मलाई नर्थ फेसको ज्याकेट दिनुपर्छ राज्यले भनेर भन्यो भने हामीले ग्यारेन्टी गर्न सक्दैनौँ त्यसैले यसमा हामी कन्फ्युजन हुनु हुँदैन जो राज्य अन्तर्गतको उसको छ राज्यले पढाउने जिम्मेवारी र दायित्व हो राज्यले नसकेको हुनाले मात्रै हामीले गरेको यसको को हो त उसो भए को हो भन्ने कुरा यदि त्यो होइन भने फेरि अर्कोतिर हामीले गर्न सक्छौँ पर स्टुडेन्ट कस्ट फन्डिङ गरौँ राज्यले हिसाब गरौँ सरकारी स्कुलमा प्रति व्यक्ति कति पैसा लागेको छ त्यो पैसाको भौचर प्रणाली हामी सुरु गरौँ त्यो भौचर दिउँ र उसले कहाँ पर्छ उसको अधिकार क्षेत्रभित्र छोडिदिउँ आखिर लगानी त परेको छ हाम्रो एउटा बस छ विश्वव्यापी रूपमा शिक्षा निःशुल्क हुन सक्छ कि सक्दैन धेरै ठाउँमा शिक्षा निःशुल्क भनेर भनिएको छ तर मेरो विचार के हो भने विश्वव्यापी रूपमा शिक्षा निःशुल्क हुन सक्दैन निःशुल्क भएको ठाउँमा कुरा के हो भने शुल्क कसले तिर्ने भन्ने कुरा हो बाउ आमाले पकेटबाट दिने हामीले तिरेको करबाट राज्य कोषबाट तिर्ने भन्ने कुरा हो शिक्षामा कस्ट पर्यो भने निःशुल्क कसरी हुन सक्छ विद्यालयमा नि कस्ट परेको छ युनिभर्सिटीमा नि कस्ट परेको छ कुरो यति मात्रै हो कि शुल्क कसले तिर्ने पकेटबाट तिर्दाखेरि फिल हुन्छ कर तिरेकोबाट तिर्दाखेरि फिल अलिक कम हुने मात्रै हो भिन्नता यति हो शुल्क त पर स्टुडेन्ट परेको छ नि समानताको हकको कुरा गर्ने भए एउटा गरौँ त उसो भए बढी चाहिँ प्राइभेट या उसको गभर्मेन्ट कहाँ पर्छ उसलाई गरौँ पर स्टुडेन्ट कस्टको अनुसार भौचर गरौँ विश्वको धेरै मुलुकहरूमा ओइसिडीका मध्ये 26 वटा मुलुकहरूमा भौचर प्रणाली सिस्टम लागू छ द चोइस इज अप टु यु यसले सरकारी स्कुलको पनि सुधार हुन्छ प्राइभेट स्कुलको पनि सुधार हुन्छ तर त्यसो गर्यो भने के हुन्छ फेरि अर्को समस्या म बताइन्छु अहिले यहाँ गरमको रिपोर्टमा पनि छ अहिले स्कुल एजुकेसनमा प्राइभेट सेक्टरको भनेको स्कुल एजुकेसनमा 20 to 30 बिचको कन्ट्रिब्युसन छ पर्सेन्टेज हेरेर यसमा धेरै छ प्री प्राइमरीमा मार्चतिर घट्दै गएको छ 8 कक्षाबाट अलिकति घटेको छ त्यो बोर्डिङको क्वालिटी नभएर घटेको होइन हाम्रो शिक्षाको स्थितिले के भन्यो भने मेडिकल इन्जिनियरिङमा पढ्नु पर्यो भने सरकारी विद्यालयमा पढ्यो पढ्न चाहिँ बोर्डिङमा पढ्छ जहाँ दिनुहुँदैन सरकारीबाट दिन जान्छ त्यो कारणले केही प्रतिशत घटेको छ त्यसैले त्यो पक्षबाट हामीले चाहिँ हेर्नुपर्छ त्यो पक्षबाट हामीले एनालाइसिस गर्नु हो भने राज्यको थप भार पर्न आउँछ एभरेजमा 25% विद्यालयकोमा राज्यको थप भार भयो त्यो राज्यले थेर्न सक्छ राज्यको एउटा कमिटमेन्ट छ हामी शिक्षामा 20% लगानी गर्छौँ इन्टरनेसनलमा कमिटमेन्ट गरेको छ हामी शिक्षा आयोगमा लेखेका छौँ 20% लगानी गर्नुपर्छ र टोटल जीडीपीको 6% और भनेर लेखेका छौँ अहिले जीडीपीको पुग्न पुग 4% खर्च छ अहिले उहाँले प्रस्तुत गरिसक्नुभयो पुग्न पुग 11% छ 17% घटेर 11% लगानी हो प्राइभेट सेक्टरको 7% छ यो पनि त जोड्नु पर्ने होला नि त राज्यको किनभने सरहरूको त त्यहाँ एक्टरै छ तर एक्टर भित्रको पनि जोड्ने हो भने 17%. अब जीडीपीको कन्ट्रिब्युसन भन्ने हो भने 7.23% छ अहिले यो 7.23 देखि 7.3 ट्याक्सेसनको अहिले कुरा आयो म त्यहाँ करेक्ट गर्न चाहन्छु म्याडमको ट्याक्सेसनमा 5% भने हामीले अपोज गरेको त्यो होइन हामीले अपोज गरेको एउटै कुरा हो 16 वर्षभन्दा मुनिको मान्छेलाई कर लिन पाइँदैन त्यो युएन सिस्टम भित्र पनि छ कर कसलाई लिइन्छ जसको आम्दानी हुन्छ बाउ आमाको आम्दानी हुन्छ भनेर छोरा छोरीले कर लिन पाइँदैन त्यो बखिलापमा हुन्छ 16 वर्षमा त्यो नर्सरी केजीमा सिगान पुस्ने बुढाको त्यसले कसरी गर्थे बरु स्कुलबाट ल्याउनु यो सैद्धान्तिक रूपमा हाम्रो डिफरेन्सेस तर फरक काइन्ड इन्फर्मेसन शिक्षा कर चाहिँ 125 देखि 142% राज्यले तोकेको हुँदा भर उठेको छ तपाईले डाटा हेर्न सक्नुहुन्छ म त्यसमा पनि बसेर आयोगमा बसेको हुनाले मेरो यही क्लेम हुन्थ्यो सबभन्दा बढी चाहिँ त्यहाँ किन गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ यदि कर तिरेन भने कसैले बदमासी गर्यो भने अन्त हुन्छ हामी कुलमान घुसिङको धेरै चर्चा गर्छौँ तर 3 अरब 90 करोड रुपियाँ चाहिँ अहिले ठुला ठुला सिमेन्ट फ्याक्ट्रीले 1 वर्षभन्दा बढी नतिरेको पैसा किन त्यहाँ राज्यको कोषमा भएन भनेर हामी भन्दैनौँ तर बाहिर उहाँले हामीले कर तिरेन भने घरमाको अगाडि आएर पेपरमा नेताबाजी गरिदिन्छ स्कुलमा तालाबन्दी गरिदिन्छ हामी ध्वस्त हुन्छ एउटा हाम्रो करप्रतिको राज्यप्रतिको हाम्रो संवेदनशीलता जिम्मेवारी र दायित्वले नै हामी कर तिर्छौँ शिक्षा क्षेत्रको कर चाहिँ 125 देखि 100% मा 142% छ त्यसैले प्राइभेट सेक्टरले कर तिरेन भनेर भन्न मिलेन प्राइभेट सेक्टरले कर तिरेको छ राज्यको जिम्मेवारी राज्यको दायित्व हामीले गरेको छ 10% छात्रवृत्ति दिएको छ हामीले त्यो छात्रवृत्ति पनि यसमा जोडिएको छ अब तपाईँ भन्नुहोस् त्यो हिसाबले गर्दा 1% सोसियल भनेर हामी तिरेका छौँ एउटा रक्सी बनाउने कम्पनीले भन्दा बढी एउटा शिक्षा क्षेत्रकोले तिरेको छ त्यो तिरेको छ एउटा मोडेल गरौँ त उसो भए अहिले स्कुल एजुकेसनमा 3टा छ एउटा सरकारी छ एउटा प्राइभेट छ एउटा रिलिजियस छ गुम्बा बौद्ध गुम्बा त्यस्तै मद्रसा उनीहरू छ त्यसको संख्या थोरै छ त्यसको संख्या चाहिँ संख्यात्मक रूपमा प्राइभेटको थोरै छ त्यो दोस्रोमा आउँछ गुणात्मक रूपमा हेर्ने हो भने तपाईँको एसीको यो प्लस आउनेमा हेर्नु मोर देन 80% चाहिँ प्राइभेट सेक्टरको कन्ट्रिब्युसन छ मेडिकल इन्जिनियरिङमा नाम निकाल्दा प्राइभेट सेक्टरको कन्ट्रिब्युसन छ अहिले एसीको रिजल्ट जुन खस्क्यो प्राइभेट सेक्टरको खस्केको छैन गभर्मेन्ट सेक्टरको खस्केको छ काठमाडौँको म उदाहरण दिन्छु मोडल स्कुल भनेर 13 मोडल स्कुलको चाहिँ स्कुलको भन्दा तल पर्सेन्टेज आएको छ यहाँ अहिले रामप्रसादजी भएको भए म भनिदिन्थेँ म्याडम अहिले सल्लाहकार म्याडम मैले देखेको छैन अब हामीले एनालाइसिस नगर्नु मोडल भनेर राज्यले लगानी गरेर हिउँ नगरपालिकाभित्र इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गर्यो रिटर्न खोइ त उसले रिटर्न कहाँको त त्यो पाटो अब हामीले हेर्नुपर्छ। दोस्रो पाटो मैले यो चाहिँ कलेज अन्तर्गत 3टा छ। कलेज अन्तर्गत एउटा प्राइभेट छ, दोस्रो सामुदायिक छ, तेस्रो गभर्मेन्ट छ। संख्यात्मक रूपमा सबभन्दा कम गभर्मेन्ट छ। अहिले गभर्मेन्ट चाहिँ 143 वटा पुगेको छ। अहिलेको चार्टमा 147 वटा देखेँ मैले, 143 वटा गभर्मेन्टको पुगेको छ। सेकेन्डमा कम्युनिटी छ, थर्डमा चाहिँ सबभन्दा हाइएस्ट नम्बरमा प्राइभेट छ, 52% प्राइभेट सेक्टरको छ। इन्जिनियरिङ मेडिसिनमा हेर्नुहोस्, टेक्निकल सब्जेक्टमा सिटिबिटी अन्तर्गत 93% प्राइभेट सेक्टरको छ। इन्जिनियरिङमा हेर्नुहोस्, विद्यार्थी भर्नाको हिसाबले अहिले हेर्ने हो भने 80% छ, 78% छ विद्यार्थी भर्नाको। सिटको हिसाबले 82% प्राइभेट सेक्टरको कन्ट्रिब्युसन छ। मेडिकलमा त्यही छ, अरू सेक्टर छ। +2 अन्तर्गत यदि प्राइभेट सेक्टर नभएको भए साइन्स एजुकेसन कोल्याप्स हुन्छ। त्यसैले प्राइभेट सेक्टरले के गर्यो त भन्दाखेरि, प्राइभेट सेक्टर भनेको हामी एउटा बुझ्नु, गभर्मेन्टको सौदा होइन, गभर्मेन्टको प्रतिद्वन्दी होइन। यो प्राइभेट सेक्टर भनेको प्रतिस्पर्धी हो। प्राइभेट सेक्टर प्रतिस्पर्धामा विश्वास गर्छ। बजारमा चाहिँ छोडौँ, जसले राम्रो गर्छ ऊ ठिक छ, जसले गर्दैन ऊ सुक्छ। दिएन भने त्यो सुक्छ। क्वालिटी नदिएको ठाउँमा पैसा तिरेर कसैले पढाउन जाँदैन। त्यसैले आफ्नो लगानी नडुबोस्, आफ्नो गुडविल ब्रान्डिङ नडुबोस्, आफ्नो क्रेडिबिलिटी नडुबोस् भनेर पनि प्राइभेट सेक्टरले चाहिँ इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गर्छ। त्यो इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गर्छ र शिक्षा क्षेत्रको इन्भेस्टमेन्ट चाहिँ अर्को भन्दा फरक छ। सरहरू म्याडमहरूले रिसर्चर गर्नेले रिसर्च गर्नुहोस्, अरू सेक्टरको इन्भेस्टमेन्ट अन्त डाइभर्ट हुन्छ। जसले अलिकति बढी पैसा भयो, हाम्रो शिक्षा क्षेत्रमा लागेको साथीहरूको बढी पैसा भयो भने एउटा प्रोग्राम थप्छौँ। जोराको हामी रेन्टेड बिल्डिङमा बस्यौँ भने जग्गा किन्छौँ, जग्गा किन्यो भने घर बनाउँछौँ, घर किन्यो भने प्रोग्राम थप्दै जान्छ। त्यो त अन्तर्गत नेसनको निम्ति भयो नि, अन्तर्गत नेसनको निम्ति भयो एउटा क्वालिटी हामीले दिने। यो क्षेत्रलाई उसो भए हामी एउटा गर्न सकिने। पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिपको मोडल अब ल्याउनुपर्छ। सरकारीमा पोलिसीगत रूपमा समस्या छैन, बसेको म्यानेजमेन्टमा समस्या छैन। राम्रो म्यानेजमेन्ट गर्न सक्ने सक्षम निजी र राम्रो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर भएको सरकारी पनि छ, थुप्रैको छ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर राम्रो भएको। दुईटा गरौँ। मलाई लाग्छ दैलेख हुँदैन होइन मानवको, रातो बङ्गलाले दैलेखमा एउटा मोडल गरेको छ, अरू पनि होला नि। त्यो मोडल हेरौँ न, त्यो मोडल गरेर हामी जान सक्छौँ। मैले पनि एउटा मोडल गरेको छु, म अहिले नाम दिनु चाहन्न, विज्ञापन हुन्छ फेरि, त्यो राम्रो हुँदैन। त्यो मोडल चाहिँ कामयाबी मोडल छ। पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिपको मोडल लिएर जाउँ। हामीले त भनेको थियो हामीलाई दिनुहोस् ल, अहिले मोडल हेरौँ ल, 100 वटा स्कुल दिउँ, 100 वटा कलेज म्यानेज गर्न दिउँ, त्यसको पेरिडिकली 5 वर्ष समय दिउँ, 5 वर्षपछि एनालाइसिस गऱ्यौँ, रिजल्ट पोजिटिभ आयो भने आउँछ, होइन भने दिउँ। इन्डियामा पनि म्याडमले कुरा गर्नुभयो, इन्डियामा प्राइभेट पनि 2 किसिमको छ। एउटा सरकारको, विदेशमा एउटा सरकारको पैसा लिने प्राइभेट गभर्मेन्ट फन्डेड, एउटा गभर्मेन्ट नन फन्डेड। हामी निम्न भन्ने प्राइभेट पनि छ विश्वमा। हामी सरकार या म्युनिसिपालिटीबाट पैसा लिन्छौँ र क्वालिटी दिन्छौँ, हामी त्यसको निम्ति तयार छौँ। त्यो चिज चाहिँ क्लियर कट आउनु पर्यो। यो म्यानेज गर्न सक्दैन। एउटा शिक्षा विभागको मैले सुनिरहेको छु, हेर्छु नि त म, के आयो त नयाँ चिज, हामीलाई दिनुहोस् न, हामी मोडल दिन्छौँ। पैसा कमाउन चाहिएन हामीलाई, कस्ट आउने, कस्ट पनि आएन भने पनि हामी पैसा लगानी गर्न तयार छौँ। कस्ट आएन भने यदि राइट कस्टको निम्ति छ भने त्यो मोडल त हामीले दिनु पर्यो नि। ल हाम्रो कहीँ रोल हुन्छ भने हामी गभर्मेन्टसँग हाम्रो रिक्वेस्ट छ, पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिप मोडल बनाऊ। त्यसमा पनि एउटा थपेको छु मैले, एसआर पीपीपी, सोसियली रेस्पोन्सिबल पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिप मोडल बनाउँ त। हामी 10% चाहिँ मैले त सरकारमा प्रपोज गरेको, 10% होइन, म 25% स्कलरसिप दिन्छु, म ट्याक्समा, तर म टाइममा दिन्छु, क्यास होइन। म कर्णाली अञ्चलको डाक्टर मास्टर सिनहरू बनाउँछु, राज्यले के गर्दैछ भने 5 वर्ष चाहिँ तैँले त्यहाँ गएर पढाओस् भन्नुहोस् न त। मेडिकलको बाहेक सबै प्रोग्राम छ, प्रावधान गरिदिन्छु, त्यहाँ लगेर हालिदिनुहोस्, म 10% होइन, म 15% बेसी थप्छु, तर 5 वर्षसम्म राज्यले त्यहाँ गरोस्। हामीलाई करमा छुट दिने हो कि हामीलाई लागतमा छुट दिने हो, केही मोडेल त ल्याउनु पर्यो नि त। त्यो मोडेल भयो भने हामी पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिप गरेर उहाँको क्षमता वृद्धि गरेर त्यो स्कुल चाहन्छु। त्यसैले एउटा भ्रममा हामी पर्नु हुँदैन। हामी निजी शिक्षाले चलाउने मान्छेहरू एउटा भ्रममा छैन। आफू राम्रो होस् अरू बिग्रोस्, एउटा कविता कुरा छ चाहिँ प्राइभेट बन्द गर्यो भने मात्रै गभर्मेन्टको चाहिँ ठिक हुन्छ। त्यो बिचले चाहिँ अतिवाद हो। त्यो अतिवादको पक्षमा हामी जानु हुँदैन। अहिले विश्वमा तपाईँले हेर्नुहोस्, जम्मा 11वटा कन्ट्रीमा मात्रै प्राइभेट एजुकेसन छैन। त्यसमा यदि युएन अन्तर्गतको भने युएन बाहेकको उत्तर कोरियामा प्राइभेट छैन, 12वटा कन्ट्रीमा छैन। 2000 देखि मैले 2022 सम्मको एनालाइसिस गर्दाखेरि 32वटा देशबाट अहिले चाहिँ 11वटामा झर्ना आयो। हिजो जो स्टेट फन्डेड राज्यले सिधै सञ्चालन गरेको चाहिँ युनिभर्सिटीहरू अर्को पनि अब राज्यले नसकेर प्राइभेट सेक्टरलाई वेलकम गर्यो। म चीन सरकारको एउटा रिपोर्ट हेर्न भन्छु 2016 को। त्यहाँ रिपोर्टमा भनेको छ चाइनामा प्राइभेट सेक्टरले एजुकेसनमा इन्ट्री गरिसकेपछि एजुकेसन सेक्टरमा आकाश जमिनको प्रगति भयो, जसको कारणले गर्दाखेरि चाइनाले फड्को मार्न सफल भयो भनेको छ। यहाँ त उल्टो छ। अमेरिका क्यापिटलिस्ट कन्ट्री छ। अमेरिकामा चाहिँ फेरि सरकारी विश्वविद्यालयमा स्टुडेन्टको चाप बढी छ। चीन सोशलिस्ट कन्ट्री छ। चीनमा चाहिँ प्राइभेटमा चाप बढी छ। यो डाटाले भन्छ। म्याडम अब विज्ञ हुनुहुन्छ, मैले धेरै बोल्नु हुँदैन। इन्डियामा हेर्नु भने इन्डियामा दुई किसिमको छ। म लिन्न, म कर तिर्छु, तर मलाई फ्रिडम चाहिन्छ भन्ने एउटा प्राइभेट छ। स्टेटले गरोस्, मेरो पैसा कति पर्छ पर स्टुडेन्ट फन्डिङ गरोस्, म त्यो चाहिँ पढाइदिन्छु भन्ने प्राइभेट पनि छ। त्यसैले हामीले एउटा मोडेल अब झिकौँ। कहाँनिर हामी चुक्यौँ त त्यो हेरौँ। धेरै शिक्षा मैले उहाँहरूलाई भनेको छु, तपाईँहरूले गफ त ठुलो गर्नुभयो, प्राइभेटको विरोध त गर्नुहुन्छ। एजुकेसनमा 15% रिजल्ट दिनु भएको छ। टियुको रिजल्ट त मैले एनालाइसिस गरेको छु नि। तपाईँहरू पिएचडी गर्ने, डा गर्ने, एनजिओ आइएनजिओ खोल्ने, पैसा गर्ने, तपाईँहरू कस्तो प्रोडक्ट निकाल्नुहुन्छ त? म त गर्व गर्छु। मेरो इन्स्टिट्युटमा मैले 90% भन्दा माथि मैले जाँच लिएर हो नि, टियुले जाँच लिएर मैले निकालेको छु र त्यो प्रोडक्ट निकालेको छु। ल जाउँ त यो सार्वजनिक फोरममा गएर डिस्कस गरौँ। हामी विरोध मात्रै गरेर हुँदैन। हामी शिक्षा दिन नसक्ने, हामी त्यो क्वालिटी दिन नसक्ने, यसले हाम्रो शिक्षा चाहिँ पछाडि जान्छ। किन पछाडिको भनेर सोध्नुपर्छ। फर योर काइन्ड रेफरेन्स, हाम्रो एजुकेसन भनेको तलबाट तेस्रोमा छ एसियामा। र अहिले एउटा कुरा आइरहेछ, मेरो समय सक्यो, एउटा मात्रै लास्टमा भन्छु। दुईटा प्रश्न उठिरहेछ। यो प्राइभेट सेक्टरले नेपालको एजुकेसनमा दुईटा वर्ग जन्मायो भन्ने छ, ह्याभ र ह्याभ नट जन्मियो भन्ने छ। होइन, यदि प्राइभेट सेक्टर नभएको भए म चाहिँ 2040-41 सिटतिर गर्दाखेरि 35 सिट मात्रै महाराजगञ्जमा एमबिबिएस को थियो, पुलचोकमा 35 थियो। आज 11,200ले नेपालमा इन्जिनियर पढ्न सक्छ। आज नेपालमा 3,200ले मेडिसिन पढ्न सक्छ। अनि यो क्रान्ति कसले ल्यायो त एजुकेसन? यो रिभोल्युसन कसले ल्यायो? र हामी त्यही नेपाली हौँ, त्यही बुद्धिजीवी हौँ। बैंकले बोनस धेरै दियो भने चाहिँ घिरौँला जत्रो नाक बनाउँछौँ। बैंकले बोनस दियो नि, यसपालि त फलानु बैंकले 40% दियो, 20% दियो, 10% दियो, चुस्त नाफा कमायो भन्छौँ। एउटा एजुकेसनमा लगानी गर्नेले 1% नाफा कमायो भने लुट्यो भनेर भनिदिन्छौँ। कम्तीमा यो चिजलाई चाहिँ रियलिस्टिक एप्रोचले हामीले हेर्नुपर्छ। तपाईँहरूले गर्नुभयो, क्वालिटी दिनुहोस्, क्वालिटी दिन प्रयत्न गर्नुहोस्। नेपाल मात्रै होइन, अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय जगतमा बिक्री हुने प्रडक्ट बनाउनुहोस्। त्यसपछि हामी जाउँ भनेर हामी जान किन सक्दैन? त्यसैले मेरो आग्रह के छ भने यो प्राइभेट सेक्टर र गभर्मेन्ट सेक्टर अथवा कम्युनिटी सेक्टर भनेको एक आपसको परिपूरक हो। सरकारले नसकेको हुनाले यो प्राइभेट सेक्टर आएको। सरकारले सकेको भए यो प्राइभेट सेक्टर आउँदैन थियो। सरकारले क्वालिटी दियो नि त, त्यो क्वालिटी नसकेको हुनाले
हामी धेरै टाढो जानु पर्दैन मलाई माफ गर्नु होला मैले प्राइभेट कसैलाई इन्डिकेट म्याडम अरू यही हुनुहुन्छ टियुमा पढाउनु हाम्रो टियु 300 दिनसम्म बन्द हुन्छ तालाबन्दी हुन्छ टिचरले विद्यार्थीको कुटाइ खान्छ कस्तो टियु छ भने त्यो कुटाइ खाने कुट्ने मान्छे गृहमन्त्रीसँग बसेर कफी खान्छ हाम्रो शिक्षा त यही हो नि त हामीले दिइरहेको शिक्षा त यही हो नि त जो कुलपति हुनुहुन्छ उहाँको विद्यार्थी संगठन मैले यो कुनै राजनीतिकरण गर्नु भने प्रतिपक्षको पनि छ फेरि एउटा भने होइन त्यसले संरक्षण पाउँछ जो अरू छ त्यसले संरक्षण पाउँछ र युनिभर्सिटी जुन रूपले चल्नु पर्ने हो त्यो युनिभर्सिटी चल्न सक्दैन त्यसका कारणले हाम्रो खस्केको अहिले पनि हेर्नुस् त यदि क्यालेन्डर राम्रो मेन्टेन गर्न सक्ने हो भने नेपालको शिक्षाको फ्युचर छ भर्खर 16 महिनामा ब्याचलरको रिजल्ट हो क्यान यु इमेजिन एउटा क्याम्पसको भएको छैन तपाईले भने सही हो ह्युम्यानिटिजको भएको छैन एजुकेसनको भएको छैन म्यानेजमेन्टको भएको छैन साइन्सको मात्रै हो 6 महिनाको सेमिस्टर एग्रिकल्चर कलेजमा 27 महिना लाग्यो अब हामीले उनीहरूलाई दोष दिएर हाम्रो सिस्टममा कमी कमजोरी छ राज्य अन्तर्गत सञ्चालित सिस्टममा पनि करेक्सन गर्नुपर्छ प्राइभेट सेक्टरको राम्रो पक्षको एप्रिसिएट गर्न पनि सक्छ कमी कमजोरी हो भने बसी छलफल गरौँ अपराध गर्नेलाई कारबाही गरौँ कोही अपराधी छ भने भन्नुस् मेरो मेम्बर हो भने म उसलाई कारबाही गर्न तयार छु अपराध गर्यो भने फेरि एउटा शब्द प्रयोग गरेको छु कमी कमजोर छ भने करेक्सन गरौँ तर हामी चाहिँ के गर्दैछौँ भने यो कुनै औलोमा घाउ लाग्यो भने खुट्टे गाड्दिने कुरा गरिरहेको छौँ के यो सोल्युसन हो त होइन त्यसैले मेरो आग्रह छ नेपालको शिक्षा राम्रो बनाउने हो भने सार्वजनिक शिक्षालाई कसरी बलियो बनाउने सामुदायिक शिक्षालाई कसरी बनाउने सामुदायिक शिक्षा वास्तवमा सामुदायिक छैन समुदायले ओनरसिप लिएको छैन सामुदायिक शिक्षा भन्ने बित्तिकै समुदायले ओनरसिप लिनुपर्छ निजी शिक्षालाई कसरी राम्रो शिक्षा बनाउने हाम्रो शिक्षाको गुणस्तर कसरी बनाउने र नेपाललाई एजुकेसनको हब बनाउन सकिन्छ विदेशबाट विद्यार्थी ल्याएर पढाउन सकिन्छ यस्तो भद्रगोलमा नि मेरो 65 जना विदेशी स्टुडेन्ट म कहाँ पढ्छु यस्तो भद्रगोलमा क्यालेन्डर छैन कुन बेला भर्ना हुन्छ आउँछ छैन मलाई एउटाले सोध्यो कहिले भर्ना हुन्छ अहिले भन्यो निस्किया छैन अब बाउले मसँग सोध्छ ए तिमीले दिएको यो डेटमा 3 महिना हुँदा नि कसरी भर्ना भयो मैले दिने होइन टियुले दिने टियुले सारे चाहिँ मैले के गर्ने यो चीज सुधार भयो भने हामी गर्न सक्छौं प्राइभेट सेक्टरसँग त्यो क्षमता छ लगानी गर्ने नि क्षमता छ अहिले 6 खरब रुपैयाँ त हामीले यो शिक्षा क्षेत्रमा लगानी छ त्यहाँ सम्भावना छ भने प्राइभेट सेक्टर लगानी गर्न डराउँदैन उसले खोज्छ यो सम्भावना हो तपाईले गर्ने यो सेक्टर हो यसमा यो गर्दियौ भन्ने चाहिँ भयो भने छ र यो पनि होइन म मान्दिन किम्चीको उदाहरण दिनुभएको छ किमोको हैन त्यो एउटा होला त्यो एउटा पक्ष मात्रै हो यहाँको सबै सब्जेक्टहरु त्यस्तो गर्नै नसक्ने सब्जेक्ट पनि होइन सक्यो मेरो यो चिठी चाहियो त्यो उहाँकोलाई मात्रै लास्ट दिएको मैले गरिराखेर त्यो सेक्टरमा हामीसँग दिन सकिन्छ हाम्रो होटल म्यानेजमेन्टको स्टुडेन्ट्सहरु अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सबै जगतमा बिकेका छन् हाम्रो फुड टेक्नोलोजीको स्टुडेन्टहरु बितेका छन् तपाई नेपालको स्टुडेन्टले मेडिकलमा अमेरिकामा एक्जाम दियो 96.5% आयो अनि अमेरिकनहरुलाई के लाग्यो भने यो नेपालको चाहिँ चोरेर अथवा केही वैदेशिक सहायता लिएर गरे एक वर्ष सेन्टर चेन्ज गरेर बंगलादेश लिएर गयो त्यतिखेर त्यो वर्ष चाहिँ 97% क्रस गरे होइन रहेछ नेपाली चाहिँ ट्यालेन्टेडै रहेछन् पढ्ने नै रहेछन् भनेर हाम्रो एजुकेसन झुर भइदिएको भए तपाईले त्यो मेडिकल काउन्सिलको एक्जाममा हेर्नुस् त नेपालको पास रेट र विदेशबाट विदेशी युनिभर्सिटीमा पढेर आउनेको पास रेट कति छ एउटा त हामीले त्यहाँ इभ्यालुएसन गर्न सक्छौं नि त्यसैले होला हाम्रो क्वालिटी धेरै सुधार गर्नुपर्ने होला थ्योरिटिकली हाम्रो राम्रो छ प्र्याक्टिकली अप्लाइडमा धेरै सुधार गर्नुपर्ने होला बसौं छलफल गरौं निचोड निकालौं निष्कर्ष निकालौं तर एक आपसमा शत्रुतापूर्ण ढंगले होइन ढंगले जाउँ कसको स्ट्रेन्थ कहाँ छ विकनेस के छ हिसाब किताब गरौं सोट एनालाइसिस गरौं कसरी सहकार्य गरेर अगाडि बढ्न सकिन्छ, राज्यसँग कसरी सहकार्य, 3 तहको सरकारसँग कसरी सहकार्य र निजी सेक्टरसँग र समुदायसँग कसरी सहकार्य गरेर जान सकिन्छ, त्यस बारेमा गर्यौं भने हामीसँग यो विकल्प छ। त्यो विकल्पको निम्ति तयार छ। तर अहिलेको 3 तहकोमा चाहिँ त्यसमा अलिकति कठिन छ। सरहरूलाई म भनौँ, जो समस्या कहाँनिर छ भने हामीले स्थानीय निकायलाई दिएको छौँ अधिकार, 12 कक्षासम्मलाई स्थानीय निकायको छ अहिलेको संविधानले। त्यो स्थानीय निकायले एउटा टिचरलाई यो स्कुलबाट उतापट्टि स्कुलमा सार्न सक्दैन। संविधानले दियो, ऐनले अधिकार दिएको छैन र अधिकारको प्रयोग भएको छैन। त्यसको बारेमा पनि त्यहाँ फेरि रिजर्भेसनहरू होला है। तपाईहरुले मलाई समय दिनुभयो, 2 मिनेट बढी। सबै आदरणीय महानुभावहरू, सबै आदरणीय व्यक्तित्वहरू हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँहरूलाई हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त गर्दै मेरो भनाइ टुङ्ग्याउँछु र म माफी माग्दै बिदा हुन्छु। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Mr. Silwal. I'm sorry for rushing you. Timekeeping just comes as a part of this job. Next, I would like to start the session with an open discussion on equity, quality, and governance issues in education. I'd like to invite Dr. Sucheta Pekkaril, Director for Center for Governance at IIDS, to moderate this open discussion and Q&A. Dr. Pekkaril, maybe I could give a short introduction. So Dr. Pekkaril is the Director for Center for Governance here at IIDS. She's also a visiting faculty of Masters for Kathmandu University School of Management, management's the MPPM program. In addition, she teaches courses on gender and politics, policy making for the Masters and PhD programs at TU Department of Gender Studies. Before joining IIDS, she worked as an assistant professor of political science and public administration at the University of North Florida. Welcome, Dr. Pekkaril. Over to you.
मलाई चाहिँ governance, equity, and quality मा बोल्न request गरेको थियो। मैले चाहिँ as a facilitator of discussion मेरो role त्यो थियो, तर अब के हुन्छ हेरौँ, we'll see है। टाइम को पाबन्दीले गरेर अलिकति rush गर्नुपर्ने जस्तो भयो, अर्को पनि obligation छ। So okay, should come. अघि यो स्टेट असक्षम भन्ने कुराहरू पनि धेरै आएको रहेछ। म थिइन, फर्स्ट हाफमा म थिइन। मैले चाहिँ खालि के गरेको छु भने खालि त्यो रिपोर्टको पोर्सन्सहरू पुल गरेर लिएर आएर तपाईहरुको अगाडि राखेर डिस्कसन गर्ने त्यो प्लान थियो मेरो। र म कुरा गर्दै गरौँ, यो स्टेट चाहिँ असक्षम छ भन्ने कुरा धेरै नै आएको छ र एउटा त्यो रिपोर्टको फर्स्ट पेज 5 नै जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। पेज 5 मा चाहिँ एउटा कोटेसन रहेछ, यो 90s मा न्यू लिबरल पोलिसीजहरू चाहिँ स्टेटले अपनाएको भन्ने कुरा, अडप्ट गरेको भन्ने कुरा, र हामीले चाहिँ देशको अहिले यो जीर्ण अवस्था र त्यो न्यू लिबरल पोलिसीजको हामीले त्यो कनेक्सन्सहरू वी नेभर टक अबाउट इट। I mean, is there a connection? Is there not a connection? त्यो कनेक्सन्सहरू कहिले पनि हामी कुरै गर्दैनौँ। सो अहिलेको यो हाम्रो पब्लिक सेक्टर यस्तो जीर्ण अवस्थामा भएको कारण, त्यसको कारकहरू के हो, त्यसको कारण के हो भन्ने कुरा पनि हामीले त्यो डिस्कसन कहिले हुँदै हुँदैन। मैले चाहिँ डेभलपमेन्ट सेक्टरमा आएको धेरै भएको छैन, तर आएपछि चाहिँ मैले एउटा कुरा के गरेको छु, एकाडेमियामा हुन्छ यो डिस्कोर्स एकदमै, तर डेभलपमेन्ट सेक्टरमा चाहिँ यो हुँदैन। यो चाहिँ यो बक्स 1 पेज 7 बाट लिएर आएको यो चाहिँ मैले मेरो, इट्स नट माई वर्ड, report बडे आएको। So I often wonder as to why we don't have a discourse in regards to neoliberal policies that we adopted long time ago. एउटा त्यो क्वेसन आएको थियो मलाई। अब त्यसमा के क्वेसन छ यहाँहरुको भने म चाहिँ रश गर्ने जस्तो more for presentation जस्तो भयो। अब I apologize for that, तर मलाई चाहिँ यसमा robust एउटा interaction गर्न मन थियो। अर्को कुरा चाहिँ हामीले पोलिटिकल पार्टिजहरुलाई गाली गर्छौं, तर पोलिटिकल पार्टिजको यो उहरु के मतलब डिस्क्रिपेन्सीजहरुको कुरा कहिले पनि गर्दैनौं। उनीहरुले पोलिसी उनीहरुको आफ्नो उसमा के रे के कन्स्टिट्युसन भन्छ, के प्रतिवेदन के भन्छ, म्यानिफेस्टो, आइम सरी, म्यानिफेस्टोमा गर्ने कुरा र उनीहरुको रेगुलर उसमा उनीहरुको आफ्नो डे टु डे उनीहरूको इन्टरेक्सन्समा गर्ने एक्सन्सहरूको त्यो तालमेल नै छैन है त्यो कुरालाई हामीले किन समात्न सक्दैनौँ भन्ने क्वेसन पनि मलाई जहिले पनि आइरहन्छ ठ्याक्कै यो रिपोर्टले त्यो पनि कुरा गरेर रहेछ सो पेज 7 मा कुरा गरेर रहेछ पोलिटिकल पार्टिजको यो राइट अफ द सेन्टर र लेफ्ट अफ द सेन्टर पोलिटिकल पार्टिजको उनीहरूको यो कुरा बोली एउटा काम एउटा भन्ने कुरा रहेछ त्यसको पनि इम्प्याक्ट चाहिँ हाम्रो एजुकेसन सेक्टरमा पर्या हो कि त्यो कारणले पनि हाम्रो एजुकेसन सेक्टर चाहिँ अलिकति यो ड्रिन्डल गरे हो कि अलिकति डिलापिटेटेड भएको हो कि भन्ने कुराहरू आएको थियो मेरो उसमा चाहिँ अब हाम्रो उसमा पनि फर इक्जाम्पल सिपिएन युएमएलको पनि उनीहरूको चाहिँ अब रेगुलेसन गर्नुपर्छ एकदम जोरदार भाषण हुन्छ तर अब मिली भगत धेरै नै देखिन्छ होइन त्यस्तै गरेर अब माओइस्टको पनि माओइस्टले चाहिँ उनीहरूको अब उनीहरूले भनेकै कुरा भनौँ न आई थिङ्क वी सुड गिभ सम ओनर्स टु द माओइस्ट किनभने उनीहरूको त्यो एकदम रोबस्ट डिस्कोर्सले गरेर हाम्रो कन्स्टिट्युसन 2015को कन्स्टिट्युसनमा चाहिँ एजुकेसन भनेको इट्स बेसिक ह्युमन राइट्स भनेर हामीले डिस्कस गर्न थाल्यौँ तर त्यसमा पनि तालमेल छैन कि उनीहरूले भन्न त भन्छन् तर काम चाहिँ कुरा चाहिँ अर्कै भएर आउँछ सो त्यो पनि छ र हामीले किन समात्न सक्दैनौँ किन चाहिँ हामीले यु से समथिङ एल्स इन वी डोन्ट टक अबाउट दिस इनफ है हामीले उनीहरूको अकाउन्टेबिलिटी कहाँ छ त होइन उनीहरूले कोसँग अकाउन्टेबल हुने त इन्टरनेसनल एक्टर्सले ग्लोबल सिभिल सोसाइटी अथवा इन्टरनेसनल एक्टर्स हु दे रिपोर्ट टु सो यहाँ आएर काम गरेपछि उनीहरूले त भनौँ न 70s को दशकदेखि नै आएर काम गरिरहेको छ उनीहरूको यो अहिले जुन अहिलेको फेलियर्स सो कल फेलियर्स छ त्यसमा उनीहरू कति भागीदारी त खालि हाम्रो मात्रै दोष त होइन होला भनेपछि उनीहरूको पोलिसी इनइफेक्टिभ भए पनि हुनसक्छ उनीहरूको इनएफिसियन्सी पनि देखिया हुनसक्छ भनेपछि वाइ डु वी नट एभर टक अबाउट द्याट त्यो कुरा पनि चाहिँ आएको थियो यो उसले रिपोर्टले त्यो पनि स्टेट मतलब यो मेरो क्वेसन होइन तर भेरी बिनाइनली स्टेट गराएर रहेछ यो यस्तो देयर इन्भल्भमेन्ट भनेर अलिकति स्लाइटली फ्ल्याटरिङ हिसाबले नै गरेको छ बट द्याट्स ओके र मोर देन द्याट वर्ल्ड ब्याङ्कको रोल चाहिँ अब वर्ल्ड ब्याङ्क र हाम्रै आफ्नै सरकार 1991 को गिरिजा प्रसाद कोइरालाको सरकार उसको स्ट्यान्ड नेसनल यो एजुकेसन कमिसन द्याट वाज फर्मड इन 91-93 आई थिङ्क र उनीहरूको त्यो स्ट्यान्डमा उनीहरूले भनेको हाम्रो स्टेटले लिएको स्ट्यान्ड के थियो भन्ने कुरा पनि आई थिङ्क वी फर्गेट द फ्याक्ट द्याट वी बिन सोसलाइज यो लास्ट 20 इयर्ससम्म यो सोसलाइजेसन कस्तो छ भने फ्री मार्केट इज गुड एजुकेसन क्यान बी युज एज अ प्रफिटियरिङ टुल अब त्यो भनेको छ अहिले आएर सडनली हाम्रो 2015 को कन्स्टिट्युसनले चाहिँ इट्स अ बेसिक ह्युमन राइट भनेको छ भनेपछि हामीले के बुझ्ने त्यो हाम्रो सोसलाइजेसनतिर जाने कि अहिलेको कन्स्टिट्युसनमा हामीले गर्ने भनेपछि इट्स सच अ कन्फ्युजिङ इन्भाइरोमेन्ट पोलिसी इन्भाइरोमेन्ट नै यस्तो इट्स फुल अफ मक भने जस्तो त्यस्तो छ सो त्यो कुरा पनि आर वी डिस्कसिङ अन दिस इनफ डिस्कोर्स भएको छ कि छैन भन्ने कुरा अब यहाँ आएर मैले अलिकति हाइलाइट पनि गरेको छु यहाँ के भनेर रहेछ भने नेपाल should see education sector as an important policy instrument to stimulate growth by promoting the growth of private schools भनेको रहेछ वर्ल्ड ब्याङ्कले अनि त्यस्तै गरेर हाम्रो कमिसनले पनि 1991 को गिरिजा प्रसाद कोइरालाको सरकारको अन्डरमा भएको कमिसनले पनि वर्ल्ड ब्याङ्कले पनि के भनेको छ भने इट्स नट अ सोशल सर्भिस but rather an investment भनेको छ so basically it's an instrument of profit making भनिदिसकेको रहेछ भनेपछि I mean of course we were socialized from that angle from that point of view so अहिले आएर suddenly we're seeing it as a basic human right so त्यसमा पनि तालमेल छैन कि भनेपछि कति ग्याप है अनि त्यसपछि अब हाम्रो गभर्मेन्ट इन्स्टिट्युसन्स र एजुकेसनको कुरा छ अब मैले अघि भनिहालेँ त्यो हाम्रो 1990 प्री 1990 80s देखि नै लेट 80s देखि नै यो हाम्रो यो थाचरिज्म र रेगनोमिक्ससँग एकदम प्रभावित भएर हामीले चाहिँ काम गर्न थालेपछि हामीले हाम्रो पब्लिक सेक्टरलाई कसरी चाहिँ आघात पुर्यायौँ भन्ने कुरा हामी कहिले पनि कुरै गर्दैनौँ वेयर सो starry-eyed about the West. We're so starry-eyed about what their best practices are. एउटा spatial uniqueness भन्ने कुराहरू त्यो कुराहरू we just don't factor those things in. And I think in the, as a result we suffer. So त्यो पनि भइरहेको छ भनेपछि हाम्रो यहाँ त्यो उसमा रिपोर्टमा भनेकै रहेछ तालमेल छैन भनेर मिनिस्ट्रीज एउटा मिनिस्ट्रीको अर्को मिनिस्ट्रीसँग कुनै प्रकारको त्यो एउटा तालमेल नै भनेर पनि भनेको रहेछ. And of course that's bound to happen किनभने of course we have not invested in our public sector at all. And of course अहिले 40 वर्षपछि पब्लिक सेक्टर जीर्ण अवस्थामा छ भनेर ब्यास गर्न त मिलेन भने किनभने हामीले we are all responsible हैन. त्यसैले त्यो छ कुरा. So Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Women, Children, Social Welfare, Ministry of Federal Affairs, मुफागा यिनीहरू कसैको पनि यो अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेसन अथवा अर्ली चाइल्डहुड डेभलपमेन्टको project implementation ma talmel नै छैन भनेर भनेको छ. So of course that's bound to happen. I thought that was interesting, just to kind of showcase here. Policy level ma पनि के लेखेको छ भने यो रिपोर्टले though मैले खाली highlight गरेको मात्रै portion पढ्छु किनभने because we are running time. So though articulated on paper are not being policies, the well articulated on paper are not being properly implemented. So implementation त्यो हाम्रो process अथवा त्यो instrument नै छैन भनौँ न. Public administrations जहाँबाट चाहिँ implement गरिन्छ जुन the bureaus हुन्छ, the bureaus are in shambles basically किनभने भएपरको brain पनि हाम्रो NGO मा गएको छ, especially INGOs, international financial institutions. The best of our brains have gone there. So of course where public sector is completely, it's starved. त्यो पनि छ. यो page 105 मा भनेर रहेछ यो रिपोर्टमा. अनि अब lack of uniformity in program implementation जुन त्यो west मा जुन देखिन्छ एउटा uniformity एउटा policy भनेपछि र community schools हरूमा चाहिँ त्यो gap institutional school मा जाने बच्चाहरूले 4 वर्षको exposure पाइरहेको छ, community school मा जाने बच्चाहरूले 2 वर्षको exposure पाइरहेको छ भनेपछि why is this so? So is it all about class? What economic class ko कुरा हो कि यो space ko कुरा हो कि I mean is a discriminating factor space, I don't know, because they're not in the urban centers, because they're not in the capital. Is it because of that, or is it because they're just poor and so underprivileged, your caste based class based discrimination, okay, space based discrimination, okay, what is this? So while reading that report, it had come to my mind. त्यो पनि थियो र अब त्यसपछि फेडरलिजमको कुरा आइहाल्यो. Of course, just to kind of कि यो झन् त्यो मिक्सचर झन् त्यो मडी बनाउनलाई फेडरलिजम आएको छ. अब भर्खर सुरु भएको छ हाम्रो फेडरलिजम, 5 वर्ष प्लस भयो भनौँ, 7 वर्ष जति भयो. फेडरलिजम कसरी अपरेट हुन्छ भन्ने पनि हामीलाई थाहा छैन. अब हाम्रो बल्ल बल्ल हाम्रो यो पब्लिक सेक्टर फेडरल लेभलमा त हाम्रो पब्लिक सेक्टर यस्तो जीर्ण छ भने I mean, is it fair to expect public sector to kind of seep into the provincial and the local levels? We're just building up. Suddenly plans and programs and policies also by but of course we export policies, FYI, I'm sorry, import policies. हाम्रो तलबाट त त्यो policy making process, हाम्रो regular democratic process हिसाबले त आउँदै आउँदैन. So त्यो import गर्दाखेरि त्यो without keeping in mind that we really do not have the structure to support it, political structure to support it as of yet. त्यो कुरा नभइकन we're just making assumptions, we're just judging, and extremely toxic policy environment बनिसकेको छ. अनि त्यो कुरा कहिले बुझ्ने भने अनि त्यो त हाम्रो उसबाट पनि अलिकति पेशेन्स चाहिन्छ. So I mean सरकारलाई त्यतिकै bash गर्नुभन्दा अगाडि I think we should be a little patient जस्तो लाग्छ, my point of view. र फेरि अब एउटा अदरिङको पनि म जहिले पनि भन्छु मेरो स्टुडेन्ट्सहरूलाई पनि I say that, I mean government is us हैन. सरकार भने कसको सरकार? नेपाल सरकार त नेपालीहरूको हो नि त. So त्यो सरकारलाई अदरिङ गर्ने पनि the tendency or the trend is it's extremely unique to, well, not unique, but very maybe I should say unique to South Asia. सरकारलाई गाली गर्ने हैन. त्यो छ, त्यो पनि is it fair भने जस्तो लाग्छ. र अहिले मैले भने जस्तै मैले यो स्किप नै गरे हुन्छ होला किनभने फेडरलिजम मैले अघि कुरा गरि नै सकेँ. लोकल लेभलमा हाम्रो क्यापासिटी नै छैन र त्यो लोकल लेभलको क्यापासिटी नभएको चाहिँ लोकल लेभलले हाम्रो जुरिस्डिक्सनमा पर्छ. अब अघि मैले यसो त्यो यो गरेको थिएँ जुरिस्डिक्सनको कुरा गर्छ. यहाँ जुरिस्डिक्सनमा चाहिँ लोकल लेभलमा चाहिँ यो बेसिक र सेकेन्डरी लेभल एजुकेसनको जुरिस्डिक्सन उनीहरूकोमा परेको छ. बट एट द सेम टाइम उनीहरूले अहिलेसम्म पनि उनीहरूको यो अकर्डिङ टु दिस रिपोर्ट उनीहरूले चाहिँ द पावर इज नट येट इन आवर ह्यान्ड्स भन्ने जस्तो कुरा गरेको पाइँदो रहेछ यो रिपोर्टले. त्यो भनेपछि अब फेडरलिजमको कुरा छ, डेमोक्रेसीको पावर डिस्पोजिसनको कुरा छ, पावर लोकल लेभलमा गइसकेको छैन. तर फेरि यतापट्टि डोनर्सहरूले चाहिँ के अरे दे जस्ट डोन्ट ह्याभ द क्यापासिटी भन्ने जस्तो कुराहरू छ. सो चिकन or the egg first? So should we give the power to them and see as to how they do, or should we not give and because we don't believe in them भने जस्तो. So त्यो is like catch-22 situation जस्तो कुराहरू देखिन्छ है. र अब अर्को क्वेसन अफ इक्विटीमा आई नो आम रसिङ, मलाई अर्को ठाउँ पनि जानु पर्यो भएर माई अपोलोजिज, सिन्सियरेस्ट अपोलोजिज. तर यो क्वेसन अफ इक्विटीमा चाहिँ अब स्पेसको छ, छ बागमती प्रोभिन्सको सबभन्दा बढी त्यो प्रोभिन्समा सबभन्दा बढी स्कुल्सहरू भएको देखिन्छ अकर्डिङ टु दिस रिपोर्ट. लाइकवाइज अब जेन्डर इनरोलमेन्टमा पनि स्टेममा चाहिँ इन्ट्रेस्टिङली मलाई इन्ट्रेस्टिङ के लाग्यो भने हेल्थमा चाहिँ महिलाहरूको इनरोलमेन्ट चाहिँ बढिरहेछ अनि पछि पढ्दै जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ बिकज अफ नर्सिङ भने सो अफकोर्स त्यहाँ पनि केयर गिभर्स आर सिन वुमेन आर सिन एज केयर गिभर्स वुमेन आर सिन एज नर्सेस सो त्यो एक प्रकारको त्यो प्रोफेसनल जेन्डर बायस भएर पनि होला हेल्थमा चाहिँ इनरोलमेन्ट बढी छ एज फार एज स्टेम इज कन्सर्न सो साइन्स टेक्नोलोजी इन्जिनियरिङ म्याथमा चाहिँ साइन्समा चाहिँ इनरोलमेन्ट अलिकति बढी देखिन्छ अरू कुरामा इट्स ड्वेन्डलिङ है सो त्यसमा पनि डिस्पेरिटी छ इनरोलमेन्टमा पनि अनि फेरि यो इनरोलमेन्ट इन ओभरअल उसमा पनि ओभरअल स्कुल इनरोलमेन्टमा पनि बोइज आर मोर इनरोल्ड देन गर्ल्स कम्पेरिटिभली स्पिकिङ अब क्लासको कुरा गर्ने अब आई डोन्ट नो इफ द्याट्स के भने अब क्लास भन्दाखेरि अब क्लासको कुरा गरेँ कि अहिले मैले फर्केर आएपछि के देख्छ नि क्लासको कुरा गर्दाखेरि अलिकति यहाँ हाम्रो माओवादीहरूले क्लास 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 भन्ने कुरा गर्दाखेरि त्यो क्लासको कुरा गर्ने बित्तिकै माओवादी हो कि भनेर भन्ने जस्तो त्यो बुझिने जस्तो टेन्डेन्सी रहेछ तर इट्स नट द्याट आई थिङ्क क्लास इज एन एक्सट्रिमली इम्पोर्टेन्ट एलिमेन्ट एन्ड आई थिङ्क वी अल निड टु फ्याक्टर इन क्लास इकोनोमिक अन्डर प्रिभिलेज भनेको इट्स अ मेजर हिन्ड्रेन्स एन्ड आई थिङ्क वी निड टु फ्याक्टर द्याट आउट र त्यो क्लास त्यो जोसँग पैसा छ त्यसले चाहिँ गुजखुजलाई एक्सेस गर्न सक्ने पाउने पैसा नभएको मान्छेहरू नपाउने भन्ने जस्तो कुराहरू यो रिपोर्टले क्लियरली देखाइरहेको छ र अब नन स्टेट एक्टर्सको यत्रो रोल अकर्डिङ टु दिस अगेन दिस इज नन अफ माई वर्ड्स मैले आम बोरोइङ फ्रम डक्टर जोशीज डक्टर जोशीज रिपोर्ट र अब यो नन स्टेट एक्टर्सको यत्रो कन्ट्रिब्युसन छ भने सो यु नो वाट इज द नेक्स्ट स्टेप फरवर्ड हाउ सुड वी मुभ फरवर्ड त्यो कोलाबोरेसन कसरी हुन्छ कसरी ट्याप इन गर्ने अब अहिले उहाँले भन्नुभयो पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिप भनेर उहाँले के भन्नु मलाई अहिले मैले सोध्न मन थियो उहाँ गइहाल्नु हो एउटा उहाँले कुरा के भन्नुभयो भने पहिला चाहिँ के अरे प्राइभेटाइज गर्न सब्सिडाइज गर्न मिल्दैन किनभने यो सब्सिडाइज गर्नै मिल्दैन भन्ने कुराहरू भयो अर्को चाहिँ के भन्नुभयो भने पेरेन्टलाई ट्याक्स गर्न मिल्दैन किनभने यो चाहिँ ह्युमन राइट्स हो भन्ने कुराहरू भयो सो त्यही नै उहाँको मलाई त्यो कन्फ्लिक्टिङ स्टेटमेन्ट लगाइसकेको थियो तर उहाँ गइसक्नु उहाँलाई सोध्ने कुरा भएन तर नन स्टेट एक्टर्सको कुरा गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ इफ दे आर डुइङ सो मच हाउ क्यान द गभर्मेन्ट ट्याप इन्टु दिस सो सिभिल सोसाइटीले कसरी क्यान वी एक्ट एज अ ब्रिज बिट्विन द नन स्टेट एक्टर्स हु actively helping in education and the state because the state is ours of course and non-state actors also among us भनेपछि त्यो othering गर्ने त्यो tendency चाहिँ कसरी support गरेर कसरी चाहिँ how can we bring the two entities together भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ मेरो दिमागमा चाहिँ that was what had come to my mind so I rushed मैले चाहिँ I think कति 10 minutes मा मैले मेरो take सकाएँ so I was supposed to actually conduct a discussion, but I think I have to request Dr. Joshi to do that. But this is my take as far as the report's concerned. Any questions? If you have any questions, let me know. Thank you so much.
Could I request Dr. Joshi to kindly moderate a quick Q&A session or if anyone has comments on this particular topic?
2018 मा रिपोर्टमा आछ छैन थाहा छैन 2018 मा हामीले म पनि पार्ट अफ द टिम भएर चाहिँ यो अर्ली चाइल्डहुड स्ट्राटेजीको इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन हेरेको थियो अनि हाउ सेक्टरल प्रोग्राम्स आर गोइङ अन एन्ड देन नट इन्टिग्रेटिङ पोलिसीले भने पनि स्ट्राटेजीले भने पनि इन्टिग्रेसन कहाँनिर भएको छैन भनेको चाहिँ त्यो मोर टिल्टेड टुवर्ड्स एजुकेसन भनेर भनेको थियो त्यसपछि चाहिँ अघि अलिकति लम्साल सरले नि कोट गर्नुभएको थियो त्यसपछि चाहिँ एनपिसीमा नोडल बडी राखेर अनि इन्टर कम्युनिटी हुनाले त्यो कतै अब पछि हामीले गर्दा बेलामा त्यो कुराहरू पनि राख्न सकिन्छ होला
Thank you so much. In my experience also, I think this intersectoral, this is a classic problem for all countries of the world. I don't think there's any country where there is no issue in that regard. It's difficult. Usually, when the finance ministry also is part of that process and is actually allocating a budget line for these intersectoral ministries and it's well funded, then it seems to work. Sectoral ministries matra coordinate garnu khojda ani paisa hudaina ani ke गर्ने
When you talk about ECD or the age group directly and then then when we are talking only about ECD, then only 1 year or 3 years.
Preschool. Yeah.
अहिले चाहिँ लोकल लेभलमा के चाहिँ भयो in sectoral things are coming towards one into local level, the municipality, and they are putting all the budget in one, like a basket fund, and then they are. So parent education is they only got the education, parent education. So it's not only clinical things or promoting and health promoting, but more stimulating or development related things also in the specific target. Can they integrate in a
हजुर. Great.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I think, I was actually intrigued by how detailed Dr. Becker has read everything. Okay. I think the first thing, I think it's important to note that I think it's not emphasized as much that the schools, but actually there are not-for-profit schools as well, which are in operation, which technically can't take profit. And I think that those entities should be treated differently. And obviously in the report as well, there are a lot of technological funny non-state actors, but I don't think they're treated differently. And I think that should be given emphasis. And the second point I want to make is that I think there are different levels to this discussion, right? One important to make that distinction. I think one of the reasons why the government report quote one of the reasons is that there's been Nepal simply does not have the resources. And in the 90s, the commission, it was a conscious decision from the government along with the development partners to take the policy into kind of a cost autonomy, like each campuses are
cost recovery
model. That was a conscious decision and one of the reasons I'm sure is that the government simply does not have the resources. I think it's important to have that discussion at those two levels. And also, and someone, I think one of the speakers earlier was saying something about the higher education being a part of the concept. I think that higher education being whether it should be or should not be at a more theoretical level, and then go into these concrete things. I'll end it here.
Okay, thank you.
To answer, I just think about what you just said. You remember the tragedy if you got in 90s, man, keep that, so I mean, we cannot go back and undo all the private things that have been done. But what would have happened if in the 90s there was enough vision to say, why not? You're the public good, and it's not very government schools like it. I'm going to government school. There was a lot of exodus into the neighboring countries to get education among the entities, right? But the rest were here. So we could have done that, but we've lost that opportunity. My thing is, how do you allow all the parents to live within Nepal and get education that they are interested in? So you level homes or mobilize India or India highest level to supply education government education future global market. Even if you don't export the government school the fees of the market for a government school participant resources so they can have I don't know, I feel that.
No, that's a very nicely put. Basically, but there has to be some minimums for the government, for the public program, so that learning outcomes and all that are focused, the quality of services. So I think lifting, not bringing the high performers down,
but lifting the low performers up, त्यो हुनु पर्यो. I think absolutely that's true. Yeah.
So it's not a question, it's a remark and an observation. I think what you said just now, like this idea of whether education should be public or private. It's not, I mean, observation like earlier, how the joint secretary reacted to the slide in the contestation from the private sector and how we is getting a bit defensive. This idea that the state should also take non-state actors not as a competition, but as an equal, as a partner. And that is how they should refocus this whole agenda on education. That is what I think. And we know like what are the benefits of bringing non-state actors, right? In terms of being more efficient, in terms of, there are a lot of benefits. So you adding to those advantages also, I think the state itself should, at least the Nepali state should, this question on its head. Why not state actors? That if they're bringing a lot of benefits and advantages in really pulling up education in the country, in the Nepal. The government, the state should also really refocus their strategies.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
रिपोर्टमा राम्रोसँग आएको पनि अरू देखाउनु पनि भएको थियो कि पोलिसी मेकिङमा बिङ लाइक टुगेदर ड्युरिङ द डिस्कसन अन पोलिसी मेकिङ मैले त्यो एडभान्टेज पाएको हिसाबले त्यहाँ डिस्कस गर्दाखेरि पनि वाट आई फाउन्ड अनि रिपोर्टमा पनि आएको चाहिँ इभन भनौँ न गभर्मेन्टको लिडिङ जुन पार्टी हो अथवा पोलिसी उसमा लिड गर्ने पार्टी हो उहाँहरूसँग पनि एकदम क्लियर भिजन छैन एजुकेसनको लागि. अहिले घोषणापत्रमा जे राखे मेनिफेस्टोमा इलेक्सनको लागि जे गरे पनि जुन पार्टीको आयो भने पनि हामीसँग हाम्रो राइट बेस्ड अप्रोच हो, सोसियल कन्ट्री हो अथवा हाम्रो कन्स्टिट्युसनले के भन्छ भन्ने कुरा एउटा पार्ट छ. तर अल्टिमेटली यो भिजन मैले बाई 2030 अहिले एसडिजी को कुरा गर्छु, यहाँनिर हाम्रो एजुकेसनको यो हुन्छ या हाम्रो सिटिजनहरू चाहिँ यसरी एडुकेटेड हुन्छ वेयर एभर दे आर, होइन, ग्लोबल मार्केटमा यस्तो हुन्छ, कन्ट्रीलाई कन्ट्रिब्युसन गर्ने यस्तो हुन्छ भन्ने किसिमले डिस्कसन नै हुने कि एक्चुअली. एन्ड देन पो त्यसले पो पोलिसीहरू बन्दै जान्थ्यो त, होइन. अनि अहिले चाहिँ कस्तो हाम्रो चाहिँ मलाई चाहिँ कस्तो लाग्छ, म पनि त्यो डिस्कसनमा बसिराख्दाखेरि जस्ट फिलिङ द ग्याप, जस्तो उहाँहरूले जे देख्नु भएको छ अहिले प्राइभेटले एकदमै धेरै गर्यो, गभर्मेन्ट स्कुलमा पब्लिक स्कुलमा बच्चा कम भयो. सो द्याट्स नट द गभर्मेन्ट एजेन्डा कि, होइन, त्यो त पोलिसीको एजेन्डा होइन नि. तर पोलिसीमा गएर त्यहाँ गएर चाहिँ त्यस्तो सानो सानो कुरामा याद गर्ने हुन्छ. तर बिगर पोलिसी लेभल रिफर्मेसन गर्नलाई कसरी गर्ने भने न त पोलिटिकल कमिटमेन्ट हुन्छ, न त ब्युरोक्राट्स आर दियर, होइन. उहाँहरू त एकदमै लामो समय काम गरिरहनु भएको छ, न दे हेभ द्याट त्यो अन्डरस्ट्यान्डिङ अथवा भिजन अन द्याट कि पुटिङ इन द प्लेस. मलाई चाहिँ अहिले चाहिँ यो हेरिरहने बेलामा के लागिरहेछ हाउ युनेस्को एन्ड आइआइडी ओपनली कि मान्छेलाई त थाहै छैन नि, बाहिर बस्नेलाई त कति कुरा थाहै छैन. सो यसलाई चाहिँ सिरिज अफ डिस्कसनहरू गरेर यो कसरी चाहिँ पोलिसीमा यो कुराहरू किन फर्मुलेट हुँदैन, पोलिसी कसरी आउँछ, पोलिसीमा कसको कन्ट्रिब्युसन बढी हुन्छ, कसैले सपोर्ट गर्दैछ भने इज नट सपोर्टिङ लाइक इन क्वालिटी, दे आर सपोर्टिङ इन फिनेन्सियली. एन्ड देन वेन दे आर सपोर्टिङ फिनेन्सियली दे हेभ देयर ओन के एजेन्डा त छ नि त्यो बिहाइन्ड द सिन. एन्ड देन वी हेभ टु वर्क अन द्याट लाइन. सो यो त एकदमै सोसियल भएर कुनै अर्गनाइजेसनले पोलिसीमा इन्स्टिट्युसनले आम मान्छेहरूलाई इभन आम एजुकेसनमा गर्नेहरूलाई पनि कसरी हाउ वी क्यान एडुकेट देम, हाउ क्यान वी मेक अवेर देम टु मेक क्वेसन टु द गभर्मेन्ट अर अदर एक्टर्स, होइन. यो चाहिँ एकदमै चाहिने रहेछ कि. सो हाउ क्यान वी अर्गनाइज सम डिस्कोर्सेस लाइक सानो सानो भयो भने पनि थुप्रै तरिकाकोले चाहिँ यसलाई ल्याउनु पर्छ कि जस्तो चाहिँ अहिले मलाई एकदम त्यो उटुटी जस्तो भइरहेछ कि फिल भइरहेछ. थ्याङ्क यू सो मच.
That's great. Priya.
I mean, I think that was really astute, interesting sort of take by Dr. Pyakre. I feel, we often exist in this very technocratic space. Numbers are dekhaidiyo, and especially analysis dekhaidiyo. And that's why I said that this report does descriptive, analytical, and critical work. And in a way, it's kind of a unique place because we don't have any programmatic work. So what we do is we try to do thought leadership. Because we're not investing in something X or Y or private schools or PPPs or whatever. It's sort of, we have some space to have our independent assessment, comparatively speaking. Of course, we are very much believers in the right to education principle. That South Asia Grid report like the Harry, I just wanted to mention that with the partners, that contextualization of what it means to actually speak about these things, and right to education, free education for all, it is quite tricky. It has never been a reality. We're talking about things that are really, it's not just about education, right? Again, it's about, and I'm not quite sure, and it's more of maybe more academic thinking, but collaboration, also we talk about, getting people in a room together and collab, but often it's about power, right? Who has power in that collaborative relationship really shapes what happens. And that becomes a problem at every stage of policy making, at every stage of policy conversation, and, of course, every stage of implementation. But the reason we focus at the GEM report on equity and inclusion is because, or even on this topic of non-state actors, the many debates I've had where people keep saying it cannot be the sole focus. It just shows you something that it's just that we were centering it, right? That when others were not. We understand all of the arguments. We understand the arguments of cost efficiency. We understand the arguments of outcomes. We understand the outcomes of the arguments of talent, of talent that should not leave the country. But a system like that, you have to sort of read the system. One of the things that the other speaker had mentioned about private students and हामीलाई पैसा दिनुस् हामी राम्रो गर्दिन्छौं हैन त्यो क्वालिटी नै राम्रो छैन कुरामा नि अब हामीले पनि देखेका छौं स्कुलहरु where public school there's no teacher incentive systems, there's no teacher performance pay, there's nothing that you can give them. So I think this idea, right, the discourse that management is definitely better in private is not the only discourse. I think that's all we want to say, and I want to say, is that is always that combination that education is both a public good and a private good. But it's the state's responsibility to make sure that the public good aspects of it are well funded and well regulated. That is simply it. The fact that the parent decides to do X and Y, and of course the overall discourse will affect them. Place social network, of course they won't be thinking about these things, but it is very important. This is the government responsibility. And we cannot put the pressure on civil society to do this work on a sort of consistent basis. So that is our take, right? I know it feels like I'm plugging my report, but the 2017-18 report was on accountability in education, where again everything was centered on this idea that education is a shared responsibility, but you have to hold the government responsible. It's everyone's responsibility to make sure the government is fulfilling its function while continue to do our own work.
And Dr. Dixit also mentioned donors or company, and we have UNESCO right here playing a very positive role, of course, in this case. World Bank, multilaterals, big ones, they'll have a certain perspective that they're driving in, and they're in a position of power. So we just say, oh, Hazur, oh, yes, and pick it up. And then it's very chaotic. We don't know how to handle it. So that mixture is also very tricky. Tisma Tevera, could a strong local partnership and local community of leaders and force, including the government preferably, hey, this is our locally driven, this is locally grown. We want to do it like this. It doesn't help. ECD is a case in point. I mean, from my perspective, I think ECD has been largely a Western driven, model spread around the world. Yes, of course, we know the importance of brain development in early childhood. How do we do it? There are some amazing indigenous models of how ECD has been crafted, homegrown. Turkey is a great example. Japan is a great example, and Japan is a developed country. It's not like, so they do it differently than the way in which we've been told we should do ECD. भनेर है सो त्यसले गर्दाखेरि हामीले धेरै एक्जाम्पल्सहरू हेर्न सक्छौँ तर अब मेबी आई थिङ्क वी सुड रिक्वेस्ट यु टु कम अप एन्ड
Namaste everyone. मैले त्यो अब summary report थियो खर्न हेरेर केही ideas हरू बनाए, but more than that I felt like I need to oh okay what somebody has to introduce me.
No, it's okay. It's being displayed. Everyone knows.
Okay. So alikati मैले slides हरू देखाएर just to make this interaction maybe a little bit more meaningful. So why private education and why Rato Bangla त मैले अघि भनिसकेँ हैन because but somehow in the government sector it doesn't percolate the quality education and the components that are required because it is so politicized अब आज अहिले like I was saying Manohara Gabisa VDC मा गएको Manohara Palika Nagarpalika and then they're saying अब सबै हामीले डिसेन्ट्रलाइज गरेर हामीले त गर्नु भन्छ तर हाम्रो मान्छे पनि छैन and they don't have the budget. If they were given the budget तिमी टिचरको salary यतैबाट देऊ भनेपछि then you can hire and fire but then their hands are tied and they're supposed to control the system to be properly decentralized. त्यो नभएपछि अब यसले चाहिँ कतिसम्म हामीलाई प्रब्लम गराइरहन्छ अनि फेरि अब त्यो टिचर लिने पनि properly professional huncha ki hudaina. How do we keep on taking teachers, intake of teachers? Is it professional? Now what has happened is you had an ECT program where they were just volunteers and they were getting 3,000, 7,000 kati kati aile tyo paisa badhदै gayo. But who are the people that were doing it? Like, you know, I mean, again, it's not fair to say timle 3,000 मा चाहिँ तिमी गर अब 16,000 भएपछि अर्को मान्छे गर्छ भन्ने पनि भएन तर प्रोफेसनल कार्ड त हुनु पर्यो नि त्यहाँ ECT मा पनि. So where is that system of you know, assessing and screening and taking people out? And more importantly, the assessment has to be done in the classroom. And assessment by पनि जाँच दिन्छ. अनि यो बाटो बाउनहरु के लेख्नेहरुले त लोग्ने मान्छेहरुले सबै राम्रोसँग जाँच गरिदिन्छन्. And the women who are actually the best in the thing just fall off the you know thing. So all these little practical things that impinge has to be considered. अब एउटा कुरा चाहिँ नि यो report को मैले I want to sort of highlight in page 4, you know, the data on South Asian countries. It's actually quite rewarding to say Nepal ma 47% private institution le ECD हेर्न खोज्यो हेरिरहेछ, which is a very serious thing. I mean, ECD in a way is easy to बच्चालाई खेलायो. If they are able to do it properly, and just yesterday I went to a conference, ICDP, International Child Development Practice, ECEC le gareko, how you talk to children, how you make them the subject of the conversation and not object, how you respect them, how you listen to them. First of all, if you go to this program, you yourself become a better person. And then you give the environment for the child and the family gets the opportunity to give a better service to the child. You can have all the resources, you can have all the buildings, you can have all the material and furniture, but if you don't have that soul and the know-how to treat children developmentally appropriately, then it's not going to change. So त्यो चाहियो, त्यो level ma राम्रोसँग training हुनु पर्यो. So Nepal ko चाहिँ it's very interesting. 47% in pre-primary, 25% in primary, 24% in secondary, and 37% in tertiary. जहिले पनि गभर्नमेन्ट र हामी 2080 भनिरहेको थियो, less than 20 प्राइभेट स्कुलमा छ भनिरहेको थियो गभर्नमेन्टले, but this is now 25 and 24 and tertiary मा त अझ धेरै हैन. अब इन्डियाको हेरौँ, इन्डिया 25% in pre-primary, 45% in primary, 51% secondary, and tertiary 57%. So India's private sector has taken a much bigger hold in education than in our country. So if we want to develop our country and say that public education is a public good, we have to strengthen the government and not let this go above PAPSN or groups. Or they are so excited. मेरो त 77 नै जिल्लामा उ भयो, you know, PAPSN group भयो. So we have private school everywhere. So we are working right now in this place called Gorkhama Bhimsin Thapa Gaon Palika. अनि त्यहाँ चाहिँ एउटा पनि प्राइभेट स्कुल छैन सो वी सेट तपाईहरुको च्यालेन्ज एउटा पनि प्राइभेट स्कुल नल्याउने बिकज इट्स नट जस्ट अबाउट प्राइभेट एन्ड पब्लिक एन्ड आई एम अ प्राइभेट स्कुल पर्सन सो आई डोन्ट वान्ट टु ब्रिङ डाउन द प्राइभेट स्कुल तर प्राइभेट स्कुल नभए भने सबै अभिभावकको बच्चा त्यहाँ आउँछ so the issues are the same nobody is richer and poorer so it's not dumping down the private public schools so त्यो खालको इश्यूजहरु पनि हामीले हेर्नु पर्यो के हुन्छ है त्यो यो एजुकेसन प्राइभेटाइज्ड भयो भने in a community like if there is one private school in a place there is no private school एउटा मात्रै छ भने अनि टाइ लाउने के लाउने नचाहिने कुराले त्यो बच्चा त्यहाँ जान्छ अनि साच्चै एजुकेसन भइराछ कि छैन देखाउला report but देखाउँछ because these are just a little bit smarter parents and they have better environment at home and not necessarily because they're teaching better. Sometimes private schools even teach worse. They are more chalk and talk driven than government schools. Of course government schools त फेरि पढाउँदा पनि पढाउँदैन कहिलेकाहीँ त हैन be in a school and feel respected and understood and develop their overall skills. So this is Milan Dixit and me. And then we had 16 children in the first year, and there were 4 girls, and this is the whole school. And our core values is something that really drives us, and this is what we need to bring it to all schools. At the center is Ratumangla, and in between, in the center, in the core is Satyam, Veritas, truth, honesty. You have to be that. To center. We always talk about this with the parents and with the children. Then there is the reason, respect, responsibility. And then all the 21st century skills that we think is very important for children. They have to have grit. They have to have positivity. So how do you inculcate these values in the curriculum? No matter what you're doing, what you're teaching, this is the core value that the children have to learn. And then they get the socio-emotional development as well as community service, as well as everything else that we want. It's not about how many sums that you were able to do and how fast you were able to do and how many science experiments you finished. You make this the core of the education. And, and I think that's why we have succeeded, because our children are quite amazing and they sort of embody these values. About going back, we always have to go to research. 90% of the brain happens already in 5 years of old. So then what about before that? That's the most important time. I know from prenatal till, so how do we take advantage of this? How do we take advantage of this? Obviously, ECD is the most important. And if the daycare centers from 2 years old till 5 years old, if the children get the developmentally appropriate practices, what happens? You send them to a preschool, ABCD bike or till kindergarten, nothing like that. If you do nothing like that, they are ready to learn. But because the government system, like we said, that I mean, Meenakshi ji is an expert, but I won't call her a government person. She's a consultant. Government ma koi ta tyo expertise. Yo to hunai parcha bhanera tyo bhanne mancheharu koi ta. Hai? Tyo hune manche ani मैले एउटा पेपर लेखेको छु long time ago, good on paper. My thing is नेपालको जे पनि is good on paper. के भयो भन्छ actually they had to Sethi project ko influence le, they started resource centers all over the country. We know we had resource centers. So Dailekma, Magdima, हामी काम गर्दा थिए एउटा resource center ले 37-38 वटा स्कुलहरु थियो ल ठिकै छ. पछि we wanted to give a training at the resource center to all the people. ल अब तपाईहरु बिहान आउनुस् अनि resource center यो ट्रेनिङ गर्ने अनि बेलुका घर जाने अलिकति हिँड्नु पर्ला केही फरक. कहाँ हामी त 13 घण्टा लाग्छ त्यहाँ resource center मा आउनु पर्छ. हामी त 7 घण्टा लाग्छ, हामी त 9 घण्टा लाग्छ. So how was that resource person ever visiting those places? And what is the idea of a resource center is that everybody comes there, they learn and they go back all out of the window. So there is nothing happening. It's only on paper. Of course, Jole school, Halki school, and then you know about I am the teacher who gets the salary. I outsource my job to her. I give 5,000. She gets the rest. She outsources to that other person. And then she gets a little bit less money, but I am getting even though I'm getting only 5,000 a month, I'm getting all that to benefit and all that. And when I retire, I'll retire and get all that. Testo kuraharu pani corruptionharu pani bhairachha because our people don't know what it means. Government people don't know what it is. Like they think it's in their pocket to give out. So look at what has happened to RNSC. It's an example. You give out, you keep jobs, you give jobs, you give everybody jobs. So the same thing is in education. Responsibility भनेको के हो भनेर माथिको लेभलले पनि बुझेको छैन हैन. So यो कसरी गर्ने sort of do this. We can see that this is at that 3-year को child ma normal brain त्यस्तो हुन्छ भने extreme neglect को बच्चाको brain कत्रो भयो अनि यो बच्चाको future के हो है. And then developmentally appropriate practice means, like, let's look at this slide a couple of times, a couple of minutes. All these skills, peer social relationship, language, conceptual, whatever, and all these can happen when they go to school, when they go to primary school. But habitual ways of learning, emotional control, vision, and hearing has to be the window of opportunity. It's right here. By 2 years of age, they have to have those skills. हामीले भन्दा चाहिँ त्यो बच्चाले त पछि सिकिहाल्छ नि हैन. बच्चालाई बानी व्यवहार सिकाउने र अर्गनाइज हुने सिकाउने 2 वर्ष भित्रै हैन. Or if not that, by preschool, because here it goes down so much. And this is Harvard University research, by the way. So यो हामीले लिएर यसलाई हामीले कसरी developmentally appropriate practice गर्ने. What are habitual ways of responding? What is emotional control? बच्चा आउँछ रोएर tantrums all over the floor. No, you have to learn to speak. तिमीले त भन्यो भने मात्रै मैले बुझ्छु नि त, तिमी करायो भने कसरी बुझ्छु भनेर. And then this has to be moved. That's why you have to be moved to the parents. This is the only future for the country. If we don't look at this and don't understand this, हामीले high level मा जे गरे पनि कहिले पनि हामी अगाडि जाँदैनौं हैन. यसलाई हेरेर developmentally appropriate practice, no matter even if they are 4 years in preschool, but not teaching them the kahagaga and teaching them everything else. They're coloring, they're drawing, they're skipping, they're dancing, they're singing, they're listening to stories, they're even writing stories. These are the things that the children have to do, and that's how they will do better. Because you're James Heckman Bunny, I'm sure you all know, he's this Nobel Prize Paco Manche economist. He got the prize for his the earlier you invest, the greater the returns. So look at the curve. Early investment, preschool, my investment or prenatal programs, you get the biggest returns. Then preschool, then schooling, then job training, then adult education. So if you look at this graph, if the economists and the planners in the country look at this graph, they can say, oh, this is where we need to put our money, and not put it, where the returns won't be so high. So I these are programs that we do, primary teacher training program. So far we've trained teachers with Kathmandu University, and this is a good cadre of teachers in private schools. So अब अहिलेसम्म private school को एकदम हेप्ने कुरा थियो, and it was true. But now we have private schools that care for the children. And a lot of things, like Rathabangla has done all of this, like the environment wasn't there to love the children and to talk nicely with the parents and all before this, but now that's really coming out, and we do this. And I want to stay a little bit on this and talk about this early grade reading. Take World Bank, kakale early grade reading ल्यायो. के गर्यो? यति धेरै पैसा खर्च गर्यो, यति धेरै पैसा. Two things that they did is, and I think this has to be assessed, that mostly wrong. Why do you do early grade reading? Because the pace of learning for each child is individual and independent of each other. They learn at their own pace. Some child may take 5 days to learn ka and then might do kha ga gha easily. Another child might do it like this. Another child might have another pace. But they made workbooks for the children and gave it to the teachers. So when I went and looked, the workbook was on page 43 in Bhaktapur in grade 2. And के भइरहेछ भन्दाखेरि एउटा ट्रङ्कमा हालेको थियो त्यो किताबहरू. त्यो बच्चा हेर बदमास साँचो लिएर गएर घरबाट ल्याउँदै ल्याएछ, घरमा गएर साँचो छोडेको छ. They care so little about it that they gave the key to the kid and the kid left it at home and didn't come back. Somehow हामीले फुटाएर हेर्यौं 43 पेज कुनै बच्चाको टन्न छ कुनै बच्चाले के पनि लेखेकै छैन के पनि गरेकै छैन. So what this all, I mean, this is criminal. I really feel this is criminal. What did all of this do? And the other thing is they have a huge scripted lesson plan for teachers. Why does a teacher teaching Kahagaga in grade 1, 2, and 3 need a scripted lesson plan? Where is their creativity? Where is their agency? Don't they know how to do things? Don't they know how to teach that if they give them appropriate material? So actually, we had already developed this program long before the EGR came and the group came, but then there's so much politics and so much money moving and so much for printing, for what. And so they didn't take ours, but then they took, I don't know, room to root, look at what we have. We have this, we have, it's not here, sorry. We have a chart like this, where the first day they take the reading of the child. Some children are here, some children are here, some children are here. They're all over the place. Teacher, they can be because it's always been like that, but the teachers never know it, right? So then we have that material for them. So there are 4 tables and the children move around, and this has been a really wonderful package. But the government will not talk about it. RTI group like RTI thousands of dollars come out only per month, and all the money went right back. Nothing for the country. Please assess the EGR program for our country and what improvement it did.
Yes, and there is no significant difference before EGR program.
कति पैसा खर्च भयो त्यो हामीले अनि हाम्रो देशले त्यसो लोन लिएको कि उनीहरुले हामीलाई उ दिएको सो ग्रान्टलाई जे गरे पनि हुन्छ विदेशीलाई नि धनी बनाउने हैन सो हैन यस्तो कुराको डिबेट गर्नुपर्छ हैन अनि मैले त गएर भनि त्यसलाई त्यो एरिक के भनेको थियो आरटीआई को हेड I went to him and I said, how dare you have scripted lesson plans and workbook for the children? Shocked by what? Then he called his consultant and said, "Mother bolna daraउने हैन म त भन्दिन्छु यिनीहरु हाम्रो देशमा आएर खेल्ने हैन हामीले पनि जाना छ अनि त्यसपछि के but think if they are reading consultants, if they are experts, why don't they know that the children need to learn at their own level? Why don't they know that? So our program not only teaches them, but it strengthens their socio-emotional skills, because it's like really worked very well, but they need 2 periods a day or 9 periods in a week. 2 programs, right? And we floated it. Look, this is our, and then they think the material the teacher to organize so dumbing down, okay, dumbing down. It's only about business, it's only about what to take. So then other things that we do when we go to a school, let's say even room to read, they give books and all that, but then room to read realize if they go to a school that we have been working in, the process happens because we schedule the library period, we tell those people to take books home, bring, improve reading. So why not work together? Because Nepal needs all this input, but it needs input to come in the proper way. So I haven't earthquake when earthquake happened, then government closed all the schools, and then teachers were so scared to go back to school and didn't know how to deal with the children. So we got this Navamarga project, and this was funded by Gift to Asia. And we trained trainers, and trainers like train we send them we send them and to train teachers to do the psychosocial counseling with the children. But first we did the counseling to the teachers. So teacher like counseling teacher earthquake हुने बित्तिकै यस्तै दौडेर तल गएँ कि मैले बच्चा नै माथि छोडाएर रहेछ Ani ma bhanne that person started crying there only. So when the teachers are ready with that, then when the children come, so then we developed a 1-week program where bacha paila aeपछि just talk about this psychosocial thing, and next day alikati kehi kura gara le 5th day ma चाहिँ okay, you going into studying bhanera. So we took the opportunity of the thing to do this, and same way we set up ways how to earthquake avani ke गर्ने भनेर schools हरुमा train गर्यो. But हाम्रो दुईटा एकदम interesting program छ नि, rapid neurodevelopment assessment, where we look at 8 neurodevelopment domains of the child and to see how it is going. Vision, hearing, gross motor, fine motor, language, cognition, behavior, and seizure, if the child has, and nutrition. हैन? अनि त्यो हामीले patternमा गर्दाखेरि 136 childrenमा गर्दाखेरि look at the result. In the vision, hearing, everything, it's okay, but look at in language and all, how much impairment. So this impairment, if uncorrected, will lead to disability. So we're going to have half the kids disabled if we don't watch out. Hi? So you we presented it to the mayor, and then he said, oh my God, मेरो त औलामा नै के रे एकदम त्यो goosebumps हरु आयो, मेरो त रौनै ठाडो भयो, गरौँ भने 2019 मा हामीले गरे. So now, like 2 days ago, we signed an MOU with the mayor in Chiribabuसँग कसरी यो implement गर्ने ललितपुरमा, how to make children, how to stimulate children. And this really has to do with ECD. If you have proper ECD, that's stimulated this as but then parenting. Parents ले बच्चालाई थुनिदिन्छ दिनभरि हैन, अनि how does the बच्चा have language and behavior, cognition. So यो कुरा अनि अर्को चाहिँ नि अब यो चाहिँ अनि यो चाहिँ नि हामीले उसमा COVID ma we made radio program to be broadcasted all over the country, and it was really fun. Like we took that opportunity to do this. And then this is the other one, early childhood development training. यसमा चाहिँ नि हामीले आफ्नै मौलिक 11 essentials. In the thing it's called 11 essentials. You have to do these 11 things in the classroom to make it thing. And it's all about children playing and learning from their playing, हैन? अनि अहिले हामीले चाहिँ नि यो projects haru ललितपुरमा ECD, सबै ललितपुर ECD, and look how little it is. That's not enough. 40 वटा government high school छ, त्यसमा 40 वटा ECD भएर पुग्यो. ECD मा त बच्चा त्यति टाढा हिँड्नु भएन नि त. 10 times the number of this should be ECDs, because then you walk like for 5 minutes or 8 minutes and the ECD is there. So how much does it cost to make ECDs? So focus on ECD. Because any hamlai aba ajkal we this okay, going back, how do we have this money is we reserve 18% of the tuition fees that the parents pay to Rata Bangla to do all of this work. Okay, so we have a sort of a public, private, whatever, taking from the rich and giving to the poor, the model right within the school. That's why we're able to do all of this. Ani esma चाहिँ नि हामी अब मैले यहाँ लेखिन सार्थक 22 तारिख गोर्खा, सार्थक 8 तारिख तेह्रथुम, सार्थक 22 कागेश्वरी. So we're going them to working with the municipality to develop to work with their ECD programs. हैन? So हामीले अब यो राम्रोसँग गरेर मोडल भयो भने at least एउटा हेर्ने model हुन्छ, then others can also work on that and we can work together भन्ने त्यो हो. अनि यो चाहिँ नि हाम्रो international conference on quality education, so that whatever we do, we bring people from all over the country to learn these things, and we give policy recommendations to the government. This is the minister taking the policy recommendation, and then lots of things. And then Bal Sahitya Mahotsav. अनि यो last slide हो. यो बच्चाहरूलाई पढाऊ भनेर टिचरलाई छोड्ने होइन कि, we give them lots of material, and the most expensive material is this set of blocks. 15 minutes set of blocks, and at the back you can see there's lots of blocks there. So it's not just this, but lots. Like it costs us around 50,000 to give this, but this will let the children really learn and really be able to be independent thinkers and really grow well. मेरो यहाँ के recommendation मैले लेखेको थिएँ, teacher adjustment. टिचर छैन भन्छ, कतै दुईटा टिचर छ, 5 वटा विद्यार्थी छ, कतैवटा 19 वटा टिचर छ, 19 वटा विद्यार्थी छ, 20 वटा विद्यार्थी छ. Adjust by do multi-grade teaching. You can have one teacher if there are 10 kids in the from grade 1 to 8. And our government the girls got a multi-grade teaching. Or it wasn't grade or them. I know, and there's such wonderful ways to do multi-grade teaching. I know, and tuition cost, tutor, but it has to kick him out. The present system of education has to be thrown out. You can't have chalk and talk and learning and deciphering the test and taking the exam. Where is the project-based learning? Then you don't have to take tuition. उसले त त्यहाँ एउटा काठलाई यसो गरेर के प्रेजेन्ट गर्ने उसको प्रोजेक्टमा के गर्नुपर्छ त किन उसले जाँच लिनु पर्यो सो जाँच लिने नै खतम जाँच लिने गर्नु भएन अनि एनजिओ नन सस्टेनेबल they need sustainable छैन भन्यो but then they should work with like for example when we work with the municipalities we work with their people we say एउटा मान्छे दिनुस् त्यही मान्छे नै ट्रेन्ड हुन्छ and then they'll continue okay so त्यो एनजिओ लाई पनि गभर्नमेन्टले क्राइटेरिया दिएर यसो गरेर हुन्छ उनीहरुको त्यो ल्याएको 3-4 वर्षको पैसा त राम्रोसँग युज होस् न that sustainable होस् हैन and ECE needs to be developmentally appropriate age does not matter fulfill the windows of opportunity अघि मैले भने जस्तो दिनुछ so it doesn't matter 3 वर्ष बच्यो कि 4 वर्षको बच्यो कि 2 वर्ष बच्यो कि ECD मा it doesn't matter the quality of ECD is what matters हैन सो गभर्नमेन्टले 1 वर्ष राख्यो प्राइभेटले 3 वर्ष राख्यो प्राइभेटको बेनिफिट प्राइभेटले पिट्छ बच्चालाई आउनु बित्तिकै so it's probably negative challenges and opportunities of decentralization we really have to study अब decentralized भएको चाहिँ के छ त people are so excited the mayors and all the ward chairs are so excited they will work if they think and language of instruction has to be mother tongue गभर्नमेन्टले यो इंग्लिश र के गरेर एउटा स्कुलमा दुईटा बनाएर खत्तम बनाछ यस्तो छ एउटा यहाँ अनि इंग्लिश मिडियम स्कुल यहाँ चाहिँ नि नेपाली मिडियम स्कुल हैन अनि राम टिचर इंग्लिश मिडियम तीनै just so how do they blame us for making the difference when they are making the difference in the same building हैन यो गभर्नमेन्टलाई अकाउन्टेबल बनाउनै पर्छ प्राइभेट स्कुल पनि अकाउन्टेबल हुनुपर्छ गभर्नमेन्टले प्राइभेटलाई निगरानी गर्नुपर्छ नोबडी क्यान बी छाडा कोही पनि हुनुहुन्न तर सबैले आफ्नो राम्रोसँग काम गर्नुपर्छ र मदर टङ भयो भने ब्रेन डेभलपमेन्ट एकदम राम्रो हुन्छ because all the connections are made when they are learning the language and that is the most important thing for a human being so that we have to take note of त्यही हो मेरो thank you पनि thank you thank you I know I went out of line but I don't
Thank you so much, Dr. Dixit. I think now we're almost at the end of today's event, so I would like to invite Dr. Priya Joshi to provide her closing remarks, please.
I started writing down a few things, but then I realized we basically ended up talking about everything under the sun. And I think that really is a very, very successful session for something like this, which is the role of non-state actors in education. I feel we talked about so many questions that, will resonate with us, have resonated with us for decades and will continue to. The main thing I think we all need to take away from this is discourse is important, and that is the only way to move forward. Because if we don't do it, then the same issues will keep coming up in some different form. I think so many of the issues we discussed today were about, us versus them, about political power, about financing. I just want to leave you with that message that all of those 5 recommendations about the role of non-state actors were drafted and contextualized because with that very broad idea that hear from very different kinds of powerful innovation ideas and talent ideas from all of the people here. And I think Dr. Lamsal had said that he would want the education ministry to take this up and discuss it further. And I think we'll see, right? I mean, that is, I think, what's important, that there's government leadership on discourse that then sort of brings people together who, with sort of respect for their expertise, their history, their work in this very difficult field, in this very difficult country. I think the decentralization experiment we're going through is really going to be a big challenge. So I feel unless we really take this seriously and that collective genuine partnership if it does not happen, there's really the learning loss that was documented recently in Nepal is just going to continue. Right? The reason I bring this up is this learning loss figure that the World Bank came out with recently shows that Nepal is number one in this like bar graph of learning losses, and often you see Nepal. Yeah. So was Bangladesh, right? But when you see a graph like this, you're always expecting Nepal to be somewhere there, but you're not expecting it to be number one from the bottom. So I think it's just this. We have to really make sure that the government is held accountable for everything that is happening in that concrete sense, right? That their eye not divert from education. And I think we've heard enough today from people who work in early childhood all the way to higher education. It is that idea that all of that should be considered. I mean, anything else that I would add is that one of the things that private actors, right, the people who are providing education, what they could also do is that they could sort of speak to concerns from the government's perspective. Often the government will say things like the business thing is what is the problem. But the private sector is also, the private providers are also educating citizens of this country. They are also like providing play-based learning and, innovative methodologies. They're teaching people to be citizens of this country as well. So I think there's something about that language, right? That's listening to what the language is, what the concerns are, and then feeding that back into them to say, look, we are also doing the work of training the training and educating, I guess, educating the citizens of this country. And I think if there is a sense that we can move away from this pro versus con type of debate, then we at the GEM report will feel that we've really done something new, because this question of what is new always comes up. I think that is.
And thank you everyone for your time, energy, patience, and engagement today. Now I would like to invite Dr. Biswas Gauchan to formally close the session. Again, no need for introductions, but here it is.
Thank you, Desi. Thank you for your participation. This has been very wonderful, very productive sessions that we have. And the topic is so vast and so important. I think few hours of discussion would not be enough. Go by the numbers, education is the 5th largest sector in our economy, and it is also the 5th largest employment major in the country. And if you take the number of the public servant, also it is the largest among all the different public sectors that we have. Already 145 in. You mentioned that there are 70,000 still in need. And the most of the budget goes into actually paying the civil servant who are in this sector. So, but the kind of the education that we have is, I would say, as per my own assessment, is very bad actually. If you go to see the public schools in the remote villages where I have traveled extensively, the quality is really bad. And if we keep on having this kind of education in large areas of the country, then probably in 20 years time, we will still be sending 1,500, youth abroad every day. And that is the seriousness of the situation. And that's where the role of non-state actors is extremely important. And I think we should appreciate the role of non-state actors. Without them, my daughter has also gone to Rathabangla, and I would have definitely sent my daughter to abroad to get the right education. So I think you have done a good service to the country actually by bringing in the country. So I think we need to appreciate the roles of non-state actors in this very important sector. And IIDS is also doing lots of things in the education sector, and this is going to be one of the very important areas that we are going to engage in the future. Already we have partnered, collaborated with Tribhuvan University on the different initiatives, and we are also extending that to Pokhara University, and we already have launched one MPP program with Kathmandu University. So lots of things we are trying to do in education sector, because we know it is extremely important. And I think we need to be also not very idealist in every sense of things that we'd like to do. We have to be, I think, also practical in our approach.
I listened to lots of views, especially from the private sector. I'm also the part of the private sector, and I understand their concerns. And I think that we should not be also taking a think tank like us should not be taking many things in face value, because that's where the evidence and empirical evidence is extremely important, and that's where ideas is positioned to add value to this discourse. And as in the morning session, our representative from the government was raising the questions of UN institutions. They have their own obligations in terms of being very diplomatic in their approach, and we don't have things based on evidence, and that's where I think we position ourselves very well. So these are some of the things what I wanted to. And about the data, there's always something about data. There's always a lack of data in a country like Nepal, and especially in developing countries. And there's also a reference point, because we cannot really update every time we have a discussion like this. There's always those challenges that we face. Yesterday also we had one presentation with the Ministry of Agriculture, and we also faced similar kind of concerns there, because we start our research well ahead, 2 years or 1 year back, and then we have to reference our studies based on certain data available during that time, and then by the time we disseminate, then there are certain changes. I think we have to account that. And among one of the programs that we are doing is we are trying to partner with some of the local governments. We have identified 25 municipalities led by women mayors and 9 by Dalit leaders. And our entry point for those program implementations is multidimensional poverty index, and where the education is one important factor. So I think we'll be doing on the ground level also, and that's where I think we need last several years. With this, I would like to close by thanking especially Dr. Priyadarshini Joshi for trusting us for this very important study. And on behalf of IIDS, Dr. Arun Joshi led this team, and the team comprised of Rujal Shrestha, who made the presentation, and Dr. Uttam Sharma. He was not here today, he's abroad, so he could not participate, but I would like to thank them for coming up with this wonderful study. I would like to thank Dr. Hari Lamsal, representing government today in the morning session. I would like to thank Dr. Srisata Pakural for some stimulating, presentation. And in many areas we disagree, and in many areas we agree, and I think that's the beauty of working in a think tank like IIDS. And I would also like to thank Ramesh Kumar Silwal, representing his son and putting the perspective of the association that he represents. And of course, Dr. Santa Dixit, director of the Bangla School. I mean, some of those are very insightful for me as well. What should go into early child development and what are the things that we need to do. And I think those are wonderful. And I would like to thank my kitchen staff. I think we try to serve you Himalayan superfood. That's the kind of thing that we're promoting here in IIDS. Every function like this, we have a menu of Himalayan superfood where we serve changa, Himalayan, goat, mustang, aloo, and all those stuff. And my colleague Divya Rana, who coordinated the whole event today. And thank you so much for your participation and contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gota. Now, could I invite Mr. Rudel Shrestha? Thank you. And Dr. Santa. Not least, our very own now, we're now closing the session. With you, and the online versions can also be accessed through the QR code on the flyers. Thank you so much and have a wonderful rest of your day.